that there weren't games on that I had to stay up for, I was asleep by I went to bed at 9:20.
I was actually looking for sports and couldn't find it.
I watched a lot of the Nats game, but then my wife wanted to chill, and we ended up watching Shark Tank. And I was like, all right, let's call it. Read
when you get old, you start watching stuff like Shark Tank.
Went to sleep, man. You know what?
When you start watching stuff like Shark Tank, that means you're getting old, though.
Bro, it also means there's nothing on TV, and I didn't feel like making my wife watch the end of a baseball game. Layville, I got to ask you something. I feel like I'm cutting directly to your core. You know what is great? Sleep. Just a good night's sleep, man. It's tough to beat that. And
sleep is pretty much 10 out of 10.
Of all the physical things your body can do.
Sleeps too much.
Of all, not without adding any substances to your body. Mm-hmm. You've got sex, sleep, working out, when you really have to pee and then you get to pee. Like, I don't know what, reading, I guess, like mental exercises.
I don't think
how do you rank those?
We're not going to compare sex and peeing.
I think sex is the 1 seed. What's the 2 seed of what your body can physically do?
What your body can physically do?
Sex is the 1 seed, right? Can we all agree on that?
I think getting the rest is the 1 seed.
No way.
If you don't have good rest, you can't have good sex.
Maybe we won't get to the bottom of this today.
We won't.
Jeff, what's your 1 seed? S or S? What? I don't know. Jeff just got mad at me.
The show sheets, bro.
I mean, we get the show sheets usually around 10:30. We're not too worried about it. A lot of fun yesterday at your golf tournament.
Jeff almost killed some people.
Jeff almost killed somebody. You sent me that video.
We know how Jeff is. Jeff is very, very confident. Yesterday, I heard him say, man, you got eyes looking at you. It's a different ball game, isn't it, Jeff?
Bro, I mean, golf is really hard, period. And I think when you don't play that much, and I mean, for Jeff, and I'm not knocking him, like, he's trying to learn how to play, right? Like, it's incredibly difficult. And I think as you learn that,
it's probably the toughest game out there. Because the moment you think you have it, it proves to you that you don't.
I think the hardest thing in the world is hitting a baseball. Just the physics of a sphere versus a cylinder with movement. And I think that's the hardest thing in the world. I can't do it to save my life. At least golf, the ball is stationary, but you're swinging so hard with such a long it's the physics of it. And I'm no physician, obviously, or physicist, either one. I'm neither.
Yeah, that first one wasn't the right word.
Or a cosmetologist.
But I'm going to be totally honest with you, dude. I think golf might be tougher than that. That's tougher than baseball.
Well, here's a real question.
It sits there.
Right.
And you still don't know where it's going.
Well, I also think the mental aspect of golf is that much harder because baseball is reaction time, right? Like, it's just like, all right, try to identify the ball and hit it. Mm-hmm. Whereas golf, you like have this like mental meltdown, at least I do, before like damn near every swing. But here's the question. Landfill, you've seen the video of Jeff almost killing someone yesterday. And you saw in person, was it 2 summers ago?
Cody almost
killed Ahmed.
Yeah.
Who do you think almost killed somebody more, Landfill?
Well, Cody's went right past Ahmed's head.
I mean, Jeff went right past the cart.
But I was in the cart. I wasn't. I'm serious. It went in front of the cart. But Ahmed, if he had taken 1 step, we probably would be saying, man, that Ahmed was a good dude, bro. Because Cody almost took him out. But let me just tell you about this tournament, though, yesterday, Jeff. I mean, JP. As we started playing the tournament, it was like they had libations in a few places. We started on the front side. When we got to the back side, I think, so instead of saying we were going to the next hole, we were like, we're going to the next bar. It was a bar at like every damn hole on the backside, dude.
I said on the radio, I think I said it on air. If not, I said it off air. I had never been, and so we were kind of on the opposite side of the golf course by the driving range and the chipping area and all that. And the amount of people, mostly women, but there were some dudes too, just the amount of people circling around, offering us shots or some new drink was like astounding. It was like constant. I mean, Jeff,
10,
it was 11, constant.
12, I think every hole.
Scotty was on 13, he said.
He was on 13, but there were 2 bars prior to Scotty when we got around to Scotty. So you had bars like I'm not talking about. Listen to me.
It
I'm
wasn't
not
like a
saying-
cooler.
I'm not saying they had like some beer here, like you had like some golf tournament where you have an ice chest with the beer in it,
Right.
or you may have a bottle here. They had full bars. On one side, on number 10, you had a full bar on one side, and the other side you had all of the Lone Oak beer. All that stuff was there, man. It was
They even had spiked Italian ice.
yes,
Of course they did.
that was good.
It was a well-run event.
Jeff tried to order mimosa yesterday.
Of course he did.
No, I did not.
Even the amount of food was
Yeah.
I mean, Crisp and Juicy brought chicken over to us like 3 times. I love that stuff. I think I could survive on Crisp and Juicy. It's just so damn good.
Is that one close? We could order some food today. I'm joking.
I don't the woman yesterday was telling me they have 11 locations.
Wow.
The chicken yesterday was provided by the Frederick and Gaithersburg locations. I know there's one in Tenleytown because there's one right by NBC4.
Mhm.
I don't know that they would deliver down here though.
Yeah.
I thought it was the event was really fun. I had to leave there. So Shelby is starting junior golf next week, where she has to like actually play, and you count until it's 10 strokes or the ball's in the hole.
I hope she doesn't play with her dad because her dad can hold her up.
No, I have to. So the way they do it is I have to score, but I have to score other kids. So you can't score your own kid.
Yeah,
Right.
for the other kids.
But I wanted to get her out and actually so it's a 3-hole thing, right? So we went and we played 3 holes. And they have family tees that are way far up.
Mhm.
She actually played pretty well, dude.
She beat you?
No, but it wasn't really like a contest. You know what I mean? But on the 3rd hole gold
Until
course,
she beat you.
the 3rd hole gold course,
Mhm.
that par 3.
All right.
So, but she gets to tee up kind of where the fairway begins. So, like, you know, we got to carry all that stuff, and then there's that little fairway
That
going
little,
up
one like kind of downhill a little bit.
No, yeah, like it's downhill
Yeah.
and then back up.
Yeah.
So she's teeing up there. She hits driver to the collar, and then kind of crushes a putt long, but then, I mean, nestled her next putt in, easy tap in 4, which, I mean, the cutoff is 10. There's going to be a lot of 10s on these scorecards for 8-year-olds. It was pretty fun, man. It was pretty impressive. And then you actually told me something the other day that I tried to listen to for once, just to trust the bounce in the wedge, and it went all right. Went all right. So we'll see how we're tracking for Friday.
All right.
But all in all, it was a pretty fun day between your tournament, hanging out with Jeff and Heavy Metal Chris and Diego. Landville, how much stress was it for you here with all of us there?
Not much.
He was
Okay,
happy
good.
as hell.
I thought we dropped once,
He was,
right?
He was jumping for
Couple
joy
times.
when we were gone.
I think Landville misses us secretly.
I don't think so.
Landini?
No.
That doesn't
And we're
surprise
gonna
me.
miss him when he's gone.
Now I left
How you
right
gonna let
around
his feelings hurt?
I left damn near when the show was over. Jeff, you stuck around till the end with B?
Yeah, tell about then.
Were there any dance-offs?
No, there were no dance offs.
Disappointing.
Nobody was dancing.
Was
with
it nobody had the audacity to
him.
challenge
Nobody?
you?
Yeah, definitely.
Jeff, why didn't you challenge him?
Dude, by the time we got back to the clubhouse, I was just too lit. I had to eat a little bit of food, sit down, take a nap.
It did get a little steamy.
Yeah.
Was
did.
it hot on the back?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
How long was the round of golf?
No, it wasn't super long. I mean, we teed off at what 12, and we were done right around 5-ish, a little bit after 5.
Dude, for a scramble thing like
Hell
that,
yeah.
that's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Some of those joints will be like 7
And
hours.
it wasn't slow because of the golf.
Yeah,
It
people were
was
just
slow
hanging out at
because
the
of the
bar.
damn bars.
Marquise did a
which,
good job.
which was
man.
cool. I mean, listen, man, I guarantee you, no one is saying that they didn't have enough food to drink.
I had to tape an interview for Channel 4 right after the radio show.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how where we were, there was no internet. So I had to like just run into the building. I saw Marquise in like the perfect nick of time to get the internet password. Worked out well. Jeff, I believe the Doug Williams Super Bowl is on NFL Network. Were you able to get that on in there?
Yes.
All right, where are we at in the game? So if anybody wants to watch, I think that was 22, right? Super
Yep.
Bowl 22.
Yeah.
22.
Doug Williams, John Elway, Redskins, Broncos is on NFL Network right now, so we can all watch it together. Where are we at, Jeff?
So Doug Williams just got hurt, and Jay Schroeder. That's how you say it?
Schrader.
Schrader. He's in the game.
Don't worry, he's not gonna stand there long.
First play, he snapped the ball. The DN, I don't know what DN that was for Denver, but he jumped over our left tackle and just took him down. Then he threw a pass that was incomplete, but it looks like Doug is back on the sideline.
Correct.
Yes.
Doug twisted his ankle up pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Who do you think was the starter going into the season between those two, Jeff?
Because you're asking this question, I'm gonna say Schrader.
Yeah.
And Doug probably won it over.
Yeah. And then after Doug wins that Super Bowl, I'll give you $1. You pull this one. They eventually trade Jay Schrader away because Doug's Super Bowl MVP. Who do they get in return for that trade?
Who did they get? I'm not even gonna sit here and act like I know or could guess a name.
Landfill?
I don't know.
You got that one, B?
Rip.
No.
Wasn't Rip?
Lachey.
Jim?
Yeah. Lachey was a bad dude.
Oh, he
man.
was. He was.
Now, it was more complicated than that. They sent Schrader and I think a pick and got Lachey back. But it was a lot of moving parts that ultimately led to, I mean, that's when Jake switched to right tackle for your Super Bowl team, right? Because Lachey played left.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's correct. Well, we'll have Jeff give us more Super Bowl updates because, Jeff, what's going to happen in that Super Bowl? Doug Williams, that second quarter, Timmy Smith is about to get bananas. You're going to
get it on.
You're going to enjoy it, dude. You remember that one at all, Landfill? You're too young, right?
Which one?
The Doug Williams Super Bowl?
22?
That was
He probably
multiple
wasn't even
years
born
before I
then.
was born.
When were you born?
89.
It was 87.
All right, Landfill's not gonna remember that one. I don't remember it either. In my defense, I just know enough about it now.
You don't remember that now? I said watched it.
So let's get into some football. Oh boy, we got Barstool Nate today.
You were like 25 during this game.
What?
Or 30. Which one was it?
Yeah.
He's 30.
I was
boys.
in college, fools.
Oh.
Yeah, like 25.
No. I was long gone from college.
Where
when I
did
was
you
25.
watch? Like, where were you watching the Super Bowl? Because that was probably your sophomore year of college, junior
Probably
year of college,
at the keg.
where you paid for all your beer.
Where I paid for my own beer in college.
Were you rooting? Who were you rooting for?
Ooh, that's
Because
a good
I was rooting for the Redskins with Doug.
I mean, Doug
Okay.
is a great.
Doug
I mean,
is Doug. I've known
Louisiana.
Doug since I was young.
Yeah.
When
I
did you
forgot
first
all
meet
about
Doug?
that.
Probably when I was about 10, 12 years old.
Where at? Just a camp or
My
something?
uncle. You know my uncle?
Really?
Hmm?
Like
You met him at driving school when he was 12.
the way you talk about Louisiana makes it sound like it's just one giant small town. Like you kind of seem to
but
know everyone.
Doug's high school was in my district. We were 6 AAA, and so Zachary played against Plaquemine. So I watched Doug for a long damn time.
Hold on, there's no way you watched him in high school. What were you, like 6?
Dude, I would go to all the football games since I can remember. And Doug played against a couple of my brothers.
No way.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yo, Doug's stat line in this Super Bowl, listen to this and just help me with the math here. He threw for 340 yards on 18 completions. Can you do that in your head? What is that?
Almost 20 yards carry, about 18-7 per.
I mean, that's nuts. 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, 1 sack. I think Jeff's already seen the sack. I think that's when he turned the ankle. Whereas Elway, who rightfully many consider the greatest quarterback of all time, or at least they did prior to Brady and maybe whatever run Mahomes is going on. Elway in this game, I mean, listen to this. You get thrown out of town for this performance. 14 of 38, 257 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 picks, 5 sacks. His quarterback rating for that game?
What?
36.8.
18.9 per completion.
18.9 per completion in a Super Bowl. And, dude, a lot of it's not like, and granted, they had good, quick receivers, especially in Ricky and Gary. But, like, this wasn't like a bubble screen that they house called.
Nah.
They were going deep.
But 35 points in 1 quarter, that's ridiculous.
I can't wait for Jeff to get to watch this because Ricky, so to start the second quarter, so the Skins get down 10-0 in that game. People kind of forget about that.
Mm-hmm.
And Elway hit a bomb to some dude named Ricky Natil, 56-yarder. but then Doug to Ricky for an 80-yard touchdown. Doug to Gary, 27-yard touchdown. Then Timmy Smith breaks one for 58. Then Doug to Ricky for 50. And then Doug to Didier inside the 10. I mean,
Hold on. So those touchdowns, they average over 50 yards per in a touchdown.
So his 4 touchdown passes, right?
But like 80 and 27, that's 50 plus.
80.
Then a 56-yard run.
Oh,
50-yard touchdown.
The touchdowns for sure,
yes.
dude. I mean, they had 3 touchdowns, 50 yards or more.
They had more 50-yard plays in that Super Bowl than we've seen some teams have in a year.
Actually, dude, we could probably track the stat down. They might have had more 50-yard plays than Washington had last season.
Wow.
Certainly 50-yard touchdowns. Because Warren Sharp always points this stat out. Here, you always tell me to be specific. Most touchdowns outside of red zone 2023. So I know Washington only had how many touchdowns did they score last year? They scored 39 touchdowns last season.
Okay.
How many of those were outside the red? I'm not gonna be able to get it before we have to go to break. All right, we have a lot of discussion to have. We're going to see there might be some CeeDee Lamb movement on his contract. B, when we come back, if you were running Dallas, who's the bigger priority, Micah or CD? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here, and I know a little something about performing at the highest level. On and off the field, I've always demanded excellence. And if your HVAC system is less than excellent, you need Ruud. For over 100 years, Ruud products have been manufactured to the highest quality and have some of the best warranties in the business. So stay cool this summer with the help of Ruud. You can live in complete comfort knowing Ruud always provide trusted, long-lasting solutions. To find your local Ruud contractor and get a free estimate, go to Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com. And take my word for it. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
Who's my man in baseball that just got thrown out for life?
I didn't get the whole name, but he's banned for life.
Shohei's cool, though.
Hey, man, we discussed it yesterday. Depending on your status is how you get treated.
I mean, seriously. Tusapita Marcano faces a potential lifetime ban for betting on baseball. Shohei Ohtani, all good, bro.
Yeah, the guy did everything.
You believe that?
Yeah.
It was all the interpreter, right?
Yeah.
Totally. That's like Kevin Hart's joke about Tom Brady's wife going to jujitsu 8 times a day, and she's still a white belt. Sure, buddy. Good luck.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah. All right, B. I said something earlier because apparently CeeDee Lamb is like maybe coming back to OTAs, right? If you were running that operation in Dallas, what would be your priority, Micah or CD?
Micah's my priority. But I can understand why they look at CD because in this game, in this day and age, when you have a quarterback that they still think Dak is, they think he is, you need to make sure that they have the weapons. And CD proved last year that he can ball out. But you still got to have somebody who can disrupt quarterbacks. And I think Michael Parsons has shown how good he is doing that.
So the Cowboys have mandatory minicamp this week. CD not expected to attend. He could incur more than $100,000 in fines. Keep in mind, the team can then waive those fines later. He's going into the last year of his rookie deal, set to make $18 million. Now, Micah is a year behind. Micah's only going into the 4th year of his rookie deal. Landini, if you had to pick CD or Micah, who's your priority?
I think I'd go with Micah too.
He's just such an explosive pass rusher.
You could also, you could probably trade CeeDee Lamb and get a lot. A number of teams have kind of done that where they trade the receiver, then just draft a receiver in the first round. CeeDee Lamb's good, but I feel like Michael Parsons is probably, he's like one of the best in the league, where CeeDee Lamb's a good receiver.
Like it's not like this, but it seems like you can find receivers all the time now. Because they pop up everywhere. With this new 7-on-7 leagues and all that, they're popping up. You don't find pass rushers all the time. Very good ones.
Totally. I mean, think about Terry McLaurin, who I think we all believe is a true stud number 1 wideout. He's a 3rd-round pick, and last year he was the last receiver in the NFL to get over 1,000 yards. He had 1,002 yards. Whereas like Travis Kelce had 984, right? There were 28 receivers last year that went over 1,000 yards. And maybe that benchmark isn't what it should be anymore in a passing league and with 17
games. Yeah.
But a guy like George Pickens, who was 2nd or 3rd round pick out of Georgia, plays for Pittsburgh, has had pretty bad quarterbacks, but just an absolute freak athlete. Pickens kind of seems like a pain in the ass. I don't know him that well, but he's a demonstrative fella anyway. George Pickens went for 1,140 yards last year.
Yeah.
That was 16th in the NFL. Nico Collins, who nobody thought a whole heck of a lot of, went for 1,300 yards in 15 games.
Yeah.
If you have a really good quarterback, or if you have a really good scheme, or both, Puka Nacua. Nobody thought a thing of Puka Nacua.
Well, one guy did.
Sean did.
Yeah.
But just to your point now, CD, what he did last year showed he can hit another level. 135 catches, 1,750 yards, 12 touchdowns, and CD showed some real toughness last year. But to me,
that was a question about him at first.
Oh, yeah.
But he proved it last year.
To me, that's a no-brainer that it's Micah.
But when you look at Micah, CD has to depend on Dak to get his stuff. Micah depends on nobody.
Sure.
You line him up and say, go get the quarterback. He goes and gets him. And if he don't sack him, he moves him off his spot. That's all you need. I think his other teammates love that fact because he runs right into them. So, you as much as this has become an offensive league, you got to have someone that can give you the opportunity to slow that down some, and he does that.
Totally, man.
Yeah.
Jeff, that's 3 votes. Micah over CD.
We might as well complete it because I'm taking Mike over CD any day.
I guess that you could make the argument that from a time perspective, you'd rather get CD done now and then Micah next year. But it just
Mike's played 3 years already, right?
Yeah.
They might want to lock that thing.
Only thing that happens is it costs you more.
Yeah.
And you got to deal with
He
Dak
mess around
next
and
year.
go get 22 sacks next year.
And you got to deal with Dak next year. There's only one franchise tag.
I think, it's only one franchise tag, but Dak better get it right this year.
Sure. I mean, maybe they get tired of it. Yeah. Porzingis officially back for Thursday night's game.
Well, they need to win it all, they need him, I think.
I do too. Yeah. I think oddly he could be a legit difference maker.
But he's back, but for how long?
Back for how long and
he's like,
So this is from Shams.
A piece of China.
Totally, dude. Boston's Kristaps Porzingis has completed multiple scrimmages in recent days. Sounds like he's at least running. And is expected to return to action for game 1 of the finals on Thursday, barring a setback. I remember Tandler used to say this. You can never be 110% healthy. You're either healthy and you can play or you're not.
Yeah.
Like, people be like, I remember in football, like if a player was hurt and then the bye week was the following week, it's like, we'll just rest him so he gets 2 weeks. No, dude. If he's able to play, you play.
Yeah.
And then you rest during the bye week.
So when they say they're going to give him some time off to let him rest, that means that they're not 100% yet.
It means they can't play.
Well, let's be real. Most guys are never 100% after the first game anyway.
Right. I mean, that's what Trent would always say. He's like, the best part about training camp is the best I'm going to feel all year.
Yeah.
Well,
the day he gets to training camp.
Right.
Because once practice starts.
The day of reporting.
After that conditioning test, you're no longer 100%.
Sure. I want to run through. So it's interesting as we talk about Dallas, because Dallas has got, I think if Dallas doesn't watch it, they're going to turn into the Saints, where
they have a lot of cap
trouble, man. Cap trouble all over. Dallas right now has $12 million in effective cap space. And I don't know that all their rookies have signed. I would assume they have, but I don't know that, right? And now they've got these great players that they got to figure stuff out with. I mean, CD, Micah, Dak, all need contracts. And good luck figuring all that out.
Three positions that you paid in this day and age.
3 positions you pay, and one of them, at least one of them, if not 2 of them, are in the discussion for best in the league. Yeah. I'd say Micah and CD are in that discussion.
Yeah.
Dak isn't, but he's a top 10 player at a premium position.
Yep.
So the flip side of that is, what about Washington? Adam Peters has talked repeatedly about optionality, about wanting flexibility going forward. And we know they signed a lot in free agency.
Yeah.
But by and large, they signed guys to 1-year deals.
They didn't sign anybody that really hurts them.
Dude, I mean, Luvu and Armstrong got legit guaranteed money into a 2nd and 3rd year. I want to say Biotish did too. Just about everybody else is, I got nothing on the hook for next year, or if I do, it's something I can eat.
Yeah, but it's the way that they position themselves to where if the guys play well, they can do something else. If they don't, they could keep moving.
Well,
but I think they ultimately wanted to get a culture established quickly.
Sure.
With veteran players that they think understand exactly what they want to do.
I agree with that completely. We've now got the numbers. Overthecap.com has crunched the numbers to let us know kind of exactly what Washington is in position to do, should they do it. I also think there is an interesting situation where I believe it was last Friday. What day is today? June 4th?
Tuesday.
So what day was June 1st? Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Saturday was June 1st?
Yeah.
June 1st on the NFL calendar is a pretty important date because that's when guys can get cut and you can spread out the cap hit over 2 seasons. I think when you combine June 1st with teams now getting enough time to look at their draft picks and teams now getting enough time to look at, especially as mandatory minicamps going on right now, teams now getting enough time to look at their draft picks compared to the veterans on their roster and then look at the veterans' salary on their financial ledger. Now is the time of year, especially front offices have the option of lots of things, right? But if you drafted a kid, say you didn't plan on looking at pick a position, guard, but then in the 3rd round, a kid you love fell to you and you took him, that changes the calculus for how you're going to view this upcoming season. And if you have a veteran guard you like, but maybe the number's a little bloated and he missed some time last year or whatever, you're going to start to consider what your options are. And if you're going to do right by the player, and not every situation allows to do right by the player, and not every organization does right by the player.
True.
But there are plenty that do and plenty of situations that do. If that confluence of events occurs where you can do right by the player and it's best for the organization, you release them now. So they're getting signed long before camp. They get a real chance to listen. It ain't early free agency, but there's still enough teams with cap space.
It's just the right thing to do sometimes. Like the player, you didn't let him go earlier because it was going to hurt you. So now you get to this position and you're like, okay, boom, because he may not be in your plans.
Or earlier he was in your plans and then somebody fell to you in the draft you weren't expecting, and now your plans change.
Yep.
What could happen for Washington depends on how much money they have. How much money they have, I'll tell you when we come back. Before we go, I'm going to tell you how much money you can save getting your father a gift package from Omaha Steaks. That's right. Father's Day is right around the corner, and you need to go to omahasteaks.com, use the promo code JP at checkout, and get a gourmet gift package for Father's Day. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. Endless flavor, endless variety, and endless value. They've got these awesome tomahawk ribeyes. They've got the bacon wrapped fillets, legitimately the best hot dogs on the planet. They curate these special gift packages for your dad. You're going to love it. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code JP, and you get exclusive savings. Trust me, no ties, no socks, no weird sweaters. It's the middle of June, man. Just get them some steak so they can grill out and watch the U.S. Open. That's what dads want, I promise. omahasteaks.com, promo code JP at checkout. Omaha Steaks is the world's best beef. a cute dog.
Mm-hmm.
It is now they've done this the last couple of years, and it's they get a dog that then goes on to help folks coming back from combat, I believe. 11-year-old black lab. That's just like my old guy Banks. So they got a new dog. B. Just wanted to make sure you knew
That's
that.
cool.
All right. Cap space for Washington. This is vital. Now they don't have to spend it, and I don't think they will spend much, frankly, unless like the perfect guy emerges on the market. But they'll have $44 million in cap space going to training camp. I mean, that's significant money. And I don't know that, frankly, it's one of those things you don't really know who could emerge across the league as a target because you just don't know how that will shake out. And there's not, honestly, a lot of people on their roster they need to take care of at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you don't consider a Cosme extension because you've got the money. He was quite good.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessary at this point, though.
I agree. He was quite good last year. Prior to that, he had some injury trouble. It's also new staff, new offense, new everything. So they might just want to see it. He is going into the last year of his deal, but you would have the tag as an option for next year. But two, say he keeps playing really well and these guys decide we love this kid, we want him to be a part of our future. You call his agent in October.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nothing that stops you from doing it in season.
Yeah, but I mean, I with all the stuff going on and all the things happening right now, I think that's the farthest from anything that they should be concerned about right now.
I'm saying I'm just pointing that out as one of the few people on the roster that you'd even consider it with. Because I mean, unless John Allen was unhappy that he doesn't have any guaranteed money, and you wonder if there's not a way to maybe lower his cap number and elongate that process. But I don't know that there's a desperate push for that.
No.
Like their roster, I don't know how good they're going to be.
They're trying to build they should be more concerned about winning games than trying to make some individual happy.
Well, all I'm saying is, I don't know how good this roster is, but from a salary cap standpoint, they're in great shape.
Yeah.
Like there's no pressing, like juxtapose it with Dallas that has great players, but they got to figure something out because they got to spend
play
a
right
whole bunch
into
of
it
money.
what Adam Peters talked about, though. You know, we're in a position where we're great with the salary cap. We don't have anybody to have to worry about. But if we decide we want to move on with somebody next year or do something good, we have all the capabilities of doing it. So I think they position themselves just right.
I agree. And this year, to me, I've said this repeatedly, is about clarity.
Mm-hmm.
Clarity at the quarterback position. The best thing that can happen for Washington is we get to Christmas and it's like, damn, no doubt about it, Jaden Daniels is the quarterback of the future.
Mm-hmm.
That is by far the best thing that can happen.
100.
You know what the second best thing is? We get to December and it's like, yo, this ain't it. We got to keep swinging the hammer. Like we got to keep finding a new quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You just want clarity above all else.
Yeah.
And by far you hope it's that this is the guy. But if
I
not,
hope the God that they made the decision and did that, it ain't that in December.
Right.
You know?
Me too. I'm just saying, but you want to know because if you're able to get through this year and Jaden is the guy, then you can have an offseason like Houston did, where they went out and got better because they think they're competing right away, and you're competing while the quarterback's on a rookie.
They helped their quarterback out too.
Yo,
yeah.
And while they can spend the money elsewhere because you can't talk contract with any player until they played 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you want to, you can't.
Yeah. You can start planning for it though.
Sure.
You can sure start planning for it.
I mean, dude, if you look at 25, now these projections won't always hold, right? But if you look at 25, now you're going to have to sign people because you need people to play. But if you look at 25, Washington has $87 million in cap space. Again, you're going to have to sign people, but they really don't have a lot of folks on long-term contracts.
Yeah.
You just drafted 9 kids. Technically you got undrafted guys on your roster, but like of people with guaranteed money. How about this, B? This is astonishing. On the 2025 roster, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 players with guaranteed money.
Mm-hmm. That'll be different by the time we get there, though.
They have all the control.
Yeah.
Which is pretty remarkable.
But eventually they got to start spending some of that money and be not that far under the cap if they're going to be competing.
Well, and
they hope they can compete without spending, but they got to spend some of that money.
I don't believe Daniels has signed yet. So when he signs, will impact this as well. Mm-hmm. But it's not going to have a dramatic impact because of the rookie contracts. Here's what we are going to do. Barstool Nate will join us next. Also, Wizards introducing new boss, old boss, Brian Keefe today. We're going to bring you as much of the press conference for Keefe as we can in the 12 o'clock hour, I think, Landini. So Nate Dogg next. We're going to talk some baseball with Mark Zuckerman at noon. We're going to hit Brian Keefe, giving away some Martin Lawrence tickets at 12:45.
Martin.
And Nikki Jabvala joins us at 1. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. When you hear that song, means we get to talk to our friend, Mr. Barstool, Nate, Little Nate X, Eric Nathan, man of many names. Hello, Nate Dogg. How do you do?
My friends, my boys, how are you? Happy June 4th. What's going on?
Not much, bro.
We're chilling, bro. What's happening?
Getting ready for some NBA playoffs, some Stanley Cup finals. Life with the Commanders. We're chilling. We're grinding out the summer months. What are you doing?
I mean, same. I'm great weather. Excited for the Stanley Cup finals. I've been preaching that the Oilers have to move Connor McDavid so he can finally get into a Stanley Cup, and they didn't move him, and they overcame every odd, in my opinion, they got a goaltender to come down from the heavens and actually play well when he needed to, and now they are going up against the juggernaut Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup finals. Everything that I know says take Panthers in 5, but I am not counting out the Oilers anymore. They surprised me a ton. They might have it. They have all the offense needed. I mean, they only had 10 shots the other night, which kind of goes against what I just said. But when you have Connor McDavid, who's the best player of our generation, I will not count you out anymore.
Yeah, I think I'm rooting for him. I'm just like rooting for Canada, which is kind of an odd sentence. But
yeah, it's crazy. But you also root for odd countries all the time that you have no ties to at all.
That's not true.
Yeah,
Not
World Cup,
true.
every 4 years you pick a random Scandinavian country that you claim you're from.
None of that's true. I rooted for Scotland because my dad's from Scotland, and you've never stopped giving me a hard time.
Because you came in waving a flag and wearing the jersey and wearing
I got a jersey. My cousin sent me one from over there.
He had a fake accent.
That's
Tell me he didn't go that
You
far.
remember that, B. Mitch? It was insane.
You were
He
there.
fucked
I had no fake accent. I can't do the Scottish accent at all.
Yeah, you tried. Everybody was uncomfortable.
He can't do the Pepe Le Pew neither.
That one I do well. Nate just lies about stuff. It's pretty remarkable. I mean,
none of this is lies.
It's similar to your Carson Wentz takes.
Hey, sometimes you miss on takes. It's okay. If you're not firing, then you're not living.
I wanted to ask you, dude. They cut the kicker. Were you at all surprised?
I mean, that's how you know it's June 4th. We're talking about kickers. No, I wasn't surprised. Obviously they did their due diligence. Something was askew on that flight, and they got rid of him. It stinks that we cut Joey Slye because now we need a kicker once again. But very June 4th at 11:06 question is how I feel about the kicker. We'll get a kicker. There's plenty of kickers. I'm not worried about the kicker situation. I'll say if a kicker is our biggest worry, we're in a good spot.
I tend to agree with you. I think the kicker made it such that he was getting cut, period. And,
you're a kicker. Like, you follow the rules, dude. Like, stop being a weirdo on plane. You're a kicker.
Dude, when is the first Commanders game you remember watching?
Oh, my God. So I was born in 88. God, I'd probably has to be like first grade. So it'd be like 94. Like, I think I missed like the Super Bowls and stuff, but I have vague memories of sports 94? Like in first grade-ish. I have memories of watching sports. Does that make sense?
Yeah, roughly. Yeah. So you never, the best team you saw was Robert? The best team you actually saw was probably 99. I remember like rooting for them in elementary school and stuff, but it's like doing your social studies homework. I think 2012 is the best team that I've ever seen. That 99 team was definitely better, but they didn't have the hype of
the electricity.
Yeah, the electricity.
Yeah, like we would go to school in like our like Brad Johnson jerseys and like Mark Brunell jerseys, and Michael Westbrook was like probably the first player I remember like really being like, that's my guy, Michael Westbrook. Like that's but the team, when you don't have a quarterback growing up, like it was always just like a different jersey every year.
Totally.
So yeah. It's tough, but this current generation, they don't know how good they have it. Every Washington fan who's like 3 years old right now, they're going to grow up with a franchise quarterback, a brand new stadium, state of the art, everything. It's good to be a child in Washington, D.C. right now.
It really is, dude. If you think about, we even had PFT say this the other day, and I think PFT has never mentioned the Wizards once in years of coming on the radio with us.
Yeah, I don't think he.
Remember he randomly did the other day. He's like, I'm even excited for the Wizards right now.
Yeah, I mean they got people in place now that seem to know what they're doing, and I think that should give you some level of excitement.
This is not even a hot take. The Nationals are set. This ownership situation is annoying, but the fleece job that they did in that Soto trade has set the Nats up for the next decade with pitching and hitting. It is remarkable how every single piece of that trade, as we know it right now, what we got in return is hitting. They're even the throw-ins are going to be major league, regulars. It's pretty insane how set up the Nats are right now.
The pitching right now for the Nats seems so impressive that if the bats just kind of come along, I think, there was a serious push to bring James Wood up and they didn't. Then he got hurt. So you kind of understand it a little bit more, but I don't know, man. There are legit reasons to be excited about all four teams. I wonder though, who excitement for the Commanders, I think, is so earned because there was a factor in play for 2 decades that prevented them from really being able to sustain anything.
Mm-hmm.
That factor's been removed. Who of the four, though, is the closest to an actual title?
I think that's such a fun question. And the reason is...
What's that?
Right now, none of them.
I think it's not.
Oddly, our beloved Wizards. So I think basketball is the most fascinating sport for this question because one guy can, change everything overnight for any NBA team. And usually, you need a top pick. And then there's guys like Luka and Giannis and stuff who get taken later in the draft. The Wizards have never, ever hit on a draft pick, I think, in any of our lives. John Wall, Brad Beal are the 2 best draft picks of our lifetimes, and they did nothing here. So, it only takes one guy in the NBA.
Is that right? Are those the 2 best? Because Gill was a free agent. Antoine wasn't drafted here.
Nope.
Damn.
Which come? Tough Juice.
Jarvis Hayes
came here.
Grant wasn't drafted here, right?
But see, the thing, you're right though, Nate.
JaVale
One person
McGee?
can make a difference, but the question you have to ask yourself: do they have that person on the roster now, and is that person in the draft this year?
They do not have that person on the roster now, but that's what you're hoping is randomly some guys just slip through the cracks and other teams hit on them and they go on runs. The Wizards have never done that.
Mm-hmm.
It only takes one, though. You would think in 55 years, you can hit on one. For every Kwame, there's a Wemby. We always come up with the Kwames. We just need to hit on a Wemby.
Right. Well, dude, even this year, if they had gotten Wemby looks awesome, but number 2 last year, the kid Scoot, I don't know what kind of year he had, but there was a lot of excitement. Now they land number 2 this year in what's considered kind of a down draft. Next year is supposed to be loaded. Maybe they finally get the one they want. I remember the Anthony Davis draft, and Anthony Davis has dealt with a ton of injuries, whatever. But when he's right, he is a legit superstar, and they won. It was a bubble title, but they won a title.
It was a Mickey Mouse title.
I agree, but if the Wiz had landed Anthony Davis, I think they should have been 1 or 2 that year, and instead probably fell to 5 or whatever, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Wizards did the dumbest thing you could possibly do. They didn't tank in the Wemby year. They tanked in the worst draft year maybe in NBA history. And then next year, Cooper Flagg's going to go number 1, who's the new can't miss, phenom guy. And we might not be bad enough to get him next year. So credit, the Wizards are funny like that. We have the number 2 pick this year in a terrible draft when sandwiched between two very good draft years. But that's our Wizards, baby. Nothing comes easy with them for the last 50 years.
So the Wiz got Beal at 3 the Anthony Davis year. It went Davis, then Michael Kidd Gilchrist to Charlotte, then Beal, then Deion Waiters, Thomas Robinson. I mean, honestly, looking at that list, they didn't do that bad. They might have gotten the second best player, unless, scrolling down, I'm missing something.
Like, if you want to talk about best Wizards picks of all time, go like in the last 30 years. Juwan Howard, maybe 1994.
They didn't draft Weber, right? They traded for Weber.
Yeah, yeah. Richard Hamilton, Rip out of UConn, but like
that was good, and then they traded him.
I like Rip.
MJ wanted Stackhouse.
Yeah, MJ wanted UNC guys, and so he traded everybody we had for old UNC guys. That was smart.
That didn't work out very much. Very well.
Damn,
not great. Nick Young, I'll forever love him.
JaVale, baby.
Yeah,
we are leaving out the draft night GOAT of all Wizards draft picks.
Yeah, he was great. The girlfriend was great.
Jan Vesely.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you say that. Sorry.
Yeah. He's forever the GOAT. He's forever the legend of DC.
He was the GOAT for having a hot girlfriend, but he was not very good.
Has anyone ever had a better draft night to actual performance, like a bigger gap in draft night performance to actual player than that dude? I don't know that anyone has.
No.
Ever in any league.
No. It would be almost impossible, I would say.
Now this is peak June 4th content right here.
Hey, I could talk about old Wizards that didn't pan out forever because, like, it's like drafting 2023 Carson Wentz, already. It's like we don't even get the good years. We just draft the bust immediately, and then we just watch it happen in front of our eyes. It's very fun.
The following year, 2013, the Wiz took Otto Porter with the 3rd overall pick. Porter was all right.
That was a terrible draft. That was the Anthony Bennett year.
Yeah. Sure was.
All right.
That was Alex Len year. I wanted Alex Len so bad.
The Terp. Is he still in the league?
He is. If you're 7 foot, you're in this league forever.
He's still around a long time.
Especially if you can jump, if you can shoot a little bit.
Yeah, he's in Sacramento. He's lighting the beam in Sacramento.
Light the beam. 2014, it looks like the Wiz traded their pick.
It was 2014. I don't remember that year.
Wiggins went number 1. Embiid went 3rd. Julius Randle 7th. I don't know. This is a depressing game, although it is kind of fun. Dude, this is a total. We're talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the BetQL guest line.
I hope people listening just like this is just casual chit chat like we would do at a bar, just talking about old Wizards. I could do this literally forever.
Yeah, I mean, they have been my team my entire life, and it's my favorite team ever was Strickland, Weber, Howard. I think Rasheed Wallace was on that team.
That was a good team.
They just immediately broke them up.
We don't want them to be good.
C-Web got popped for a bag of weed, and they're like, "Oh, we got to tear this apart."
The Zards traded their 2014 first-round pick for Gortat.
Great.
Yeah.
What was the draft? They traded Mike Miller and could have had Steph Curry.
Yeah, that was 2009. They traded for Mike Miller and Randy Foye with the 5th overall pick because there was nobody worth drafting.
And where did Steph go?
Like 9 or something.
7. So that's when Minnesota took 2 point guards right ahead of Steph. They went Ricky Rubio, Johnny Flynn at 5 and 6, and then Steph went 7.
It's not just the Wizards that messed up then.
Oh, no. Minnesota set their franchise back decades with the Ricky Rubio. Johnny Flynn out of Syracuse was electric, but he was not worth the 6th pick in the draft. I'll tell you that.
Yo, who's the dude from Wisconsin the Wiz just drafted? Like 3 years
Johnny
ago.
Davis. They're saying he might be the worst lottery pick to ever be picked. He can't even shoot. He's like a Ben Simmons when it looks like he doesn't even know what hand to shoot with. He's such a mess.
Was that the last pick of who was after Ernie? Tommy? Right?
Tommy Shepard?
Yeah. Shepard for a while. I do believe in the Winger Dawkins part of the universe. I have a belief. So Brian Keefe, I don't know if you're aware of this, Nate. Keefe is getting introduced today as the official head coach. He was interim head coach when they canned Unseld. I like that decision. I don't think now is the time for them in this stage of the Wiz rebuild to go pay a bunch of money for some high name head coach. Let this dude see. Apparently, this dude's really good on the development side at OKC. Let him try to develop and
get out the way.
Who was it? We had Chase Hughes on the show, or it might have been Abel Wallace. One of the two Wizards reporters explained basically the Wiz still owe the Knicks a draft pick, a lottery protected draft pick.
Really?
Through, I guess, the 25 season. So if they finish outside of the lottery between now, this draft, and next year's draft, they have to give it to the Knicks. And basically the way these dudes operate, Winger, Dawkins, the OKC model, is you don't give up any picks, especially first rounders.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to be bad again. And
maybe taken again.
I think the plan is to be bad again.
Yeah, they may be in on that next year's good draft.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that when you draft a dude like Koulibaly, who's a developmental guy, and then this year, Risa Shea or Sarr, whoever it is, I almost wonder if their target, let's be good date is 27. I don't know, but I think it's out there.
We're going to find out.
The very good news is we have the Phoenix Suns first round pick with no protections for the next decade. We have them dead to rights for the next decade, and they are going to be trash because they went all in on the worst big three of all time, and they're going to have to blow it up and start it over. And we have their first round pick in 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, all for that Bradley Beal.
Hold on, is that for real? They got 4 ones for Brad Beal, making $60 million a year?
Yep.
They were like,
I don't want to question you. Are you sure? That seems like a lot.
That seems like too much.
Beal trade. We need I think it might be even more than 4, to be honest with you.
All right. I found
they got them a sucker then.
Dude, that is bananas.
Trying to find it.
All right,
but
hold on.
Bradley Beal doesn't even play.
Nate, Doug, I don't think you're right, man.
4 first-round swaps and 6 second-rounders.
6 second-round picks are legit, and then 4 pick swaps. So
4 first-round swaps, yes.
So they've already had one, right? Or is that? Oh, so they have the late rounder this year. They have 26 this year, I think. So then in 20, so they this year they have 2 and 26.
They have 2 future second round picks.
They also have an extra second this year. In 26, they have a pick swap. So you're saying by 26 they could be good, the Suns could be trash, and they get
we get the swaps, yes, which is huge.
But
we get swaps in 24.
It's 4 first rounds in there.
There it is. We get swaps in 24, 26, 28, and 30.
But does that mean they get to keep their own if it's better?
Yes.
Okay. That's a hell of a trade. I mean, Beal is just not the
Beal's owed $160 million over the next 3 years.
Worth all of that.
I mean, thank God the Suns got that terrible owner.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, he if he keeps doing what he's doing, and he is on the fast track to be the worst owner in sports. He meddles in everything. He plays fantasy basketball with his team, and he apparently behind the scenes is a complete lunatic, which I kind of like in an owner when they're not my owner. I like watching it, but yeah, that guy is a nut.
Mm-hmm.
He seems nuts. It's also interesting watching Mark Cuban not be involved with the Mavs. He wasn't on the podium when they got the trophy. Did you notice that?
Yeah, well, if you remember, he sold his majority share of the team.
He had to.
But it was also, we were kind of led to believe that he was still the boss, but doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I don't know the full details of that. He sold the team, but he still sits on the floor, but he's not involved, but he is involved. I don't know. He's worth so many billions. He might just not even care anymore. It's just, he
cares about something, man.
Yeah.
Money's sick. Can we raise a few bill between us and buy a team?
No, I don't. That'd be the last thing I do. If I get a bill.
You don't want to buy
what would you do?
Yeah, not buy a team. I do a lot. I'm gonna try to make that billion become a lot more. I'm not buying a basketball team though.
I mean, the people that have bought basketball teams have made that billion come a lot more.
I hear you. I'll go for a football team if I go for a basketball team.
Yeah, but you need more than $1 billion.
Yeah, but you're not gonna get a billion for a basketball team right now.
Bemis, you have yourself starting by like week 3?
Nah, not at all. I'm done playing football, Nate.
If I
leave it to little people like you.
We gotta go, dude. Thank you.
I'd be playing safety by week 3 for sure.
Goodbye, Nate.
Your team be giving up 300 yards a quarter.
All right, that's our friend Barstool Nate. He's clearly out of his mind. Give him a follow at Barstool Nate. We come back. 7 teams around the league that have really helped their quarterback. Is Washington one of them? I saw this band at 930 Club in like 2011. Does that seem fair, Landfill? No, maybe like 2007. Does that seem reasonable? B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, I wanted to briefly address this Monica McNutt thing. We have breaking news from the Commanders, and I want to go through 7 teams that helped their quarterbacks. Let's start with the news. Commanders announced new exclusive television broadcast partnership with WUSA 9, CBS here in D.C. 2 preseason games and then a bunch of shows during the season. I assume this is official. You're calling the games. Can we say that? Are we waiting?
Yeah.
All right. Boom. There you have it. So the 2 games, one in New York, one in Miami.
Yeah.
Because then the third is
It's here.
Sunday night broadcast.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Sunday night, Monday night.
I think it's Sunday the 25th.
25th, yeah.
So that's cool. I think there'll be some cool content for folks to enjoy. Briefly, can we touch on this Monica McNutt thing? And I think you and I maybe not great at doing this. You also like how I didn't try to make that news a joke. I just read the news. We both know Monica and have for a long time. I think what she said to Stephen A. was totally fair. And I kind of think what he said, how he addressed her on his podcast was pretty unfair.
Yeah. I agree. I just think that, Steve likes to be the guy who wants to talk a lot. And then when someone says something that kind of hurt him, he always lashes back. Sometimes you're wrong, bro. And for him to think that he basically made all of those young ladies, stop that.
Totally. And I am getting to a point where I have WNBA conversation fatigue. And it's going to be a really interesting week here because Angel Reese comes to town Thursday night to play the Mystics, and then Caitlin Clark comes to town Friday night to play the Mystics. They moved both those games to Capital One Arena. Like, I think all of that is awesome. I hope people enjoy the games.
Yeah.
Doc Walker in the building. Doc looks like a badass Harley guy.
They are riding a hell of a lot of momentum right now. You have to keep that going because people are not going to just stay around just because of what happened last year. You have to make sure it keeps being like that. And I think that goes in any sport. I don't care if it's ladies or men. If you don't carry on the momentum, it's not going to be there. People are not going to keep coming.
Agreed. This Brian Keefe presser's coming up at noon. I wonder if we get to hear from Winger and Dawkins as well, or at least one of the two of them. I kind of figure we will, but I guess we'll find that out. Also, it looks like the O's just made a trade for Julio Teheran. They could use a starter, so that's good news. All right, but I want to get to this. Landfill sent this out, and I haven't looked at it yet. I don't know if you have. What team do you think helped their quarterback the most this offseason? NFL team.
I think Chicago helped the team out a lot. I think Houston helped their quarterback out.
I was thinking Houston.
Hell, Kansas City helped their quarterback out again by going and get him a speedster. He made it happen without a speedster. Now he got a speedster.
Having their quarterback helps everybody out.
Yep.
But dude, this NFL.com thing that Landini sent over starts with the Ravens. I'm reading this. Yes, their offensive line is being rebuilt after losing both starting guards and their starting right tackle, but the Ravens drafted 2 O-linemen and have a proven track record of developing young players. Why is Lamar Jackson really smiling this summer? Because Derrick Henry can be the bulldozer at the goal line, and offensive coordinator Todd Monken said he wants the prolific running back to be the closer. For the past 5 seasons, Jackson has been the Ravens' leading rusher. In that time, Baltimore led the league in rushing 3 times, including 2023. The Ravens fielded a top 5 scoring offense last season, and Henry should allow them to bleed the clock and shorten games. A boon for the team with championship aspirations.
Mm-hmm.
How do you see Henry and Lamar working? Same backfield.
If you try to stop Henry, Lamar kills you. If you focus on stopping Lamar, Henry kills you. I think that's going to make their team even better. They already were tops when it comes to running the ball in the league. Having Henry now, if he can still run the ball effectively like he has, who do you stop? Which one you let do it? You know, if you try to protect the edges and you leave stuff up the middle, he's going to kill you.
The thing I'm most curious about, because I think at this point, you know, Lamar's track record of regular season success stands on its own.
Yeah.
The guy's really good. In the postseason, he struggled as a passer.
Yeah.
And, you know, we were both at that AFC title game last year. It seemed like he was pressing every throw, trying to go deep when you could have just fought your way back into that game. I think what could help Lamar tremendously in the postseason is if their play action game is better.
Yeah.
And I think with a guy like Derrick Henry has led the NFL in rushing attempts for the last 5 seasons. And you can question the durability if you want to. I believe in the 4 seasons he's led the league in rushing attempts, he's missed 2 games out of 4 years. So by and large, he's durable. Now, the YPC dipped a little last year. 4.2, that's his lowest of his career. But that team was also bad, and they largely had bad quarterback play.
What was he last year?
It was still 4.2.
4.2. Can't complain about that. Other people be jumping for joy.
I mean, you could argue there's 2 sides to the coin, right? Where, okay, now he's going to be in a good quarterback play with an explosive offense, and things will be more open for him. You can also argue there's a lot of tread on those tires, man. Like he's
could be, but you know what though? If he still has it, that Lamar being your quarterback will help.
Yeah.
And I think those receivers out there, they need to get better. They have to produce a little bit more.
I thought Zay was really good as a rookie.
He gotta lower his emotions sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, he made, a play in the AFC title game that probably cost him. Lamar threw some terrible picks too. I think receiving going forward, if you get Andrews healthy for the year, but they did develop that kid Isaiah Likely. I mean, they're just going to keep building. It's what they do. Jeff, as the Ravens mean so much to you, how do you view the what is the bust potential to you of Derrick Henry and Lamar in the same backfield? Very low?
I think it's very low because it's now at the point in time where even though, Derrick Henry is a little older in his career, he still tote the ball. Now you have defenses have to overcompensate for both, Lamar and Derrick Henry because at any time, either one of them can break a big run.
Gotta be.
I think the thing about even an offensive coordinator that has both Lamar and Henry, they're going to have to still understand you can't just say, oh, I got those two, I'm going to just run. You got to become creative with that and utilize their running abilities to open up your passing game.
If you're Todd Monken, or hell, even if you're John Harbaugh, wouldn't you would it not be in advance for your offense if Lamar isn't your leading rusher?
Yeah.
You don't want to take away any of the explosive stuff, but if you don't have to lean on the design stuff,
yeah,
right?
That should help. But I think with Derrick Henry, the defense is saying, which one should we stop?
The only thing my only reluctance, I suppose, and it's pretty minor, is Henry is a volume shooter. You know what I mean? Like he's the type of back that you want to get a ton of carries. So you get into late third, fourth quarter situations, he closes you out, And I wonder that if Baltimore can get him those reps, but they run the ball so much, they've just always divided it up between a lot of backs that I don't think it necessarily changes their offense. It's just going to one guy versus
But the
3.
thing about it is, if they are getting him those numbers, your receivers have to be winning because they're going to get a lot of one-on-one. And I think that's the thing where when Lamar is shut down, they rush 4 and they drop the 7, and they make it tough for him to throw. If you got Derrick Henry, you're not rushing 4. So I think it opens things up more, man, defines things more for them as an offense now.
Quick break. Mark Zuckerman at noon. Then we're going to do a whole bunch of Wizards as Brian Keefe gets introduced. All right, I got a question for the room. We'll start with Landini. Cody Betts is a friend of the program, right? We all value Cody Betts. Comes on once a week for
Cody Betts is a weirdo
for
too.
real or fake. Cody Betts is a weirdo. If you follow Cody Betts' social media, he's in Atlantic City for the first time.
For the first time?
Yeah, that's how I understand it.
Wow.
He just continues to post about how awful Atlantic City is. And if you haven't been to AC in a while, AC, when there was nowhere else to gamble besides Vegas, had a little juice to it. But as casinos have popped up everywhere, and now you can sports bet everywhere, AC hasn't really aged very well.
Yeah.
I'd rather hang out in Philadelphia than Atlantic City. Just a quick look at some of Cody's recent tweets. I need to know if anyone has ever won money on slot machines in Atlantic City. This place is awful. That was 13 hours ago. Cody, 2 hours ago. One more attempt playing Atlantic City slots. Down to the nubs. As close to busto as possible. Need an epic comeback. 1 hour ago. Atlantic City is so awful. I wouldn't recommend this place to anyone. Here's my question. I believe he's been there since at least Saturday.
Uh-huh. Why are you still there?
Leave.
Yeah. You can stop at two places on your way home that's probably better than that.
You can stop. I mean, literally, on the way home, he lives in Ashburn. You can stop at Maryland Live.
Maryland Live, MGM, better than that.
MGM.
Yeah.
He can stop at the joint in Baltimore, the Horseshoe. Isn't there another one above Baltimore? Like up by Havre de Grace? Isn't there a casino up there?
I don't know. But what hotel, what casino is he going to in Atlantic City?
Unless you go to Borgata, everything else
looked like it was on some of those old mafia movies and stuff.
Right.
And it smelled like cigarettes.
Right.
But the Borgata is the only one that's kind of Vegas-like.
Why is he still there? We're going around the room. Landfill. Why is Cody still in Atlantic City when he's clearly miserable?
He's with his new lady and she's not ready to
Hold
go.
on. I can provide an update.
Oh,
he keeps tweeting these awful things. He just told me, he just tweeted out, I spent $500 at this casino and they gave me this shirt. B, look how wrinkly this shirt is. And it says, glitter bar, I got glittered.
Look like they pull that out of somebody's bag.
Right. So I replied,
I got glittered.
I got glittered. That's not even a shirt that he's supposed to be wearing.
I said, why are you still there? And he said, I don't leave till tomorrow morning. So he's miserable, and yet he's staying.
First of all,
a whole
if
nother
you
day.
are spending your money, Cody, you leave when you want to.
Landfill, why is Cody Betts still there?
because he's a degenerate.
Degenerate, or he got kidnapped.
Maybe he's kidnapped. Maybe it's the same alien that took over Russell Wilson.
Hmm?
Jeff, why is Cody Betts still there?
Obviously, he have to be because he has to. It's something work or something because, dude, my grandmother used to take me to Atlantic City when I was a kid, and it was always the worst trip ever. Get out of there, Cody.
B. Mitch, why is Cody still there?
Because he's crazy. I just told you he's a weirdo. If I don't, let's be real, he's a weirdo. Because if you don't like something and you keep staying, then you're a damn fool.
Yeah, like at a certain point, it's on you. I think he's on a bachelor party, but just call it quits, dude.
Hey, man.
See if the O's are
If they're
Camden
having
Yards.
that much bad time, that bachelor party going to be a waste anyway.
I feel like forcing somebody to spend a weekend in Atlantic City should be like the punishment if you lose at fantasy football or something.
Right. Especially non-Borgata division.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you get to go stay at, is the Taj Mahal still alive? Like, I mean, and there's cool spots on the Jersey Shore. You could just drive north or south and have like a fun night out.
Yeah.
Or I just looked it up. The Phillies are playing the Brewers tonight. That is a good baseball. The Brewers are good. The Phillies might have the best record in baseball. Just drive to Philly. Stay there for the night.
But he might go there and mention that he's a Commander fan and he'll get beat up.
They also have casinos in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I was headed for one of them when I ended up going over the Walt Whitman Bridge.
In Philly.
Yeah.
Have fun.
There are better options. I mean this to all the people out there. If you're stuck in a bad situation,
leave.
Get the hell out of it.
Yeah.
When we come back, we're talking baseball, Nats baseball, a fun Nats season so far with our guy, Mark Zuckerman. All right. Shout out to Nucci for bringing the world's largest bourbon bottles I've ever seen. Also, shout out to Leon Duncan. I'm eating the salad you brought me last week, and you made fun of Jeff, and it hurt his feelings. So double shout out to Leon. I mean, seriously, put this on the stream. This is the biggest bottle of bourbon in bourbon history. I mean, this is bananas. Nucci, thank you, buddy.
Hey.
It's like you just won the French Open, which Novak Djokovic will not be winning. He just had to withdraw with a knee injury. Time to get to the BetQL guest line, though, and welcome in our friend, Mr. Mark Zuckerman. Zuck, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Hey, guys, I got breaking news. It just happened as you were calling me.
Okay.
Trevor Williams supposed to start tonight for the Nationals, going on the IL with a flexor strain, and they're calling up a left-hander from the minors named DJ Hurst, who's going to make his major league debut tonight against the Mets.
Oh,
wow. Well, knowing what you do for a living, do you need to go? Because we understand if you do.
No.
Okay.
I just tweeted it, so I'm good. I'm good for it.
Okay. Well, dude, that's a great place to start because you'll know this way better than me, but I believe Trevor Williams, when he arrived here, had kind of been removed as a starter in New York and was kind of a placeholder, but he's played really well this year. Now, obviously, there's an injury, it kind of changes it, but I'm curious. The Nats, let's start there. What do you know about the injury? What do you know about the kid that's starting tonight?
Yeah, I don't know much about the injury. I mean, we hadn't heard of any previous issue there, and I'm trying to think back to his last start, and I think it was still a good one when he pitched in Atlanta. So, it's a flexor strain. That's the thing that Josiah Gray had, although there are a lot of different degrees of severity with that kind of thing. So I don't want to come out and say, oh, he's going to miss months now or whatever. He'll obviously miss at least a few weeks. He has pitched extremely well for them, surprisingly so, and probably is their number one trade chip this summer, given the way he's pitched and given how valuable, a good quality veteran starter is. So that could be an interesting wrinkle to all this if he is out for a while. We're in early June, so if he's just coming back or not even back by the trade deadline, that throws a wrench into a lot of things. So we'll find out more about that. DJ Hurst is a left-hander they got in the Jamer Candelario trade last summer. He was their kind of big trade chip at the trade deadline last year. Came from the Cubs. He was in spring training this year. A guy that they've looked at as somebody that they're interested in, either as a starter or a reliever. He's had some command issues. When he throws strikes, he's been pretty good. My guess, without having had time to really look through this, is that he was on schedule to start tonight or in the next day or two, and so it worked out for him to be the guy. He maybe wouldn't have been the next one called up if they had more time to prepare for it, but chances are this was the one that lined up right for them, and so that's why he gets the assignment.
So the scale of like 1 to 10 excitement level, this is like a 7-ish level of excitement for watching this prospect get his first start?
Yeah, it's funny. I would probably put him in the same category as Mitchell Parker in terms of like what we thought he was in spring training. Yeah. So now, again, somebody that we said, okay, he's probably going to make his debut sometime this year, but he's not a top prospect. He's not somebody you really are getting that excited about. Well, we saw that worked out with Mitchell Parker. Not to say the same thing's going to happen with DJ Hurst, but I'd put him in that same category at least of prospect. And if he can do what Parker has done or what Jake Irvin, who was kind of in the same boat last year, I mean, that would be huge for them. I would put the bar, kind of low, just knowing what we know, but we put the bar low on some other guys, and they've turned out to exceed it by a whole lot. So let's see what he maybe turns into.
So that's what I'm most curious about. They've built this pitching staff, right? That is good, and they've got a really good back of the bullpen. How much do we believe in this as like all right, first 3-ish months of the season, good start versus like, this is something they might have going forward for years?
Well, the pitching part has been so encouraging and unexpected in a lot of ways. And to me, it's even if, 1 or 2 of them don't continue on this path, and not to say that we thought Trevor Williams was going to keep this up or anything, but I think we know Mackenzie Gore has the ability to be really good. He struggled last night, but we know he can be good. Irvin has taken a big step forward. Parker has been a revelation. They're going to get Josiah Gray back here, probably within a few weeks. Cade Cavalli is a few weeks away from coming back from Tommy John surgery. You put that all together and you say, okay, there are at least 4, hopefully quality big league starters in there, maybe even 5. And these are all building blocks who are going to be with you for a while. So to me, that's a really encouraging thing. I think as we look at going into the season, you would have said, okay, where are they best positioned in the long run? You say, well, they've got good position player prospects, especially in the outfield. Pitching wise, not so much. So to see the development there, I think may help, speed up the timeline and make you believe that this team could be ready to win sooner than maybe expected if the pitching depth really does prove to be as good as it's looked so far.
Mark, you came into this expecting this team to be rebuilding and things of that nature. You watched them play, and at times they look damn good. Other times they look like a young team. What kind of grade would you give them at this point?
Yeah, it's a good question, B. Mitch. I'm probably putting them in somewhere in the B range right now for this season. Like I said, the pitching has been outstanding. The offense has not lived up to their end of the deal. If they just scored, and I'm not even talking about them being a great lineup, but if they were just average or just delivered one or two more hits in the right moments over the course of the first 2 months of the season, they'd have a winning record right now. I really believe that. So that's where I think the frustration comes in, but I think also patience is required. We know eventually we're going to see some of these kids get called up. We're going to help them out. You would hope that Keibert Ruiz, he is starting to come out of his slump to start the year. Lane Thomas is healthy and hitting well now. C.J. Abrams had a great April, a bad May. He's been out for a few days now. Let's see. I think we know he's going to be good in the long run. Luis Garcia has been good. So I think there's enough there to make you believe that part's going to get better over the second half of the year. The question is, can the pitching keep it up? If they fall off, which probably wouldn't be that big a surprise if they have exceeded expectations so far, then you may start talking in the second half of the year more about instead of them losing games 2-1, maybe they're losing some games 6-5, that kind of thing. But hopefully there's more wins than losses as they play this thing out.
With this staff, and obviously the Williams injury right now kind of complicates things, but would he have been a prime trade chip, 2 months from now? He's the only one that's not under like long-term team control, right?
Right. Well, him and Patrick Corbin on the last year of his deal, but I think we know what kind of trade value he would have at this point. So, I think Trevor Williams definitely looked like the big trade chip right now, just because of how valuable pitching is. And, as bad as he was last year, he does have a track record of some success in the big leagues with the Pirates, the Cubs, the Mets, and a valuable guy who can pitch out of the rotation or the bullpen. So, you hope for everyone's sake. Number one, you hope for his own sake that he's healthy and, healthy and productive again. But just in a longer term picture from the national standpoint, you really hope he's not out for too long, because if he did have to miss extended time, it does kind of spoil that plan they probably had to try to maximize what, he's done for them so far this year and try to get a prospect in return for him.
What about, you've been in baseball your whole life, and the estimated value of closers has kind of ebbed and flowed over time. And certainly, I think Moneyball, whether it just alerted the regular baseball fans like myself, or it actually impacted kind of front office philosophy, Billy Beane's fairly outright dismissal of closers has impacted baseball. They have a really good bullpen, and if they stay kind of where they are right now, where it's an encouraging season, but they're not going to compete for a playoff spot, how many of those guys would at least be attractive trade targets for contending teams? Talking about Harvey and Finnegan especially.
Yeah, I think they would be attractive. Their names came up last year in conversations. In both cases, they're around for another year. They're not going to be free agents yet. Actually, in Harvey's case, he's got a year beyond that. So that's where it gets tricky. If they were in the last year of their deal, and you're saying, well, we're not ready to win this year, I think you do make that kind of move. But because they still have them for next year, and they've been really good, and the history of how hard of a time they've had around here building bullpens during the good years. And if you may actually have the foundation of a good bullpen going into next year for a team that you think could be ready to win again, I think you'd really have to be blown away with an offer to make those kind of moves. Not saying it couldn't happen, but I think you've got something that you've struggled so much over the years to build. Why break it up now if you actually believe that you're closer to contending again? So my hunch would be that they'll field some offers. Rizzo will always listen to that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
But I think for those guys that are under contract for another year, that he hangs on to them. That's like Dylan Floro. He's a 1-year guy. That could be a different story. I think you would move him. But Harvey and Finnegan, you got something there. And as long as they stay healthy and productive and you've got them under contract for another year, I'd be really tempted to hang on to them and not make that move.
Do they have enough bats to match that pitching that they've been getting moving forward? Like you start looking at the future.
In the future, that's the hope. Yeah. Whenever James Wood comes up, whenever Dylan Cruz comes up, Brady House, you're talking about some real impact bats that can change a lot of things. And so as hard as it is to feel it right now, because they are struggling to score runs so much and they don't hit for any power, it is coming at some point. I think it's just the question of when, and can those guys be an impact on this team to really turn the lineup around in time for next year or not? The hope would be yes, but none of them are here yet. And so a lot can happen. James Wood's on the IL at AAA right now with a hamstring injury. Cruz is doing a lot better. House has been pretty good this year, but they're still at AA. So I'm watching that. When are those two guys moved up to AAA? When does James Wood come off the IL? He'll be the first one that we see, ideally. And then those other two, maybe we see him before the end of the year. But you'd really like to believe that come 2025, they're all a part of the lineup. And I think that gives this lineup a totally different look than what we've seen this year.
You take those. So let's start with what is the status with Wood's injury? It's a hammy, right?
Yeah, hamstring. I want to say it was about 10, 12 days ago that he got hurt. I didn't get the sense that this was like a major, tear months kind of thing. But you also know that knowing them, they're not going to force the issue there with a top prospect. They're going to take it slow and make sure that he's good. And then once he's healthy, they're going to want him to start playing again at AAA and have some success before they make the move. The shame of this is he was on track, I think, to be called up right around now. I was kind of looking at this homestand this week as a potential time for it, and then the injury happens, and so that's unfortunate. So we may be pushing this back several weeks now till it happens, maybe even next month. But he's done everything they asked him to do. There's not a lot left for him to prove, I don't think, at AAA. Now he's just got to get healthy and just show they didn't lose a step at all.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And I know that folks were getting frustrated by not calling him up. The injury almost makes that a little easier. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, well, now not only we're not going to call him up, but we got to let him work his way back through it. But there is a ton of excitement there. Cruz, I know, he gets drafted number 2 last year. Would they go to high A rookie ball? I know he didn't hit right away. How is he looking now at the AA level?
A lot better. He got off to a slow start to the season, but he has hit very well over the last month. Now, you look at the total numbers, and you're not blown away by it, but he's been solid and starting to hit for some power as well, and average. And so, yeah, I'm really interested in that one. By July 1st, are they ready to move him up to AAA? If they do that, I think there's a chance we could see him come September if he, continues to perform everywhere. If they keep him at AA longer, that seems like a tougher sell to say that he's going to be big league ready by the end of the year. Now, listen, he's drafted last year. He's got a long way ahead of him. You don't have to rush this. I think we've been kind of conditioned in recent years that these top prospects just burst through the minor leagues. They dominate. Obviously, Paul Skeens, his teammate at LSU, is already in the big leagues and dominating for the Pirates. So you want to think, oh, well, if he's not up this year, then something's wrong. I mean, no, it doesn't have to happen that quickly. That's actually not the normal way this works. But the idea was he was such a polished hitter, such an accomplished player in college that he should be on a fast track to the big leagues. Here's the thing. Even if he doesn't debut till next year, that's still a fast track. That's less than 2 years from being drafted. But I think we've kind of become conditioned to think that these things happen even faster than that.
Yeah, and I think Soto here kind of broke all of our brains about what a young player can do at such an early age. I mean,
yeah, Soto, Harper, Rendon, Turner. We had a lot of them,
right?
Unfortunately, and as much as we want to believe that's the norm, that's not the norm,
right? But wasn't Soto 20 when they called him up?
19.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's got to be. I think there's this big recalibration we're all going through, and I think as the ownership stuff maybe gets reset and the team kind of finds its firm footing again to start spending and pushing forward, I think will really help. Mark, you've covered baseball a long time, dude, and I wanted to ask you this. Independent of the Nats, this kid from Pittsburgh today gets popped for betting on the games, gets a lifetime ban. Everyone is acutely aware of the Shohei situation. And somehow this kid in Pittsburgh's banned forever, and Shohei is just fine and doesn't even have to answer any questions. But I think we're going to see this more and more in all sports. We've seen it in the NBA. We've seen it in the NFL. Do you think baseball has the gambling stuff under control, or do you think all of this stuff is just at the beginning and nobody knows where it's going?
No, I mean, we're in a brave new world here, guys. You know how easy it is for anybody to bet on sports right off your phone. And these leagues have obviously embraced the gambling companies, and that's the hard part to wrap your head around is, okay, we're going to be tough on this stuff. We're suspending guys for life if they bet on baseball. Oh, by the way, here's tonight's parlay you can get right over here.
Yeah.
And I get it. Look, there isn't a player or an employee in Major League Baseball that isn't acutely aware of what the rule is. You cannot bet on baseball. Doesn't matter where you are, doesn't matter if it's legal, wherever you are, you cannot do it. And you certainly can't bet on anything involving your own team. That's where the lifetime ban comes in for Mark Hypo. Now, we can have a broader discussion about, is it right for the league to still embrace gambling and sell it the way they do while also demanding its players and employees be so strict about it? But the rule has been clear. It's always been there. And the hope has always been that if you are caught, look at how severe the punishment is. And I think that's something that MLB has taken a lot of pride in over the years to say, you all know if you get caught, you're getting the Pete Rose treatment.
There you go.
And look what that means for him. So hopefully that's enough.
Unless you're Shohei.
Well, I mean, look, I'm just right
kidding.
now, as far as I know, there's no evidence he actually did anything. I know there's a lot of reason to think that's hard to believe, but there is no actual evidence, and they produced evidence with this guy today. So but it's going to continue to be a story. This isn't going away at all.
It's no different than anything else. There are things that everybody can go out there and enjoy that you can't if you're in a certain profession. And that's just the rule. I mean, we can look at gambling because now it's legal. Still, if it's something that's forbidden by your employee, your employer, you can't do it.
Right.
And I think guys have to remember that. So many people go, right, what's legal? It's legal to drink. Get drunk and go to practice. Get drunk and harm somebody and see what happens.
Get drunk and drive a work truck.
Yeah.
Right.
It's always been the same. It's just different things are popping up now.
These are private organizations with their own rules.
There you go.
Mark, I appreciate your time, dude. Last thing, Orioles signed Tehran to a minor league deal. Is there anything for me to be excited about here?
I wouldn't get your hopes up too much, JP. I mean, I think he signed with them in spring training, right? And then didn't make the team and then opted out.
Yeah.
Hasn't
he
made
was
it back.
on the Cubs for a second.
Yeah. And he's been around the block, used to with the Braves for a long time. Bryce Harper used to just kill him whenever they would face off back in the day. I know the Orioles have had their pitching injury, so obviously they need whatever help they can get. And maybe this is some insurance for that. But I would not expect, peak Julio Tehran at this stage of his career.
I
think the Orioles' best hope right now is to keep scoring runs as well as they are. That's their path to success.
That helps. I'm bringing my girls to the game on Sunday. Maybe I'll be able to see you. Thank you for making time for us.
Appreciate you, Mark.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Hi, brother.
Mark Zuckerman, not the founder of Facebook, the great Nationals reporter for a long time. You can follow him at Mark Zuckerman, Zuckerman. Brian Keefe introduced as the Wizards' new kind of old head coach. We got highlights from the press conference when we return. See in the building. Plug that in, Doc. Here, you want to sit with me so you can be on the stream, Doc? All right. Doc rolled in here, breaking my phone charger, all sorts of hell breaking loose. Knocking over the side. Here, plug in right there. Here, let's get you a mic.
I need to be in there with landfill.
I think we like it
Jeff.
better with you in here.
You guys see landfill. It's a conspiracy.
Why is it a conspiracy?
You guys don't be landfill and Jeff. I should be in the aquarium with the boys.
Why?
Because you guys in here, man, these are celebrities.
No.
I'm blue collar. I should be in there with
Doctor,
the guys in
can
there.
I ask you
all
this?
that line.
Stacking bricks.
You're
man.
lying, Doc.
Stacking bricks.
Have you ever seen a bottle of bourbon this large?
I have.
At B. Mitchell's house yesterday.
I don't know that I have.
We've been to a few of those.
And my first
I've
thought,
seen that. It's beautiful.
when I was in college, I knew this dude, Tim. I won't say his last name, but he had a glass drill bit. And he would make bongs out of the most interesting things.
What's the
This
bomb?
would be a good one.
It's a hell of a device, Doc. This would make for a
No, I'm
hell
just
of
saying,
a
I
bong.
don't know. I'm just asking.
It's a way to get stoned. Should anybody be interested, would make a hell of a bong. Doc, while we've got you, I wanted to ask you a few questions. Now, you know a lot about football, but I'd argue more than that, you know a lot about people. That sound right?
The longer you're on the earth, yeah, the more background you get. That's true.
So, Brian and Doc, I'm asking you guys this.
Why you asking me and Doc?
Here we go. I'm waiting on it. You're going to love this.
So, Landfill got a new hat. Shout out to Landfill.
Uh-huh.
And there's a box of gear in there.
Yeah,
Right?
nice. Crush.
I think it came from Sup Dogs, Junkie's old producer. Always sends those guys big packages and it's dope. And so Jeff was doing the move where he was holding stuff up and trying to act like he was giving it to me when he very clearly just wanted it for himself.
No, JP, stop it.
Hold on.
Bro.
Landfill, what was the article of clothing that Jeff offered me?
I think it was a 2XL shirt.
2XL.
Bro.
Yeah, he did.
I
He
didn't
offered
know.
to me too.
I didn't know what it was. I just lifted it up because you said, what shirts are those? And I said, oh, here's this. And then I said, oh, that's a 2X. Then I said, oh, JP, you can fit the XL. And then you start going, I'm good, dude. And I'm like, yo, you just
like your
asked for the
impression.
shirts. You just asked for the shirts.
Um,
And now you trying to throw me under the bus.
Landfill, what do you think was happening there?
Honestly, I would take it as a personal insult if I was you. JP's a lot of things, but a 2XL, that's not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, jerk, butthead,
Absent-minded.
Yeah, absent-minded, completely disorganized, very far right on the ADHD spectrum. I mean, there's a lot of things you could describe me, but I don't think 2XL is one of them. Now, Doc, do you think Jeff was trying to show me the jacket so I would say no and then he could just keep it?
Could be in there. But I still want to go back to the putt that B. Mitch hit yesterday at the golf tournament and the dance he did. I didn't get a great description
Jeff,
of the
please.
dance. Did you film it?
Oh, no, I'll show you how he did. He hit the
Come
putt.
in here and do it for the
He
stream.
hit the-
I got you, I
He
got
hit the putt. Okay, I want to see this.
All right.
I went putt. Now, how long was the putt?
How long was
I
the
need
putt,
a little more
Brian?
fun on that.
Here, Jeff, if you stand right here.
30.
Jeff,
Get to the door.
Because
man.
usually with B. Mitch, it's always off the tee.
stand right
Right.
here, Jeff.
But, okay. What kind of gear do you have?
My hat wasn't fitting that
What kind
bad.
of gear
though.
do you have?
What color was your shirt? I'm trying to remember now.
Blue shirt? What kind of gear do you have?
I don't blue
Was
and
he
white.
sponsored yesterday?
You know it was free, whatever he was wearing.
Well, I'm just saying. I
No,
know
no,
I was in
no,
gear.
no, no.
You didn't pay for it
I paid for all the stuff I had on yesterday.
at a steep discount.
Yeah.
Just do the dance. We don't need the butter.
Boom.
Oh, he did the whirly whirl. He did the hula hoop.
It wasn't that awful. It was similar to that, but that right there looked like Jeff doing the hula hoop.
That was like the truffle shuffle. If
That
you're
was
familiar
awful
with it.
right there.
Oh, man. Hula hoop.
Doc, can I ask you another question?
Go right here, Jay.
Do you have any concern that Derrick Henry is a volume shooter and Lamar needs the ball more than it'll allow for Henry? What's the bust potential of the big move they made in Baltimore?
0.
I think it's quite low, but yeah, 0. All right.
Based on their performance against Kansas City, I don't know how they got away from their script. I thought they were the best team in football.
They didn't run the ball in the first half.
Yeah, you try to go out there and you want to
Yeah.
score on Kansas City, you get
Yeah.
out of your of what you normally do, and then all of a sudden, once you make mistakes, they capitalize, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and John Harbaugh, I mean,
they're a hard team to come from behind with.
You know him well. I don't know why he didn't go strangle his coordinator at halftime. To this day, I'll never understand that. And I think he's a hell of a coach.
Mm-hmm.
But he let the line cook dominate the menu that day, and I didn't agree with that.
Mm.
Oh, wow. Celebrity sighting. The Rooster's in the building.
He's going to be mad at me.
Uh-oh.
See, I've taken his spot in here. This is going to really get me in deep water.
Sorry, Rooster.
He looks so forward to this.
Sorry, Rooster.
Now for the next 3 hours, I'll get tortured. He's going to come up now with every hypothetical he can think of. Okay? For the next 3 hours, I'm going to be tortured.
Doc, did you
I didn't want to do this, Chris. I told him this is your spot.
Is he
and
digging through the box now? Are you looking for fresh gear now, too?
Oh, yeah, no.
He is looking for food.
Man.
For food?
Russell gets more gear than everybody gets.
Wait, Russell's looking for food, and then he just yelled, I'm on a diet, damn it. Jeff's turning the light on. Landfill's shrinking like a vampire. A lot going on today.
What are you doing?
What's going on in there?
Russell is amused by the big bottle of alcohol.
When you guys
that's
going
right
back
here
downtown to that great restaurant?
I don't know.
Barbecue and
we do need to go back to
I've
DC
never been there.
Smokehouse. Now, Brian being Brian, he wasn't there that day, so they brought the food to him.
Of course, yeah.
It's good to be B-Mitch.
I tell you what,
Y'all something else, man.
dude.
It's also June 4th. What do you want from us?
Hey, whenever you want to bring some more food over here, I'm waiting.
Yo, wings, brisket, Brussels sprouts. That's my order.
Sprouts. It's good.
Are you annoyed that it takes so long for the NBA Finals to be played?
Not at all.
I am. I'm annoyed at most things.
You're annoyed at everything, JP.
Facts. I'm not denying that.
No, because at this point, focusing on the Nats, I'm in a bad mood because yesterday, they gave, hate to say giveaway, but when they lose, it just wrecks my disposition.
There were some poor defensive efforts last night.
Yeah, we kind of let that one slip. But and also the NHL, I know Brewster will be very happy. Anytime you can focus a little bit more on that action.
Yeah, but they're taking a damn week also.
But what if they were to start immediately and then it's over quicker and then you have really nothing to talk about? At least we got something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least it's like the anticipation.
Yeah, I got to teach you how to start looking forward.
Plus some softball action, baseball action going on.
Softball.
You got,
College softball. You're out.
Man, the girls.
B's out.
And what else is going on? You got all this Caitlin Clark stuff. So it fills in. Stuff fills in. Trust me. Weekends, we had enough. Believe me. If you ain't got nothing, brother, the weekends it'll expose you. And there was meat on the bone.
I want to. Well, and we had the Wiz introduce Brian Keefe today, and Craig Hoffman was there. Hoff's going to join us at 1:30 to talk. You guys
got Craig Hoffman?
We were able to book Craig Hoffman.
Wow.
I think B-Mitch had to threaten his producer, Anthony Haney,
that didn't take much.
to get him to come on the program. You very rarely have to encourage Brian to threaten someone. What did you offer Ant to book Hoff?
I didn't know you had booked him. So y'all lost me on that one. I heard y'all discussing though. We could call him. Now all of a sudden y'all say he's booked, so I don't know.
Landfill, what did you offer Hoff to book him for the program?
I said, you can come on the show. And he said, okay.
Or tell him there's a box of gear. Jeff has picked through all the double XLs, and you can maybe have what's left.
Well, Craig doesn't need the double XL anyway.
Yeah, I bet even Jeff wouldn't offer Craig a
That's
double
another
XL.
extremely not double XL guy.
He's less double XL than me. I've had some nights where I've had a big night, and I might look kind of bloated the next day. Maybe I could pull off a double XL on those.
I heard you went to sleep at 9:30 last night.
It was tremendous.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't see the end of the Nets game.
Yeah, I understand that.
But
I put B-Mitch in a bad position this morning.
I
couldn't
did?
believe you did that, yeah.
Oh, my rankings?
Yeah, that was not fair.
How would you rank this?
But I'm just saying it wasn't fair.
You need rest, man.
Yeah, rest
gets you ready for everything.
Everything. There
so
you go.
rest is number one of everything in the world.
You put sleep ahead of the other S?
If I'm rested, I'm gonna be a superhero at that.
Yeah.
If I'm not rested, I probably won't be a superhero at that.
Yeah, but it's like pizza, dude. You're still gonna eat the pizza.
It's about rest, though. It's about rest. See, if you're rested, you can go out with a bang at night and wake up in the morning with an explosion. Just saying.
You know how little children will say they're full, but they always have room for dessert?
Dessert, yeah.
That's how I feel about the other S. No matter how much sleep I've had, I will have the energy for that.
I don't know, bro. You hadn't had to go enough. I'm telling you. You need sleep,
Now he's
brother.
put himself in a bad spot.
What time is the rooster
You need
on
sleep.
Have we booked the rooster today? Is he available or is he too big? He might have that hit with McAfee, right?
Well, the show doesn't start till
Because
2,
if you
so
don't
he should be.
it's going to hammer me today.
Well, see, he might have McAfee next because if there's anything
Yeah.
Pat McAfee needs, it's the rooster
Yeah.
to weigh in on Caitlin Clark. That's what the world. There's not enough people expressing opinions about the WNBA.
To be honest with you, though, I know people are making it into a huge thing. Every superstar that comes young into a new league, they're going to get challenged and they're going to get roughed up. Michael Jordan was roughed
The
up.
Bulls
was he
had
not?
to get Charles Oakley.
Okay, he was roughed up. It's no different with her. If this is what I don't like about when people they want you to talk about sports, but then they want you to treat them totally different. No, it's what happens when you're the new person on the block. You're gonna get tested. That happens all the time. And don't tell me it's dirty. It's dirty to everybody. It's dirty to football players. It's dirty to basketball players, baseball. What the hell ever is going to happen? What you do, you learn how to get better from it. Michael Jordan came in as a little skinny kid. He became a muscular kid.
Yeah.
He stopped taking the trash. She's going to have to start fighting back for herself.
His strength coach is famous.
She's going to have to slap the hell out of somebody one day and say, don't ever do this again. And the
her
next person is
teammates.
coming to you.
And I don't know where you stand, but a bad team is a bad team because they don't know how to react.
Nobody. Everybody want to knock the young lady.
Coaching staff and the teammates.
Nobody touched her.
Somebody needs to be blasting these girls that are hitting her.
Nobody came up to her to get her off the floor.
Nobody.
Like they need a hockey mindset. They need an enforcer goon to
Wilson.
come in.
You know what that looked like? It looked just like when Marcus Patton slapped the hell out of Heath Schuler and the offensive line said, "Huddle up." They never said nothing to Marcus Patton.
We saw RG3
That's exactly
on the
what that
sideline.
like.
The end of the RG3 era when
you
nobody
saw
would
Kirk,
help him up.
Yeah, so listen, man. This is the thing I think people gotta understand. They want to be compared to the men's sport, want to be put into the spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
The same stuff is gonna happen. And you're gonna be put in the spotlight. And when people start to come at you, you got to begin to stand up for yourself.
Do me a favor. Get Russell in here, please.
Get Rooster on the mic for a Caitlin Clark update.
Please, okay, get a break. Bring him in here.
We got
If
Rooster.
not, he's gonna
we got
torture
Rooster
me.
on Caitlin Clark when we
Please,
come back.
please,
It's
thank
P-Mitch
you,
and Finley.
thank you. Thank you.
stream where he said the flop is huge in basketball. Now, I don't know how he landed on that conversation topic, but it's Commander Tequila's world. Now, Rooster just joined us in studio and moved away from the stream. Was that on purpose, or are you just directionally challenged, Rooster?
Rooster say he got too many followers already. He don't need no more.
I don't need any promotion. I'm such a superstar in my own mind. No, I was trying to get out of your camera shot so I didn't ruin it. You're the TV guy. I'm not. There's a reason why I'm on the radio.
Of TV guy rankings in the studio, Brian's one.
Okay, fine. You both are TV guys. I'm not. That I can confirm.
First of all,
are you keeping the goatee for the preseason?
I think you are number one when it comes to TV guys, because I'm not on TV. You on TV every damn day.
Your life is on TV. People are like, oh my God, it's Brian Mitchell. That was a pretty good impression of people yesterday, right, Jeff?
Yeah, I did hear a few people say that.
By the way, I rarely say this. Kudos to Landfill for playing Tequila Sunrise. And Eagles, great. Well, I mean, as the number one Eagles fan in the land,
he played that.
The studio.
He played that for Commander Tequila.
Yeah, I mean, it was really for me.
Are you proudly proclaiming yourself the number one Eagles fan in the land?
Absolutely. I mean,
have you seen The Big Lebowski? Do you know how the rest of us feel about the Eagles?
It doesn't matter. Landfill likes the Philadelphia Eagles. I like the Eagles, the group, the music.
That's not true. Landfill's back on the burgundy and gold.
Oh,
correct the roost. Wow. Thanks for paying attention for the last year.
I wasn't aware of this. I thought because at one point there was another radio host around here that had everybody convinced that Landfill was a Philadelphia Eagles fan. I thought his Philadelphia Eagle fandom had been maintained all this time.
When Landfill, you can speak for yourself, but I believe it was when Dan left is when everything changed, right?
That is correct. Yeah.
Way to pay attention, Bruce.
Sorry.
What are you looking forward tomorrow at OTAs?
You know what I wish they would do, because I'm selfish. They would have it at 9:00 in the morning so your boy could be there. But in lieu of that, what I'm looking for, I would love to see, like Brian Robinson said something a week and a half ago that had me so giddy like a schoolgirl. That they're going to run a lot of no huddle offense, and I don't know if it's going to be just no huddle in he meant like in traditional type 2-minute, maybe 4-minute type offense situations, or if you're down by 13 with 5 minutes left to go in the game. I think he was talking, and the way I took it, I don't know how you guys took it, is tempo by design. 0-0 week 1 against Tampa on the road, Jaden Daniels debut. No reason to run tempo, no reason to run no huddle, other than just to do it in a non-conventional situation and see if you can get your offense into a rhythm, which often happens. To me, I love the thought of that. Running no huddle, running tempo by design. So I want to see them working on it, whether it's tomorrow or next week at veteran minicamp
I think maybe
or whatever.
That's August, right?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I don't think they're in a position yet where there's a depth chart or anything, and I think you probably want to run that when it's Jaden with the people he knows he's going to be out there with.
But do you have to get everybody into a mindset, right? And I think you do.
What say you on that, B? If they're going to introduce a bunch more no huddle, when does it need to be installed?
It's probably already installed, to be honest with you. But when they start working on it or possibly let you see it, I think late August. Because what they show is going to be what they want somebody to see, and then they're going to come out with something a little different.
That's fair.
Yeah. Because they know one of you going to post it.
That's fair.
Y'all going to tweet it out as soon as they do it. So they're going to say, okay, now it's time for people to know, I got Rooster and JP here. Here you go.
Well, you know what would be interesting, too, is now, granted, until it's regular season week 1, the media gets to stay throughout the practice session, right? But they do turn off. The media is no longer allowed to film after a certain point. But when you get to training camp and there's fans there, they can film whatever they want.
Yeah.
So I wonder if you're almost better off rolling that out during mini camp where there aren't any fans, and then they tell us we're not allowed to do anything. I don't think they're going to really care that much, but
it's good. They know exactly when you out there. They know exactly when the cameras are out there.
Oh, for sure.
And
I mean, it's written in their practice script when to make sure you go around and yell at everybody.
Many coaches know are they use the media and other people to present what they want another team to see, so that team prepares for it, and then all of a sudden they come out and they prepare for what they saw, but they do something totally different.
And everybody remembers what happened in 2012. Now, different situation, right? I mean, Jaden can actually throw from the pocket. Robert really couldn't at that point, but they hid the 50 series stuff and what the hell? Was it read option? Read option. I always get RPO and read option stuff, or I think they used to call it the 50 series, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
until we were not allowed out there, like they never showed that. Everyone kind of knew it was coming, but they never showed it to the media.
I don't even think everybody knew it was coming. When they first rolled that out against the Saints, it was like, oh,
they were lost.
Well, I think because we hadn't seen it. We hadn't seen it. But I think, like, if you ask Keim, I remember specifically conversations with Keim, and we would talk about, like, we didn't know exactly how it would look, but at least Keim was on it. I'm not saying I was, but I thought something was up because of how secretive Mike was being, Mike Shanahan, and how weird he was about stuff like that, and because Robert needed a lot of development I don't think Jaden needs, quite honestly. I could be wrong. They're going to run plenty of RPO, all that stuff. I don't think Jaden needs the development that Dwayne Haskins needed, that Robert Griffin needed, and other rookie quarterbacks
No, I
needed.
think he comes in as a pocket passer, a damn clean prospect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I think the comparisons to Lamar are damn near asinine. They're not the same type of runner at all. Nobody's the same type of runner as Lamar. And Lamar coming out of college as a pocket passer was nowhere near what Jaden is.
No.
I'm not saying he's better, because Lamar's make you miss ability is unparalleled, but I don't know. I stand by my Deshaun Watson comp. Something that'll shock you guys. I'm going to switch gears. Shocking. Ipe Mizuhara, Shohei Ohtani's former and longtime interpreter, pleaded guilty to bank and tax fraud charges during a change of plea hearing in federal court this morning. Total maximum sentence, 33 years. And yet, there's nothing to talk to Shohei about, but let's suspend that kid from Pittsburgh for life.
JP is mad about this. I heard several times.
It's just such hypocrisy.
Is this the most you've cared about the kid?
It may be hypocrisy, but as Mark just said, they weren't able to show any information that shows Shohei did anything.
You find the information you want to find, too. I don't know.
The NFL couldn't find a lot of information that they.
I don't think the United States government is protecting Shohei Ohtani.
This young man, Ipe, sure seems in a hurry to confess to everything.
Yeah, because he's probably being taken care of on the other side.
Bullet riddled.
What are the chances we get Roos to stay here past 1? It seems really close.
I mean, he should be able to. His show doesn't start till 2.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
But unfortunately, we have Nikki, so the Roos has got to go.
I mean, Nikki's much more important than I am. So
I agree.
Yeah.
Thanks, Landfill. Even after I paid you a compliment, you bastard.
Damn.
What was the compliment?
That he played the Eagles and Tequila Sunrise for me.
I don't think he played. Did you play that for him?
Yeah, of course.
You believe him?
I do.
And Shohei didn't bet on baseball. Thank you, Bruce. Nikki Javala next. Us.
They're like a helicopter.
Wow, I just got this news from Nikki Jabvala.
Us.
Week 1
Who
of
am
the
I?
Commanders preseason is a noon kick.
Noon
Noon. I gotta be honest
in
with
Miami.
you. The Jets.
Oh, that's New York.
Yo, I'm cool with that. When you have to work a preseason game till 3 a.m, dude, we'll be done by 4.
You won't be done by 4.
We'll be done by 5.
You won't be done by 4.
What day of the week is that? Saturday?
Saturday or Sunday, one or two.
Whatever. We'll figure that out. Nikki dude, there might be Olympics on August 10th. I might not be on the air at all. Nikki Jabvala joins us from the Washington Post. What's up, Nick? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
How's the GM
Doing
over
good.
there? How's Julian?
He's great. Yeah, he's got hair now. He looks like a chia pet. So,
What does
yeah.
he think of your performance? Like, how are you looking, in his eyes?
I don't know. Sometimes he smiles. Sometimes he looks like I'm crazy. Other times he just poops on me. So I don't really have a good read on it.
He's trying to figure it out.
Yeah, exactly.
He's getting all those emotions together.
He takes his time with his assessments.
Smart man. Let's
Keep that going when he gets to be an adult too. It'll help.
I do not.
Yeah.
Uncle JP does not do that. So let's start with. Let's go back a little bit. I think maybe the team announced it, but I feel like I first saw it from you. They cut the kicker. I don't think there was a lot of other ways that decision was going to go down. But what did you make of that? Is there a big picture takeaway, or was this just the kicker can't mess up like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think especially for this franchise, given everything that has happened over the years and with new ownership coming in, I think they especially don't want to have anything like that go on. And this is all alleged. I mean, he hasn't really had a chance to defend himself yet. It'll play out in court unless, the sides reach a settlement. But I wasn't terribly surprised. He was on the roster for all of 2 months. Adam knows him fairly well from their time in Denver together. But yeah, I mean, now they move on. And, given the timing, it makes me think that they might go after a UFL kicker. Since, the NFL teams can start to contact them and their agents once their season ends, which will be either June 8th or June 16th, depending on how far the team goes that they're looking at.
I have a suggestion.
So,
the kid that kicked 2 60-yarders already.
Yeah, what's his name? Like Jake Russell or something?
Yeah.
So
when the Commanders were having and their predecessors were having this constant kicker drama, and then every year they would play preseason against the Ravens, and the Ravens would give Justin Tucker preseason off, and whoever else the Ravens had just went like 4 for 4 with 2 48-yarders. Just see who the Ravens have scouted and get one of those guys.
Right. They seem to be, I mean, Harbaugh is a special teams guy, so he might know a thing or two about this. So,
we let go of kicker, and they signed him, and he was great. David Akers.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, the amount of kickers this Washington organization has cut that have gone on to be great elsewhere. Hopkins, Novak.
Akers is probably the best of all
Akers,
of them.
Gano. There's a lot of them. All right. Talking with Nikki Jabvala from the Washington Post. You can give her a follow at Nikki Jabvala, NICKIJHABVALA. We're back at OTAs tomorrow. What do you want to see? What would you be watching for?
I think honestly more of the same. I just want to see how if they're adding more installs. It's still very light at this stage because there's obviously no contact, but I want to see how far they're getting into their offense. See more of Jaden, of course. I do like watching the receivers. I mean, a lot of it is on air, especially the part that we can film anyway. But I'm still curious about that group. I mean, you got 1 and 2 with Terry and Jahan. But with Curtis gone, I mean, there's a clear opening for number 3. They need a bigger receiver. So I think that's one position that is still fairly open in my mind. I really like, the Luke McCaffrey draft pick. I think it would be silly to underestimate any McCaffrey at this point. And he's only had 2 years. So I think he's a really intriguing pick. So he's one I'm looking at. And then also just the secondary, I think is still an open-ended, question mark. How are all these pieces going to fit? How are they getting these guys reps? Are they still moving them all around? Do we see some guys taking more of the same reps? All that kind of thing. But I mean, there's the whole roster is really, it's so new that I think you could latch onto any group and be like, this is who they're.
We look for competition every year in different positions. Which position you think will have the most competition this year?
Maybe depth chart at linebacker. I mean, hold on. I think they just signed a kicker.
Oh.
Yeah, they did sign a kicker.
Joey Sly, he's available.
Ramiz Ahmed.
Who
Look
is
at
it?
this breaking news on you're welcome.
Who is it?
Ramiz Ahmed.
All right. If you need to go, we always understand. Do you need to go? I'll get
I
you.
think we're okay.
Ramiz Ahmed is a kicker, 5'11", 190. He's from Vegas, kicked at Nevada, went to high school at Bishop Gorman, which is also where Pete Brasio went, I believe. Looks like he played one game for the Packers and had 6 kickoffs and 3 touchbacks, but I don't know that he had any field goal attempts. So maybe this is just a big leg fella. Obviously a young guy. He's 28, but he never really been in a camp or anything. So maybe it's just a camp competition, but you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I'm also curious what they do there because of with the new kickoff rule. I mean, I'm sure you guys heard what Dave Tobe said with the Chiefs, how they're looking to make Justin Reed do kickoffs, which is really interesting. I wonder if other teams look at that the same way and they bring on a kicker simply for place kicking.
Wouldn't you, with the new rules wouldn't you want like a really accurate long kicker? Like somebody, wouldn't the biggest advantage be able to like kick it to the 2?
I could see that, but I could also see the desire to have a really good tackler too. And you don't want your place kicker getting mauled. Like for that, I mean, you don't want a Harrison Butker getting mauled, but
that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5'11", 193. This guy, Ramiz Ahmed, is built just like me. So I don't know that I qualify as a good NFL tackler.
Or a kicker.
Maybe for a kicker.
Yeah.
Or a kicker. You don't.
Certainly not. How would you play this new playoff rule or the new kickoff rule be?
I mean, to be honest with you, the kickers are normally well protected unless they're going to be putting their nose in it. I need a guy who can hang it up a little bit and make them field it inside the 5 and have to return and allow my guys a chance to, because now where they're starting from, it's not, if you have an accurate kicker and you have guys that can avoid and run fast to get that speed up before those guys can get set to block them, that's going to help out your coverage unit. But the kicker needs to be very, very accurate at what he's doing.
If you were returning these kicks, what would you want to happen? Like, how would you want the design to be?
I would love to just hit it. Like I'm going to start a direction and everybody going to know when I hit a certain point, I'm going straight ahead. Get on your guy. Because once when you have a kickoff now, you have 2 to 3 different waves. Right now it's one wave.
Right.
You get through that one wave, you should be gone.
Nikki, I wanted to ask you this. Brian Robinson, last time we were out there, had the comments about maybe running a little more no huddle. And I think people got really excited. But I think at the same time, Kingsbury has tried to be fairly like deflective anytime the notion of the air raid comes up. What do you think this offense will end up looking like when we get to September 8th?
I mean, I think that Cliff was right in that the air raid label is sort of a misnomer for his offense. I mean, yeah, that's his history. That's sort of the core of it. But honestly, his best stuff in Arizona were the QB design runs. So it's not like he's, it's absent of a run game in his offense. I think it's much more balanced. And I do think just based on the limited, sample size that we have, that he does tailor it to the personnel. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, and I know Mina Kimes and some others have said this on their podcast that, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if you see some stuff from like what the Eagles run, because that would be, you know, a lot of what Jalen Hurts does that's a really good comp for Jaden Daniels and his skill set and his strength. So, I mean, that would make a lot of sense to me, but I think it's still so early yet that, you know, watching OTAs, you'll never get a clear picture of what the offense is. I think deeper into training camp when, you know, there's competition is when you'll see it.
But the thing about it, though, Jalen Hurts is built for that. And I know people make a lot of comments about Jaden's size. Do you think they want to put him in that position more often than not?
Well, he's got to be smart with the hits he takes, but at the same time, I mean, look at Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
He's now Jaden's size. You know, this might be the new trend that quarterbacks are getting smaller to be faster. So, you know, I push back a little bit on the size stuff. I think with other positions, it's certainly been warranted. I think that, you know, the size skepticism with Emmanuel Forbes was certainly warranted.
Yeah.
Though that hasn't seemed to be a huge issue for him. His issues are other things, but, you know, you know, watching Jaden Daniels out there, I realize the college game is a lot different than the pro game. You know, you're going up against huge men. But I don't think he's that small. I think it's more about being smart about taking the hits you do.
But like, and then again with Jaden, don't you think when you look at him, he's a better pocket passer than a lot of these guys?
I think he's a passer who happens to be a good runner.
Yeah.
He's a very good passer, though. He's not just a runner who throws the ball occasionally.
I think that's where a lot of people got themselves mixed up when they were looking at him. They immediately thought he was just, this running quarterback, when the guy basically is a pocket passer that happens to be very damn fast.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so and the tight ends here, as you look forward, Zach Ertz, who else can be someone that steps up and really center? They drafted him. Will he be more? Is he a pass catcher or a blocker?
I view him more as a blocker. I like the undrafted guy that they brought on. Why am I blanking on his name? He looked pretty good. I mean, granted, again, it's still like early.
Yeah.
But Colson Yankov, I think he could be really good. And, you know, I think a lot of people forgot that Amani Rogers is still on the team. So I'm curious to see if he looks anything like he did a couple years ago when he was starting to come on before he was injured. So Colson Yankov did look good, though, in like the early parts of OTAs and rookie minicamp. So I'm curious if he kind of turns into someone at that position. I mean, that is a position that is still unknown and is frankly lacking. It has been for years, just the production there. And it hasn't all been the fault of the tight ends, but, you know, they just haven't gotten the production that they wanted there.
A guy like
Rogers, they do need like a bigger pass catcher, period.
Yeah. A guy like Rogers, though, where he's shown what he could be, but he's not there when they need it necessarily. Is he at the point now where he needs to truly prove this thing to somebody?
I
because
think so.
Yeah.
And he's bigger now. I mean, you know, I was looking at some of his posts on Instagram. I'm like, I didn't even recognize him. He looks so different. Cole Turner too. He's gotten bigger, but yeah, I think, you know, the little bit he showed with Ron Rivera honestly doesn't matter at this point with the new regime. So yeah, this is absolutely a prove it now time for him and for everybody in that group.
We talk so much about the quarterback, Nikki, and JP had to step out to take a call, but we talk so much about the quarterback. Is there another story that people are missing?
I mean, what do you mean by that?
Like you know, we talk about quarterbacks so much that a lot of times you got Bobby Wagner, his impact on this defense, his impact on the offense. You know, those type of stories. Is there anything else out there that it probably can be a second to the quarterback position?
Yeah, I think that's definitely one. Just kind of how they remade the linebacking core. I think the way they built this team is definitely a storyline, just in bringing on these veterans who can kind of serve as those leaders and set the tone in year one with Quinn and Peters. And then, you know, how the younger guys come along. I think the method that they've gone about in doing that is it shows that nearly every level, you know, Jeremy Chin on the back end, Wagner at linebacker, you know, you got guys that, you know, Cleveland Farrell, I think he's another one that could be really interesting if he really, you know, he's like a number 4 overall pick. That could be really interesting there. Austin Eckler at running back and, Tyler Biadasz at center and those guys. So I think at every level, that's sort of the theme there is bring in these types of veterans. So I definitely think that's one storyline. And I think the other one is just simply, what is this going to look like? There's still a major question mark with this team on, on both sides. And I mean, all three phases now too with, new special teams really with Trev. I mean, that to me is, we may not even know the answer in year one. They may not fully realize the vision that they've wanted in year one. So, yeah, I think there are a ton of secondary stories on this roster. But I think it starts and ends with the quarterback, though.
Oh, yeah. I know that. I'm just saying sometimes I get tired of the quarterback position talking all the time. I think sometimes we need to just give them a little bit more. So I like to ask questions outside of the quarterback because everybody always talks about the quarterback.
Yeah.
So
yeah, for sure.
All right,
Yeah.
Nikki. Well, thank you for giving us some time. We appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Nikki Travala joining us from the Washington Post here on a Beck here, our guest line. Your Venture Friendly Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to Rude to find your contractor and rebates near you. Head over to RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. We'll be right back. Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan, and joining me now in studio, you hear him on the Team 980, Craig Hoffman. Craig joins us now, and he was at the press conference earlier as the Wizards introduced Brian Keefe. I laugh at that every time because I have a cousin who called me Brian Keefe all my life. And then
you're not coaching the Wizards.
No,
you were not the guy that was
I
there.
am Brian Keefe, but he always said Keefe.
That's funny. That's really funny.
So the first thing I heard, I was like, what the hell? But what was interesting about he was the interim coach, now they make him the main guy. What did he say today that kind of piqued your interest?
I mean, it was a press conference. There's not really that. As someone who's been to a lot of press conferences, as you have at this point, with as long as you've been doing media, like there ain't that much interesting about a press conference ever. I think the word that comes up a lot, and we heard this a lot with the Commanders staff as well, is like alignment or whatever version of that you want. Which I think is particularly interesting with this team because this is a crew that is going to run things from the front office. Like Will Dawkins and Michael Winger are in charge of this organization as much as any executives pretty much in the NBA. Ted hired them and was like, I have been bad at this. Please do better. And they are trusted to do it. And so what's cool for Keefe is he comes from the same background. He spent a lot of time in Oklahoma City. Dawkins talked about how he met Keefe for the first time in 2008. This is a very, very long-term relationship. Keefe joked with me that, when they met back in 2008, there was a lot of the guys there that were like, yeah, we might work for that guy someday. Like Dawkins immediately was kind of a wonder kid who was super curious and they liked a lot. So I think that's interesting, the length of the relationship, how much they're on the same page. And I think that this general people first attitude that is not only taken over the Wizards, but has taken over the Commanders under Peters. It's very, very mirror in terms of how they see team building.
When you look at a team in the rebuilding mode and they're this early in it, basically, and a coach comes along, does he seem to be the guy that they want to be there when they start doing everything and get everything in place?
Yes. It's also easy to say that now, right? It's like, yeah, of course we want this guy to be here in the long term. But if in 3 years from now, he's built up a lot of player development and they're stagnating because he's not making good in-game decisions or whatever, do I think they'd hesitate to let him go? No. If they're ready to compete and they think they need the next guy, then they'll do that because that's sports. But I do think one of the most interesting quotes came from Dawkins. And he said that Keefe is very, very skilled at seeing what things can be, which when you're in a development phase is enormous. Like, how are you knowing how to orient the ship and where you want to steer if they're like, you don't have a destination?
No vision.
Yeah. And so the fact that Keefe clearly has a good vision of where not just the team can go, but the individual players, which is almost more important right now, I think is really critical. And then the question is going to be, as he continues to grow in this role and as the team presumably gets way better at basketball and winning games, is he the guy that can guide that big picture in a competitive stage? And that was something they highlighted about his resume. Is this is a guy that's been on rebuilding teams, but also has been a key assistant on a lot of really competitive teams.
Well, you and I both have seen teams in this town, especially that team, say what they were going to do. What was different about the things that they're saying, or what are you seeing that's different that makes us believe that it's a chance for it to happen?
Yeah, I think that the continuity and messaging is, and like this is, I'm personally biased towards this because I believe in the methodology that they use. I have said the same thing about Adam Peters. I'm a sucker for Adam Peters because I believe in the way he believes in building. So it's confirmation bias for me. But the idea of being people first, that you need people to have an aligned vision and that you're all going to be able to push together if you're pushing in the same direction, it doesn't negate the need for talent, obviously. Like you can push in the same direction all you want. I can be a part of the push. If you put me at shooting guard, I'm not going to help you win an NBA basketball game. I'm a decent pickup player, but I ain't got that in me. So like you need talent, of course.
Yeah.
But the idea of being people first, the cohesiveness of the vision, and I think the skill of the people involved, like bluntly, Will Dawkins is really good at drafting. He's proven that time and time and time and time again, whether it's in Oklahoma City, where he was a huge part of some of the guys that just were the number one seed in the Western Conference, or Bilal Coulibaly looks like one of the steals of this draft. I trust that he's going to pick good basketball players. And until he stops picking good basketball players or starts picking bad ones for the Wizards, I'm kind of going to believe in the direction they're going because they're doing the right things and he's good at selecting the talent.
Yeah, and I think that's the ultimate thing because what we've seen before, they missed a lot on draft picks.
I'll tell you the other thing, Brian, specific to the Wizards, right? They're realistic about where they are. They know they're bad.
Mhm.
And like, I think so often the Wizards executives have tried to tell us they're good when we know they're not.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's not that they were lying to us, they were lying to themselves. So they were like, oh, if we can just get one more guy, we trade a first rounder for Bogdanovich and we're in it. It's like, no, you're not. You're not very good. Why are you
Yeah,
doing, why
yeah.
are you consecutive years trading away all these first round picks? You're not close. Stop acting like you're close. And they know they're not close. So maybe
Yeah.
the level of reality that they live in is the most encouraging thing about this entire operation.
We always say it takes one player and you can be there in the NBA. That one player may not be in this draft coming up.
100%.
So next year, but you also watched them build a team in Oklahoma, as you stated.
Mhm.
Can this be kind of a combination thing where we're going to keep building it until if we find that one guy, we'll get him. But if not, we're going to build a lot, have a lot more talent.
All you can do is the best you can, right? And
Mhm.
like that's really unsatisfying if the best you can do is take the best player in a bad draft, which a lot of people think that this is what they're going to be doing, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, well, they're not going to get a star. They have the number 2 pick. You tell me how they're supposed to get one. And by the way, the 2013 draft is considered one of the worst NBA drafts ever. Giannis Antetokounmpo was the 15th pick in that draft. For Milwaukee, it's the greatest draft they've ever had.
Yeah.
And so, like, you need to be able to do both. You need to be able to maximize and find the hidden gem when other people can't see it, but also just understand it's part of a bigger picture. And that if you're at the top of next year's draft, there seems to be more talent. Or can you find the hidden gem on another team, right?
Yeah.
Like, can you be the team that helps facilitate something? You're not going to be able to completely replicate the SGA trade because they don't
Mhm.
have a Paul George to trade to LA.
Yeah.
But like, what if I'll use Jalen Brunson as an example, right? Because they just traded with Dallas, and like Dallas clearly didn't know when they let Jalen
That he was
Brunson
that
walk
good.
that he was that good.
Yeah.
But like, let's say there's a team that wants Kyle Kuzma or Corey Kispert or Denny Avdia or whatever. And I would say probably Kuzma's the biggest fish there by far. And you're adamant that you get player X. I don't know who that is. Otherwise, I'd also be running an NBA team.
Mhm.
But let's say it's 3 years ago and you call Dallas and they're like, we want Kuzma. And you're like, okay, but it's going to cost you Brunson. Dallas is probably reluctant to do that, but they maybe do it. And then Jalen Brunson turns into Jalen Brunson,
Yeah.
and now you're cooking, right? So is there a player out there that a team would trade in a Kuzma deal that the Wizards can get that can be their Jalen Brunson, their Shea
Mhm.
Gilgeous-Alexander, and or can you find that player in the draft? I think that's the challenge of the next 2 to 3 years for this group, because you have to get that guy. If you don't have, I mean, the simplest way to put it, Brian, is like, if you don't have a Hall of Famer, you can't win a championship. The
There you
history of
go.
the NBA is that simple.
True.
They don't have a Hall of Famer on this team right now. They can't win a championship. They got to find a way to get one.
We've given Ted a lot of strife, and he deserves
Oh,
it.
you guys do that over here too?
and he deserves it.
Wow. Cool. I
But
thought that was just
Also,
me.
you got to give him some level of credit for
Mhm.
being able to say, I'm going to hire these people and I'm going to step away and let them handle it.
No, I think that's 100%
Yeah.
true. I think there's a lot of things to gripe about with Ted when it comes to the Virginia move. And, maybe at times, like I've always said this about Leonsis, I don't think any of his mistakes come from a bad place. Like I think when we talked about Snyder, it's like, yeah, because he's incompetent and mean and a bad person and. I think Ted often it's
Amen.
like, hey, yeah, Ted, it's like, hey man, I know that you're trying to be a good person, you're trying to be loyal, but like this person's not good at the job. This is professional sports. You need to move on. And I think some of that, especially with the Wizards, has been the case, both in players and in especially executives. But I don't think Ted has necessarily at times been a guy that has meddled. I think there may have been times where he's like, no, we're close. Let's go for it. Let me sign off on that trade, as opposed to being like, you want to know what? I'm not going to fire you. You can build this for next year. Do not try for the fourth or the sixth seed and let's lose in the second round. And, there's some people that would say, oh, because he wanted the playoff gate. So there has been that criticism,
Mhm.
to be fair. But I think by and large, like he understands that he needs to let these guys cook over the long term, that
Yeah.
they are not close, that they like the reality of the situation is what is actually reality, to go back to what we were
Mhm.
talking about earlier. And he's going to let them do that, which is ultimately a good thing.
Well, Craig, man, appreciate you giving us some time. We have a new driver of the bus now, Brian Keefe.
Brian
And let's
Keefe.
hope that he can get this bus to the
Not Brian
finish
Keith
line.
Mitchell.
No,
Brian Keefe.
Brian Keefe.
Keefe.
Keefe. Is it? All right, cool. He Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Take a break here. We'll be back. Welcome back. B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Packed show today. Boston Nate joined us earlier. Mark Zuckerman rolled in a little bit later. Then we had Nikki Javala. And then Craig Hoffman joined us as we talked about Brian Keefe, the new coach. Well, he is the interim coach. He's the now head coach, the official head coach of the Washington Wizards. And with a new mindset and a new game plan to go out and approach this thing, we understand that you can get coaches and do whatever you want, but you have to have talent. And I think that's the ultimate thing, that they have to get some more talent on this team as they move forward. And they have Will Dawkins. He is very good at getting talent. And then Brian Keefe is supposed to be very good at developing and also focusing and foreseeing the future of what he can get out of a team. If all those things work out, we can anticipate a team being better. How good? That's something we don't know just yet. What's up, Jay?
Nothing, man. Nothing at all. So encouraging stuff from the Wiz?
Somewhat. But like Craig said, it was a press conference.
Right.
They say all the right things, but now you got to wait and see how it happens. But you have the right people in place that are good at the jobs that you need people to be good at to be successful.
Sure.
But still, you got to get some talent.
Yeah.
You know,
like
he said you have
wins.
to have a Hall of Famer on your team to win a championship, and nobody on the team right now is considered that.
No.
Yeah.
Not at all. Before we get to Heard It Here first, I want to present you an option, okay? So yesterday at the end of the program was me, Jeff, the great Landini, Heavy Metal Chris, who I don't think made a pick, and then Diego, right? We had Diego pick for you. Now it's your choice, Brian, if Diego's pick counts or doesn't count.
If he won, it counts.
No. There's no ifs. It's just
It's yes or no.
It's yes
Do
or
you
no.
want to take his pick or not?
Don't tell me what I want to do because I know you lost. Yes.
You're going to take Diego's pick.
Yes.
Let's get to Heard It Here first.
Why was I just told I was number one by Jeff?
Because he's a weirdo. Jeffrey?
Okay, so now since it's my turn to talk, I'm gonna tell you why you got the salute of the century. B just clowned me because he said I put the juju on Oklahoma State. They were playing decent baseball and they lost yesterday. So I'm going 0-1. Landini is sitting at 0-1 as well. JP, you're sitting at 0-1 as well. And Diego chose to zag yesterday.
He zagged the hell out of us.
Which his pick was the Mets over the Nationals. And the Mets won. So B, you get to kick it off and make your bet because you are the only one that's 1-0 on the show today.
Bammers. I wouldn't even hear it. I got it. Let me stop. Okay, Diego, you're good. I should call Diego and get another pick on.
Diego getting it done.
All right. I don't know what I'm doing now. You know how I go.
I'm taking the Yankees over the Twins.
Well, that time of year where all there is baseball.
Yeah, you know Jeff going with the Yankees.
Baseball's not the only thing. I'm taking either Tsitsipas or Alcaraz to win the first set 6-3 or 6-4.
All right, let me how do you do a bet like that, dog? It can't be 6-3 or 6-4. It got to be a score.
No, it's a bet. It's offered on FanDuel.
How much?
It's offered.
All right,
minus 170.
Let him have it.
All right, give me the Orioles.
Landfill, don't play the music. We're just gonna go out cold here. So on a serious note, I'm gonna take the Yankees tonight with Jeff, I suppose. I just got some awful news. Ben White has been a part of our program for some time. Ben White has been a friend of mine, friend of ours for some time. Ben White was a brilliant man. New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Politico, CNBC, MSNBC, just a brilliant guy that could talk football and talk politics and talk economics. And this is happening live, Landfill. 2 months ago or so, we didn't hear back from Ben for a little while, and I called and left a message, and Landfill called and left a message. This tweet just came from Ben's account at Economy Ben. It says, "This is Ben's partner, Sarah. I'm heartbroken to tell you that Ben died on Saturday, June 1st, after a brief illness.
Damn.
He loved his family, being a journalist, rooting for the Yankees and the Commanders, and so much more. He'll forever be in my heart and will be missed by so many." He's gonna be missed by us. Ben, thank you for everything, and we're thinking of you. And everybody out there, go hug your loved ones a little bit tighter today.
Definitely.
You never know what's going to happen in this world. Ben, we love you. To your young boys, we love you. If there's anything we can do, you feel free to reach out. Grant and Danny are up next.
Ramiz Ahmed is known for his work in the USFL. He's 28 years old. 2 years ago in 2022, he set the USFL record. This is before the merger with the XFL and the UFL became a league this past season. His 61-yarder was the longest in USFL history 2 years ago. This past season that just ended, he was just 10 of 13 for long of 46, so it was fine statistically, had a good enough year. There are two excellent kickers in that league that I want to see the Commanders sign. One is right here in D.C., Matthew McCrane from the Defenders, who, to my knowledge, does not have a deal anywhere yet. So I'm a little surprised they went with Ahmed before they tried to land McCrane. And then the other is something of a legend based on just constantly kicking 60-plus yarders every week in the UFL, and that's Michigan's Jake Bates. He's still kicking in the playoffs, so who knows? Maybe they're waiting until he gets eliminated. I'm not sitting here telling you, Danny, that Ramiz Ahmed is unequivocally going to be their kicker in week 1, but they needed to add one for OTAs. They needed to get a kicker on the roster. They cut Brandon McManus, and now Ahmed is the guy for at least the moment.
Yeah, the qualifications are, can you get here tomorrow? Or can you get here by this afternoon to go through a physical in the process? I have no idea. Now, maybe he wins the job. Maybe he kicks so well through OTAs, summer, whatever. I'm sure there'll be other bits of competition having to do with it. But, I don't think this one's permanent. At least that's not the intention. That's just me reading between the lines.
I know this doesn't sell newspapers necessarily, right? And this isn't the biggest deal as it pertains to talk radio. But you can't go into the season with an uneasy kicker situation. And lost amid yesterday's release of Brandon McManus. And this is not me saying football matters the most or that the Commanders' kicking situation should take precedent over anything else. That's not what I'm saying. Don't hear that. What I am suggesting, though, is they got to solve this. And one way or the other, you got to go into the year feeling good about your kicker because games are going to come down to that foot. In this league, every single week, it's 3-4 plays determining games. Most games come down to a possession. Many come down to 2, 3, 4 points. Games are decided oftentimes by a couple of field goal attempts, a couple of extra point attempts, and you need a good kicker. And so as much as we spend hours on this program talking about GM Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and did you get picks right in the offseason, all of those discussions are really just us finding different ways to talk about if this team's going to win or lose.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the most direct ways when the games are actually played to determine a win or a loss is the quality of your kicker. They better make sure they solve that issue. And right now, I would say it's an issue before the start of the season.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's an extra layer of demoralizing when you lose that way. It's like a bad baseball team losing because of their closer, right? Where it's like, it's hard for you guys to get there. It's hard for this group to score enough runs to win a game. And then when your closer blows it or your bullpen blows it, it's the extra layer of deflating, right? Think about that same kind of thing with the kicker. These guys who are putting themselves on the line in car wrecks and they're in the kind of shape that only people could dream about, sprinting and roughhousing to such a high degree on each and every play. You've fought your guts out for 59 minutes and however many seconds, and the guy that's a third of your size trots out there and shanks a 42-yarder at the wire and you lose. It's an extra layer of depressing. You know what I mean? Like, it stinks as a competitor to lose in any way, but when that little specialist who's got one job, he's not taking on Derrick Henry out of the backfield. He's not trying to tackle a tight end. He's not blocking in the trenches against a 290-pound, multimillionaire 100 times over. He's just the guy that puts the foot to the ball 3 or 4 times a game. And when he can't do it, it's just killer.
Speaking of killer, bad Nats news today on the pitching front. Trevor Williams, who's having a renaissance season, who has been incredible this year at age 32, a career year for him, leading the team with a 2.22 ERA, pitching like an all-star through 11 starts, goes to the injured list with the same injury, it sounds like, that Josiah Gray has been sidelined with since the middle of April. Meaning, what's that, a 2.5-month recovery probably for JoJo?
That's what it seems like, yeah.
Extrapolate that out for Trevor Williams, that gets you into basically, mid-August, past the trade deadline. Hopefully, his recovery, his injury isn't to the same extent that Gray's is, but he could be out for several weeks, it sounds like. And in the middle of a stretch where he's pitched 11 times and he's 5-0, and he's got that 2.2 ERA, and in 56 innings, he's been the model of consistency. I just feel so bad for the guy. Now, there is a very exciting part of this, which is that they're calling up one of their top AAA pitching prospects we'll talk about in a second. But real quick, just on Williams, all the work he put in all offseason to finally have the year that you can imagine he's been hunting for an entire career that started back in 2016, now in his mid-30s here at the tail end of his big league stint. This is a kick to the shins as a sports fan. It's
just
tough.
stinks. Just stinks on multiple fronts. One, for the player, you touched on it. A guy that bet on himself. I mean, basically, the league told him, for the most part, you're a bullpen guy. Maybe the occasional, stretch out, bridge reliever, 6 starter, go, 3 and one time through the order, maybe 2, and sort of that's that. And he said, no, I'm a starter. I want to start. And the Nationals, a second division club without much on the roster at the time, go, you sure are, buddy. Come start for us. And this was his whole point. This is what he wanted to do, was to be able to say, I was right and you guys are wrong. As a competitor, I'm a starting pitcher. This is where I'm best. This is what I want to do. From the Nationals' perspective, you mentioned it. This is killer. What a trade chip he was going to be. Veteran, well-liked, worldly, thoughtful, just a really cerebral guy who's having a career year. In the playoffs, this is what you do. You pitch for 5 innings. You go through the order 2 times, then you bring in the specialist to do it. He could help somebody. He could help a contender. Absolutely could. It's past the point of flukiness. The first couple starts, you and I are going, what the hell's going on? How's Trevor Williams doing this? We're no longer asking that. This is what was happening.
Well, it's a third of a season. I mean, the sample was now large enough that clearly he figured something out. Was he going to pitch to a 2.2 ERA all year?
No, probably not.
Of course not. But he was a consistent enough veteran to add to a rotation. Now, they were not going to break the bank for him. They weren't going to get some elite level top 100 prospect. No delusions on that. But to your point, he was absolutely someone, if they wanted to, that they could have flipped and gotten a return for it. And that gets increasingly difficult now that he's injured. But no, more important just for the person, definitely stinks for him. Here's the exciting, fun part of this news, though, if we could go to tonight's game, which is that left-handed pitching prospect DJ Hers, who is a 23-year-old southpaw, has been at AAA Rochester this season, is getting called up to make his major league debut. He is the number 12 prospect in the organization, according to MLB Pipeline. Speaking of flipping veterans at the deadline for prospects, he was acquired by the Nationals last year at the deadline in the Jeimer Candelario trade. So remember, Candelario got off to the amazing start. We had a great debate where a lot of fans didn't want to trade him, which was foolish. They traded him, and they got 2 players back, one of whom was DJ Hers, a double-A left-handed pitcher who was dominant down the stretch for the Nats this past season, had a pretty good spring, and they put him in AAA. And he's been good in AAA. Nobody hits this guy. Here's the story with DJ Hers. When he throws strikes, he is nasty. Like, if he was to go out and just walk, I'm just going to pick a number, say 2.7, 3 per 9, something like that for the rest of his career, he's unequivocally a middle-of-the-rotation type starter. Like, he is a 5-6 inning at a time guy who's going to have a lot of big league success. His career average against Danny in the minor leagues is 178. How insane is that?
Yeah, he's a bucket of yuck.
His career
Filthy.
average against years, we're talking about 317 pro innings, is sub 180 against. The difference for him is, are you throwing strikes or are you not? He's got some outings where he goes 2 innings and gives up 6 runs because he walked 5. His last start was actually his best of the season, 5 1/3 innings of 2-hit scoreless ball where he struck out 10. For his career, about 450 Ks and about 315 innings. Best pitch is a changeup, 79 to 81-ish. He's got a pretty good fastball that I think jumps on people from the left side, even though it's not overpowering. It's low 90s. Throws a pretty good slider. Throws a curveball as well, not as often. But I'm really, really excited for another debut, another of the young pitchers, and I've been waiting on Hers because his stuff can be electric. If you want to talk ceiling, as a prospect, he was viewed as better than Irvin, who's been really good. Better than Parker, who's been really good. I'm not saying he'll be better than how those guys have pitched at the big league level, because I don't know if he's going to control the baseball and throw it over the plate or command the strike zone and locate to quadrants. But the mix is legit. He's 23. He's left-handed. We get to see him for the first time tonight.
Yeah, it is the silver lining, so to speak, here, right? And this is, again, what was missing for so many years from this club, where you're just sort of looking around and going, it was not since Ronaldo Lopez, Lucas Giolito, basically a decade ago, where you're talking about a guy that was, I know he wasn't drafted by the team, but was coming up through their system. They developed who's going to come in and try to help a ball club. This has been some time. Now it seems to be a regular occurrence. Guys are out kicking their coverage. I mean, Jake Irvin was never this good. Now he is. Mitchell Parker, a similar profile, to be honest with you. Not in terms of the pitch selection, but guy was probably walking a bit too many people. Stuff seemed pretty good, but yeah, let's see. What's he done at the major league level? I mean, it's blown people away how good he's been. So I'm hoping that some of that same, Sean Doolittle, Jim Hickey, kind of the major league program whispering kind of locks hers in here a little bit, because you touched on it. People don't hit him hard. That's the deal. The crooked numbers that he gives up, I mean, the ERAs don't match up with how few hits he gives up. All you have to do is look at that one column. That's the walks, getting himself into negative counts, trying to be too fine at times, or, losing some of the feel for those pitches. And, his whip, which is walks and hits per innings pitched, for someone with that stuff is just too high. For a guy that strikes out that many people, it's clear that he's putting runners on base.
Here's my storyline, though, that I'll be monitoring. Because if I had to bet right now on DJ Hers, I would say he's a multi-inning, pretty nasty left-handed reliever long-term. I just think that's the safest bet, so to speak. But the Nats, very recently, this is hyper recent, because for many, many years this was not the case. They have a little trend going here of getting guys to the big league level and then maximizing. You think about Irvin last year, you think about Parker, there's some other examples. Those are the poster children. But in terms of pitching, especially now with the Doolittle influence, see Trevor Williams, who we're talking about, they seem to be getting a little more bang for their buck out of these guys than is expected. So I'm really excited to see Parker with that big league staff, Hers, like Parker and Irvin, with that big league staff to see what they can get out of him. We'll get into more detail on DJ Hers later in the show as we preview the game in our final segment. But just so you know, exciting night at Nats Park, 6:45 first pitch. This year is going to be about big league debuts from some of their more fun prospects. This qualifies tonight with DJ Hers getting the call. I wanted to dive into the Baltimore Ravens, oddly enough, off the top here today, because I keep jotting this down and we just haven't gotten to it. I think I've got a hot take. I don't know. It's something I actually believe, though, and it's something no one's really talking about. I think the Ravens are due for a regression this year. I don't love Baltimore this football season as much as everybody else does. And it's not because they're not good. I think they're excellent. But they lost a lot, which doesn't seem to get talked about to the extent that I think it should. And I want to bounce this off of you. All right? So just working through this, an account that I follow pointed out some of what they lost. I'm going to read through some of this. If we use snap percentage from PFF grade, last year as a proxy, the Ravens lost 7 players with a PFF grade of 70 or better, and who played at least 40% of snaps last year. So if you don't want to buy the grading necessarily and say they lost 7 really good players, just know they lost 7 guys that were some of their better players, and all of those guys played at least 40% of the snaps. That's a massive amount of pieces that are no longer on this team from a really good group a year ago. No other team lost more than 5. They lost 7. 3 of those 7 players came at positions considered premium in the analytic community. On a net basis, the Ravens lost 5 players who played 50% plus of snaps last year, meaning they gained 2, but they lost 7. The only player they added who played at least 50% and or generated a 70-plus grade, meaning a really high-end quality player, was Derrick Henry, who at his position and at his age is long in the tooth and could hit a wall soon. I think he's a great fit. One of my favorite fits of the offseason, to be honest, Danny, was Derrick Henry going to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, it feels like he's always played there, doesn't it?
He should have probably somewhere along the way. But on a net basis, they lost 6 players who were considered high quality, graded 70 above via PFF. No other team lost more than 2. I'm going to say that again. In this metric, they had 6 more guys go out the door than in the door that were graded highly by the number one analytics site covering football. No other team had more than a -2 in that category. Also, they lost a defensive coordinator that I think is one of the best in the National Football League, who's now the head coach in Seattle. They lost a bevy of the defensive coaches on his staff. And you can argue that the Ravens have to face the 7 best quarterbacks in the NFL in 8 of their games. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow twice, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, CJ Stroud, and Justin Herbert. Now, I wouldn't rank those guys, 1 through 7 per se. But my point is, and I think you get where I'm going,
Mhm.
those are all top 10-ish quarterbacks. In the top 5 conversation, I would say all of them. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow are probably 1 through 3. Hurts was an MVP player a couple seasons ago. Dak perennially puts up top 5-ish numbers at the position. Stroud's coming off of one of the great rookie years ever. And Justin Herbert's that dude. That's as tough a quarterback schedule as you're going to see. Am I on to something here with the Ravens in a brutal division? Cincinnati with Burrow coming back should be a lot better. Cleveland, if you can get anything out of Watson, should be a legitimate contender to go deep into the playoffs because, as you point out all the time, everywhere but at quarterback when he plays, they're great.
Yep.
And then Pittsburgh, I'm not sold on them, but you know they're going to be a pain in the butt.
They're not easy to play. Yeah.
They're going to be a 9-10 win team. If they can get anything out of Wilson or Fields, maybe they win 11 games and they surprise people. That's one of the best divisions in football. Everyone looks at Baltimore, the odds makers, to the fans in this league, and they go, that's one of the best teams in the league. I'm not convinced that they're a team that you should be putting money on this year.
So I think the best case is losing the defensive coordinator. I think that's a huge deal. Now, they've layered their staff to some degree, but I think that guy, where I think a third of the league is going to use his defense, I think that's a big deal. There's too much track record for me. This is what they do. They are, they're always churning. They're always layering. It's basically this. Since Lamar Jackson has become their starting quarterback, 14-2, 11-5, 8-9. I'll get back to that in a second. 10-7, 13-4. That 8-9 season, they were 8-3, and then Lamar Jackson got hurt, which is part of the consideration there. If you think he might be an injury risk as he's slimmed back down, that's a conversation. They could take a step back there. This is what they do. They turn the roster over. It's that 2019 team is dramatically different now than the 2023 team. This is a system. This is an organization that I trust. On paper, everything you're saying is correct. It's irrefutable. There's too many deposits in the bank for me to say, I'm going to count these guys out. Now, does it mean they're not going to win 13 games? If that's the conversation, to me, they're still a double-digit win team. Like, I would be stunned if they don't win 10 games.
I think they're a 10-win team because they've got Lamar Jackson, maybe, and they'll be a potential wild card team. But I don't view this as a division championship team, and I don't view this as a Super Bowl contender going into the year. And I think that's different than the way most people feel. And what you just said is true. To say, well, they lose guys all the time and they develop and promote from within, fair. They're a championship level program, that happens. But to just throw this offseason into the same drawer as all the others because they lost some guys is not true. That's like saying, you and I both do physical activities. You play pickleball 4 hours a day before you come in here. I occasionally walk my dog. Like, we don't get categorized in the same, drawer, right? Look at their offseason and who they lost. OBJ's in Miami. Jadeveon Clowney's in Carolina. Ronald Darby's in Jacksonville. J.K. Dobbins is in L.A. Devin Duvernay's in Jacksonville. Gus Edwards is a Charger. Tyler Huntley's with the Browns. Tyler Ott, their long snappers here in Washington. Deshaun Phillips, an inside linebackers with Houston. Patrick Queen is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Kevin Zeitler, their awesome left, their guard, is in Detroit. Rock Ya-Sin, their corner, is in San Francisco. Geno Stone, who led the league in picks for most of last year, is in Cincinnati. John Simpson's with the Jets. I could keep going. They lost a lot of guys.
They did. They still have plenty that are good. I hear you. You're right. Letting OBJ go. I don't love their receivers, for example, as the league has trended one direction. If your number one is Zay Flowers, I think he's perfectly fine. But
I think we've. Can we at least say now that their receiver position doesn't really matter?
Doesn't matter as well.
People have always tried to be like, oh, they need more receivers for Lamar. They don't do that. That's not Lamar's strength. It's not their strength. They need to run the ball and throw to tight end.
Well, the only pushback I would have is they've tried. They draft guys high. They draft Rashad Bateman in the first round. Zay Flowers in the first round. They're constantly throwing things. They're so desperate for receiver help. But that's not where their bread is buttered.
I do think Zay Flowers is a stud, though. He had 77 for 850 as a rookie last year. Just getting going.
No, I like him. But in terms of receiver rooms, I would not take theirs over nearly anybody's.
But my point is, I just don't think that matters as much there because they don't run their offense through those guys.
Yeah, I hear you. So, but to me, there's still plenty of good. I know they lost Patrick Queen, but Roquan Smith's their middle linebacker, and they've had someone layered behind him where they didn't love Patrick Queen until Roquan Smith got there. I'm just offering that one example. You're right that that's a net loss. There's no debate about that. This is one of those. I don't have a good argument. This wouldn't hold up in court. I'm basically saying their track record is so good of, who's Trenton Simpson? I've never heard of that guy. I guarantee you he's fine because he plays in Baltimore. If he played here, I would be furious at them for rolling with Trenton Simpson. But there, they got a track record of the next guy being able to step in and step up.
But I think this could be a fun discussion in this regard. I want a team from you next that you look at and you go, they're not going to be as good as everybody thinks. Mine is the Ravens, just based on what they lost. They're talented, but from a coaching and player standpoint, it's a completely different group from last year in a really, really good division. And we can open up the phones on this as well at 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. I'm going Baltimore. We'll get Danny's teams next. Give us a club that maybe is perceived better nationally than you think they're going to be, that you're expecting to underdeliver in the NFL this year. This is the Fan. which means you got to go to Facebook. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny's our page. And you're going to vote for which topic you want to hear us rank a top 5 for. It's Top 5 Tuesday. Sports, non-sports. You put it in the Facebook page group, and Darius is going to pick his favorite topic that you guys pitch. It is a Top 5 Tuesday on G&D. We'll rank the topic chosen by Darius at 5:45 today on Grant and Danny. So I think the Baltimore Ravens are in for a tougher year than people anticipate. And I'm using a couple of different metrics in suggesting that. Number one, they lost more than any other team did this offseason in terms of quality players. They also lost a lot on their defensive coaching staff, which is a big deal. And lastly, they play a very arduous quarterback schedule. One of the ways I make my futures bets or any kind of just predictions for an NFL season is what quarterback schedule are you playing and how daunting is it? And so I look at Baltimore right now, Danny. Only Kansas City is favored at a higher rate to succeed in the AFC in futures markets than the Ravens. In fact, depending on where you're looking, the Chiefs are 5.5 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. The Ravens are 9 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. And then you got the Bills, Texans, and Cowboys after that in all of the NFL. So the expectation is they might be the second best team in football. And with Lamar Jackson at quarterback coming off of a second straight MVP, I understand that the thought is this is a really, really good program. I just think they're going to underachieve from national expectations. And I want to know who your team is in that category. 800-636-1067.
Houston Texans. They played 2 good teams last year. They had the easiest schedule in human history, and they lost by 30 points when you look at those 2 games, Cleveland and Baltimore. Everyone is overrating their unbelievable performance in the wild card round, where they were awesome. That was an incredible performance. This was a group that had to win their final couple of games just to make it to the postseason, and they did it against 2 terrible teams that were pretty much at the end, didn't have very much going for them in Tennessee. And I guess the Colts were technically fighting for something, but unimpressive. Their schedule will not line up that easy anymore. This is a group with a track record that was terrible. I love CJ Stroud like everyone else does. The story is great, but the idea that they're now, because they had 1 good season, they're now ready to make this huge ascension. It's far more rare that a team does what Detroit just finished doing, and it's far more common for the upstart to kind of revert back to form and miss the postseason. Every year, half the teams that make it don't, and then, a bunch of new teams kind of come in, and we act surprised that it happens to us. This team, to me, in a terrible division last year, is absolutely ripe for a little bit of a regression. Doesn't mean I'm out on CJ Stroud or the regime or they won't ever be good again. Just means that we're maybe putting the cart a little bit before the horse here when we talk about this group that's now up with Kansas City, Buffalo, maybe Miami or maybe Baltimore, some of the elite championship contenders. I don't think they're there yet.
To your point, it is pretty astounding how much confidence there is in the Texans right now. They are 7th in terms of odds to win the Super Bowl this year. 7th. Houston over Philadelphia, Green Bay, Dallas, the Jets with Rodgers coming back, Miami, some of the real achievers of the last few seasons. The Texans have leapfrogged. So the household teams, Kansas City, San Francisco, Baltimore, Detroit are ahead of them. And then narrowly the Bills and the Bengals, and that's it. Then Houston. I do think that they're going to be really, really good. And my argument for that is the division that they're in is not much better this year than it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
So when you talk about the weak schedule, I haven't seen their out of division schedule. I'm sure it levels up some, but they still get to play 6 games in that crap division. And on top of that, you've got now CJ Stroud, who looks like he could be special in his 2nd season with all that he learned last year. And I think you'd agree with me. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'll just speak for myself. They might have had the best offseason of any team in the league. They went out and got Danielle Hunter, Stephon Diggs, offensive tackle Blake Fisher, upgraded at running back with Joe Mixon, added to the linebacking core and Azeez El-Shair, and then they brought in Danico Autry at defensive tackle, who I think's been massively underrated in Indianapolis for a long time and throughout his stops in the league. I loved their offseason.
I did too.
They were aggressive and they kind of went for it. And I think that's part of where that momentum's coming from. But I don't have to tell a whole lot of people sitting in D.C. that putting a belt on in the offseason as champions of the spring doesn't necessarily net you a whole lot come the fall.
Indeed, and I love their approach. By the way, it sounds like I'm down on them. Long term, I'm not. We've seen this too many times, right? Where a group, I mean, they won more games. They won the same number of games last year as they did the 3 previous seasons combined, right? It just tells you that this isn't a program with a track record just yet, and everyone's crowning them at this point. And they may very well be very good, but they did an aggressive offseason, which I loved for them. By the way, they're going, hey, now we maybe were ahead of schedule. Let's not apologize for it. Let's strike while the iron's hot. We got a kid that's wise beyond his years at quarterback. The window is now. Let's maximize for CJ Stroud. I love that in terms of an approach. But again, I just kind of go back to it. They're out of division schedule. As teams like the Bills, has teams like Green Bay, Detroit, Dallas, Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore. Like, it's a much tougher road to hoe than last year.
Yeah, that is completely different than what they were dealing with. So maybe the record ends up being comparable. My guess is they're better playoff built this time around.
Yeah, that may be the way to think about it, right?
If they can get there. But I just think your answer is a good one in the sense that people are now saying they're a Super Bowl contender, and that feels aggressive.
Yeah, I think they could be even better than they were last year and win 9 games, for example. Again, because of the way the schedule plays out.
So of the top 5 teams in the league, I went Baltimore. I'm curious if any of these teams to you is due for any kind of a step back. Chiefs, San Francisco, Ravens, it sounds like you're not willing to jump in on. Lions, Bills. Of those 5, do you see any of them regressing? The Bills lost a lot this
offseason. To me, it's the Bills, and it's mostly because of the defense. It's like the part that we don't talk about because they still got Allen, and they went and got the young kid from Florida State in the draft, Coleman, to try to replace Stephon Diggs. It'll be a little bit different. So he's the headliner. He's still there. So how much further are you really going to fall? But they just keep getting older and more beat up and some attrition on the defensive side. And I think that division is going to be a buzzsaw.
I could see Buffalo taking a small step back. Last year, I was really high on them. Everyone kind of thought that they missed their window. And a lot of times that's when teams push the chips in and go win.
See the Capitals.
But for me, the receiver room, having been completely reworked, gives me some pause. The good thing for the Bills, for the Bengals, I would put the Ravens in this conversation. Funny enough, this is how we started the convo with me being lower on them than a lot of people. When you've got a quarterback like Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, they are a lifeguard's buoy that they throw at you. They keep you from going underwater. You're not going to bottom out. You're not going to stink. You're never going to be bad. You're always going to have a shot to make the playoffs. I just don't know. Is Curtis Samuel going to stay healthy there?
Yep.
He could help them a lot. He could be excellent. He could be a tremendous weapon in that offense. It's got to be on the field. He's a little bit redundant, by the way, to Khalil Shakur, the other of the gadget guys that are now making up that top receiver room in Buffalo. Keon Coleman, they drafted in the 2nd round, the transfer to Florida State last year, who's been everybody's kind of favorite guy to say funny things this offseason. I'm really high on him. I think he's a good player. I didn't love him as a fit for kind of what Washington's trying to do, but I think he can help. But he's a wide receiver 1 all of a sudden. Like, I don't love that. 2nd round rookie. I'm counting on getting 100-some targets and making 70-plus catches. So I could see that if you're telling me the Bills aren't quite on the same level this year. I mean, Allen's going to have to put the cape on. They're going to have to run him more. Generally, that means he gets banged up, takes a lot of shots. And by the end of the year, there's an attrition rate.
Yeah, and that's, I think you said it very well. There's too high of a floor when you have one of those guys, right? Like, what are they going to win, 7 games? No way, right? Like, they'll drop back and I think be a little bit worse. Still very dangerous because they got Josh Allen and he could do a superhero thing. Like, that's the team that if I don't know, let's say I'm a Baltimore or a Kansas City or somebody, maybe, up high with a high seed, I would not want to draw Buffalo in the wild card round. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of dangerous team that they could be, where you may get them in September, you may get them in October, November a couple times, but come, okay, all bets are off, all chips are on the line, whatever you want to say, we've got Josh Allen, and that's terrifying.
Something happened with the Commanders today that I celebrated and Danny bemoaned. If you know anything about this show, you're not going to be surprised. We'll get into that next, right here on Grant and Danny. It is a black polo, khaki shorts, black kicks kind of day for me. Live on the YouTube stream, 1067 The Fan. YouTube is how you can watch us. Of course, we're all over the DMV on 1067 The Fan.
I got my little Pickle Pulse shirt on. It's about pickleball. My khaki shorts and my older, we'll put these up for the camera there. There you go. The Adidas.
The Commanders made an announcement today that you would think would be a universally beloved, well-received, make everybody happy announcement. No Fun Rouye had other ideas, ladies and gentlemen. I will read from the team's social media account. Let's get a round of applause for our new team dog. Welcome, Barney, an 11-week-old black Labrador retriever from Warrior Canine Connection. Barney is adorable. Barney is a black pup, got a little brown right above the eyebrows, a little brown on the legs, photos with Barney and an American flag. Barney looks like she's got some puppy breath, or he, I don't really know, ready to hang out with you and just make your day better. I see this, and I go, I like this about the Commanders, this team dog situation. Everyone's going to get behind Barney. Here's one thing we can all agree upon. And then I get to work today, and Danny Rouye's stewing. And I don't know why. He's walking around. He's just yelling at people. And I said, Danny, what's the matter? Why are you in such a bad mood? And you say, and I quote, it's this damn team dog.
No, that's an exaggeration. Perfectly fine dog. The team has a dog. Does the team have a left tackle? Does the team have a right tackle? Where the damn? Does the team have a new receiver? Not for me. I don't care. Dog's cute. Lots of cute dogs. If that could be, that's all we do. Just post pictures of cool dogs, I guess.
Noted dog guy, Danny Rouye, excited, it sounds like, for Barney the team dog.
Not at all. He doesn't play tackle. He doesn't play receiver. This is what I care about. I want the football team. This is a weird thing. I'm weird about stuff like this. I fully acknowledge it. I'd like the football team to do football things. I want them focused on football. I'd like the football team to just be a football team. Put some games on, practice, podium, just go through the routines of being a football team. I don't need you to be anything else. I don't need you to wade into any other waters other than the football part. I'm here to consume football.
So to be clear then, this is not just a dog take. This is kind of a universal thought. You want your sports teams to do sports stuff.
I'm into that. I'm into my sports team doing sports. I'm into the football team trying to win some football games. Now, I understand that the social media tweet team isn't responsible for them winning or losing football games.
Adam Peters
totally
didn't
get
go
that.
Pick out Barney at the dog store.
I totally get it.
He didn't go to the pen and donate a couple of bucks and grab old Barney and say, we're going to plaster her everywhere. And they go, sir, we need to sign a kicker. And he goes, I don't have time for that.
I'm getting Barney.
I need to make sure that I pick out the perfect dog for us. I don't think they have a scouting department to pick their dog. I think someone on social media posted a picture. The dog will be at a couple of games, and that's kind of the end of it.
Well, that's, by the way, what I would, that's the level of trust I'd have for Martin Mayhew. There's something that he could do, is go ahead and find that dog. Find the next cute dog in the draft, buddy. Any hoodles. Yeah, I don't care. It's don't tell me about that. Tell me about the football. Tell me about what's happening. Tell me.
So you don't want to see a tweet about it?
Yeah, I'm not interested. I understand we're in the offseason. Everyone's trying to do their job and create content and curate it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about the dog or anything else. I care about the football operational things.
We do not care.
Thank you, Mike Tomlin. Tweet about that.
How about this? The 2024 Washington Commanders. New owner. New head coach. New general manager. New quarterback. New dog.
New dog in the promo. People act like, I've never seen one before. It's a very cute dog. So many cute dogs.
Barney.
Our neighbors are fostering a couple puppies for a week, which is not the adoption process. It's the fostering part.
What kind of dog?
I don't know. They're tiny. They make a lot of noise.
You got to go lay with them. Let them lick your face and smell that puppy breath.
I don't know that I have to, But they're
you should do that.
Yeah, they're cute. They're running around. They're yelping because they're uncomfortable. But you do that, and then it's like eventually they're going to get adopted and go somewhere. It's to help their process. They're doing a very nice thing. Like they could post those pictures, right? That's cool. That's what they're up to. But the whole point of this football team is at some point to do football stuff. The whole point is to do some football.
They're doing so much football stuff.
Tweet about that.
OTAs tomorrow.
Tweet about it.
They tweet all the time about it.
Tweet about. Show me the behind the scenes workout. Show me what the training staff is doing differently. Show me something that's not the little tiny puppy. It's an adorable puppy.
98% of the time, that's what they do.
They do more of it.
There's enough time in the day to just show you a picture of Barney. It's gonna be all right.
Why are we doing that? Are we doing? We're not doing a cat. We're not doing a team elephant. We're not doing a team coyote. We're not doing a team lizard. We're not doing a team parakeet. No, do a football team. Football. I want you to be about football. I understand social media people are different.
Is. Well, They have not announced
this
that
is
yet.
Twitter. Don't you get it? Shut up.
Josh in Upper Marlboro.
Hi, Josh.
Grant and Danny. Hello, Josh.
Hey guys. Just to set the scene, I have a really smart kid in the back seat. I picked him up early from school because he had field day. My 8-year-old August.
Ours did too. Yeah.
I'm trying to explain to him why the angry man on the radio doesn't like dogs, and that it's a really difficult thing.
It's complicated
to unpack. And so, but I do want to pitch a game to you guys, and I'm actually dead serious. We should do something, or you guys should do something called "Does Danny Hate This?" And we run through like universally beloved things like cotton candy or dogs.
It's a great idea.
Rap songs.
Because we did that for Milton back in the day, Josh. And Milton, of course, hates everything. He's like, well, cotton candy makes your fingers sticky. You know what I mean?
So I like this, Josh. Here's what I'm going to promise you, and I appreciate you. In August, shout out for a school year done well. Congrats on the summer looming. That's a great feeling, by the way. Field day, probably the last day of school or one of them. You're riding home with dad. You're about to be at the pool a bunch this summer. So good on you. But tomorrow, the Nats are screwing us again. So they're going to be on in this here time slot with a day game on a getaway day. So your boys have half the day off or 3/4 of the day off or 4/4 of the day off or whatever. Thursday, does Danny hate this? We'll make the big debut of the segment. I like it. Occasionally, you guys give us a great idea. We're going to follow through. The other day, JaVale,
he's programming the show. It's a great idea.
Pepper played producer, and he called in. He's like, "You guys should get a guy on from Cleveland. I want to know how they feel about the Guardians name." And I was like,
"We're like, it's a great idea.
It's a great point." Next thing you know, we're talking to our guy Ken Carmen. I get home, my wife's like, "That was a great segment. I really like that." I'm like, "Well, take it up with JaVale. He programmed that segment. It was a good segment. This is a good idea."
Josh gets one too.
Does Danny hate it? Now, I will say very, very easy. If it involves a dog, the answer will always be yes. Very, very easy on that. Because despite the fact that he says he likes dogs, there's no evidence of this whatsoever.
Just a lifetime with dogs. Grew up with them.
Speaking of lifetime, Major League Baseball has banned a player for life.
Oh, yeah.
This is the thing. We got to get into that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We're going left paws up today on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The G&D show exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services and estate planning, elder law, probate admin. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention that we referred you. You'll get a discount, kmlawyers.com. In 1 hour, Beltway Blitz. We'll be covering the Nats, Major League Baseball, the Commanders. At that time, we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle. You got to be listening right at 4 in 1 hour. And then it's 6 today. Stretch run of the show 3 hours from now. Tickets to see Nicki Minaj at Capital One Arena. We're live all over D.C. on 106.7 The Fan in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. And coast to coast on the Odyssey app. Remember, you can stream us. The video is live, 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page each and every day to watch us discuss sports and banter about things that matter to us here on Grant and Danny. Speaking of which, Danny, did you see that Major League Baseball went with the old Pete Rose lifetime ban?
Man, you know, this, I hate to sound like a broken record, but with it, when it comes to this, and well, let's tell the story first, then we'll get into it.
So the player's name is Tucupita Marcano. He plays for the Padres now. He debuted and is most known from his playing in the big leagues for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He has been banned for betting on baseball, and specifically for betting on the team he played for, the Pittsburgh Pirates. And today, the Wall Street Journal broke this, and then it was all over the place. All the baseball reporters had it. But while he got banned, other players got suspended for a full year, including a pretty decent reliever in the major leagues in Oakland, Michael Kelly, and then minor leaguers Jay Groom, Padres system, Jose Rodriguez, of Philadelphia system, and Andrew Salfrank, who's with the Diamondbacks in the minor leagues. So 4 players suspended 1 year and a player banned for life, Tucupita Marcano. So the reason I think this is so interesting is, Danny, you and I have, since the beginning of the legalization of sports betting, have said sports are going to have a reckoning here at some point.
Yep.
Where players are going to gamble, and we're going to have to figure out where the line is and what's going to happen and how they're going to try to end this early so that 5, 10, 15 years from now, there isn't some mass amount of betting within the sport. So what baseball is doing is, if they find out that you bet on baseball, you get suspended for a full year. If they find out you bet on the team that you played for, Pete Rose style, in his case managed, you are banned forever. And that is what happened with Marcano. The difference between Marcano, who's out forever, and these other 4 guys is, in the actual games for his organization, where you've got intrinsic knowledge or potentially you're playing in the game and have a chance to influence the game, he's betting on those games. But before we even get to the long-term effects of, you know, the ban, the suspension, and maybe how that changes what players are willing to do, I also think it's worth pointing out how unsuccessful a lot of these guys were in their gambling. Because I think it's A, comical, and B, pretty incredible. This dude, Tucupita Marcano, had a total amount that he bet on baseball. He was by far, I think, the biggest bettor, it seems like, of $150,000. The total amount bet on Major League Baseball was $87,000. So where the other 60 plus, I don't know if it would have been like the Dominican League or maybe, you know, college baseball.
Who knows?
Something else, but some other version of baseball. His average amount per bet was a little over $375. He made a total of 231 bets on Major League Baseball. He made a total of 25 bets on his own team, the Pirates. And here is the kicker. This is hilarious to me. He successfully won 4.3% of his bets.
Now, I want everyone to understand that Grant didn't misspeak, and it was actually 43. It's not. 4.3% of his bets.
The only way that's possible as someone who likes to dabble on FanDuel Sportsbook is if you're betting a lot of parlays. Because the parlay is inevitably a very low percentage bet, and you hit it and it makes up for a lot of misses.
Yeah, he lost every parlay, according to the Yahoo Sports story I read.
They're talking about me, right?
Yeah. Grant Paulson lost every one.
No, this guy would bet 6, 7 leg, probably even 2 and 3 leg parlays. It's harder than you think. Pick 3 teams tonight that you're sure are going to win on the money line.
One won't.
Bet your parlay, and I'll bet you at about an 80 to 90% clip those parlays night in and night out are wrong. Probably higher than 80, 85%. But he got 4% of his bets right. He was so bad at it. I saw another breakdown of one of these guys. Jay Groom was one of the minor leaguers. He bet over 450,000 total over a couple of years on baseball. His losings were upwards of 433,000. Think about that.
That's impossible.
His MLB bets included parlays, which sometimes included multiple MLB-related legs and would sometimes include MLB-related legs and non-MLB legs. Groom did not appear in any of the games in which he bet, and he did not make any bets involving his assigned team, and that's why he only got the 1-year suspension. There's no evidence to suggest, and Groom denies, that any outcomes in the baseball games, were influenced negatively by his own actions or whatever. But this guy would bet $453 on 30 MLB game-related bets, an average of about $15 per bet. He's basically doing what I do. It's $10 here, $15 here, and next thing you know, in his case, he bets a lot more than I did. He was, I think I said 4,000. He was up to $453. I think I botched that he bet, and 433 is what he lost. I might have said that wrong.
Yeah, far different than 400-some thousand.
Yeah. So literally, I want to clarify that. He would literally be a $10 and $15 better, and he would make like 20 bets or whatever. But he bet 450, he lost 430 of it. The percentage is still staggering that he can't hit any baseball bets as a baseball player. It's kind of hilarious. But these guys didn't hit their bets, and they gave up a year's salary, hundreds of thousands of dollars, or in the career money ahead of this Padres Pirates player. You gave up your entire career to be bad at betting.
So for the part of the Marcano story, the guy that got the lifetime ban, he was on the injured list. He wasn't playing apparently at the time that he was betting on the Pirates. And so what does it remind you of? The Calvin Ridley story, right? Where he was injured. He wasn't playing. He's away from the team with the NFL. When he was with the Falcons, he was betting, whether it was parlays or otherwise. I don't know the specifics. I'm not really that concerned about it, but it's like you're away and you miss the juice. So you bet, and now you're done for forever.
Do you think he didn't understand that he couldn't if he wasn't playing? Like, do you think these guys got the rules? I'd imagine they did. It's got to be pretty clear at this point. I'd imagine if you're an agent of a player, there's got to be somebody that the teams employ at this juncture who is going over all of this with them in great detail in spring training, reminding them throughout the season. I've been in NFL locker rooms long enough. Every single thing that can get you in trouble is plastered on the wall. Please call an Uber. Here's the number. The teams,
don't take Sudafed on Saturday if you have to. The peanut cup on Sunday.
Teams legitimately employ a driver.
Yeah,
where they'll go, hey, no money, no charge. Call this number. Ask for this guy. He will pick you up wherever you are. No DUIs. Please do the right thing. Teams do this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe that players don't know they can't bet on their sport at this point.
I'm sure there's at least some degree of knowledge, but there's also some degree of I'm invincible or otherwise. So the thing that I wanted to say at the beginning was, and I'm, by the way, very much in favor of legalized sports gambling. I think it was long overdue. If I decide tonight I'd like to place $2 on an Orioles Padres parlay, I should be able to do that. That's totally fine. Because some folks might use it to excess, that's not necessarily my problem. That's not how we govern things in our society. We tried prohibition one time, learned our lesson, right? There are folks that have serious issues with alcohol. We still make it legal. That's kind of how it's the American way. It's how we've done it. So I'm very much in favor of it. But similarly to those who were who were huge advocates of it, I said the same thing to them that I said to every folk or everybody that wanted to crusade in and pen their columns about paying college players. That's fine. You could think that. All I'm saying is we better have a really good structure in place. We better have a really good set of fail safes. Better have a really good set of ideas of how this is going to work. Are they employees? Does that mean they all unionize? Does that mean they get 401ks? What are you actually saying? Instead of the righteous idea of paying the players, I'm fine with that, by the way. I wouldn't necessarily, but I get it. That's fine. We don't have a structure in place. And so what you've seen is the Wild West. You've seen the Pac-10 basically go from 10 teams to 12 teams to not existing anymore, right? That's pretty sad. But that's because of this landscape that nobody was really prepared for. The NCAA has caught with their pants down. They lost a bunch of court cases. Finally said, screw it, we're out. You guys handle it. And this is what's happening. It's the Wild West. Now, some people were fine with that. They left their wreckage in their wake, and they go, this is what it should always have been. I don't enjoy college sports as much. More transfer portal for everybody, I suppose. Same thing happening here. This was absolutely an inevitable consequence. Now, each individual should bear some responsibility, not some, bear responsibility for their own mistakes and their own decisions. But when the 7th inning stretch brought to you by FanDuel on a DraftKings pitching break by BetMGM, this half inning or this mound visit sponsored by whatever, this was always going to seep through. This was inevitable to me that you were going to have some of these things. And so what the leagues have done, you see the NFL did this and now Major League Baseball is doing this, is this over-the-top huge punishment where they're going to take a guy's career away because he bet while he was injured. I don't know if it's fair or not, but it's the reality.
Oh, I think it's totally fair. If you bet on the team that you play on, there has to be a very, very strict and extreme prohibition of that. Because the most important thing to the teams and to the league, to these sports as entities, is that I don't sit there watching a game going, oh, this guy's throwing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Joey Gallo just struck out for the 4th time in 4 at-bats.
Has to be on purpose.
He hasn't made contact. This guy's throwing the game. No, that's not what's happening. It's really hard to hit. Joey Gallo is losing sleep at night, desperately angry and upset that he can't hit. All he wants to do is hit his 5th home run, which he did finally last night. But this idea of the umpire made a bad call, he must be on the take. You don't want that. People are always going to say it. They've said it since the beginning of the time. But you have to absolutely ban players who bet on the teams that they play on. I'm a 100% for that. You're gone. You're done. If you're betting on the sport and not the team you play for, I think you have to have a really serious punishment. I don't think you should be banned. So I actually like the 1-year suspension, to be honest with you. That feels maybe a little bit extreme to me, to be frank, but I'll take that over a banishment, certainly. And I don't think it should be like a couple of weeks. I think it would have to be pretty extreme.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the remainder of the season, or, you can come back next year or whatever, rather than having these guys not be able to play until June 4th next season. I'd have them maybe play on opening day or what have you. But I think that's important because you're going to have inside knowledge. You would be able to get word from a buddy who's now on another team. That guy tells you, hey, this guy's not pitching. You use that to your benefit. Or maybe you help a buddy out with a scouting report. Just stuff that you don't want.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be serious. So I like the 1 year there just fine. To me, you've got to take this so seriously because there is a way to have your cake and eat it too, in my opinion. For every like Mike Florio or some of these people who constantly are saying sports, by taking this money and in a society now where sports betting is legal, can never be the same again. And every time there's ever an outcome, we're going to think it's fake. I think that's mostly noise.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
I just think it's silly. It's over the top. It's a straw man argument for people that don't like sports betting, in my opinion. I think we can absolutely bet on games and have our fun as consumers, ideally responsibly. And it's a very serious thing. I mean, if you have, I say it every time I do a FanDuel read, if you have a gambling problem, you got to call 1-800-GAMBLER because it really can be a major issue. But if done responsibly for a couple bucks here and there as a fun thing to add a little excitement to the game, it can be an entertaining way to spend an evening. But I do think you can do both. I think we can have a world where people are betting on sports and the athletes don't. And the athletes at a 99% clip follow the rules. I guess my question is, do days like today get us there fast? When you see a guy get banned for life, when you see 4 of your peers in the MLB Players Association suspended for a year, does it go away quickly? The interest you might have in betting, your urge to do so on a baseball game, isn't the juice at that point no longer worth the squeeze to the point where you go, I just can't do this? Or do you think people are still going to do it? And we're always, 15 years from now, we're still going to be suspending 6 guys on June 4th because that's when our investigations were done.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be that way. I mean, it's because it permeates everything. It's everywhere, right? You remember the DFS wars, right? Before things calmed down to a degree, where every other ad was either FanDuel or DraftKings on television, right? You remember those for football on like televised sporting events? They were all chatting. It was an arms race. Right? It's now so ubiquitous and has permeated so far that some of that marketing is absolutely going to seep in. You're going to have guys that do it. especially these highly competitive folks, because that's who it appeals to more often than not, right? It's a way to get the competitive juices kind of going, those feelings of competition where there's something on the line. Whereas normally, if I'm sitting at home in the recliner, nothing's on the line. But now all of a sudden, that Blue Jays Red Sox game has a lot more meaning to it because there's a stake in it. Getting these guys to turn off the competition gene is really, really hard. So I do think it's going to be a problem.
But you can bet on football.
Mhm.
You can bet on basketball. You can bet on hockey. It's a pretty easy, strict rule here.
You're right.
Don't bet on your sport. You can scratch the itch if you want to call it that.
Mhm.
To your point, if guys enjoy doing it, bet on boxing. You can bet on whatever you want. You just can't bet on baseball. And football players can't bet on football. It's not that complicated, and it shouldn't really be that difficult
Mhm.
because football players, as they remind us when we talk to them, they don't necessarily, most of them go home. They're not the biggest football fan. They're not you screaming
Right.
at the guy dropping the catch. It's their job. They
Right.
go home and they look at Anthony Rendon. He wants to watch the Rockets. He doesn't want to watch the Nationals play the Pirates. If you're a player in the big leagues, that's your gig. You get away from it. It makes sense that you don't necessarily need to be betting on that sport, and certainly not on your own team. But I have no problem with banning a guy who bet on his own club. I don't. So even though it stinks for this kid and
Mhm.
he's being made an example of, I'm sorry. You knew the rules. They made it pretty clear to you. This isn't something they came up with after the fact, after you did it. It's written. You were handed the paperwork at some point, and you chose to make this decision. And if you didn't know that, I have empathy for that. But hire a better agent, have better people around you letting you know what you should and shouldn't be doing. And then I also blame the teams who should absolutely be educating all of these guys constantly on what you can and can't do. But there's one other element of this I want to bring up, which is that today in our circle on a sports show where you and I try to, mention a few things from different sports, this will come up. But at the water cooler, it might get a quick mention. It's not that big of a deal because nobody knows who Tucupita Marcano is, right? It's not that big of a deal because the other four guys are minor league types. If this was a superstar,
Mhm.
how would baseball handle it? And everyone thinks Shohei Ohtani, and obviously he was actually, funny enough, today we found out he has been cleared of all
Yep.
wrongdoing.
Investigation closed. Move on.
Now everyone will roll their eyes and say, oh, sure, the biggest star in the sport gets away. Having actually now dug into that pretty deep, it does look to me like that guy got screwed over pretty good. But I would be fascinated to know what the fallout and reaction would be and how much different this conversation would be if, I don't like picking a name, but let's just say a perennial all-star, fringe superstar type player was banned from baseball today because he bet 4 times on his team to win. Pete Rose 2.0 style.
Mookie Betts, a superstar for the Dodgers, bet on the Dodgers to win, which they probably will. Well, then what would happen? I don't know the answer.
I think I'd feel a little differently, probably,
Mhm.
if we're ending Mookie Betts' career. And I don't know, did this guy bet on the Pirates to win all those games? Because I do still, even when Pete Rose comes up, to say he got a raw deal is probably a bit extreme, but he always bet on his team to win, is the way that is known. Correct?
As far as I know, yeah.
I feel a little differently about that. Then you're not throwing games. This isn't the Black Sox scandal of the early 1900s.
So I wonder if you care about this. I think you don't, just playing know your coast a little bit. I do care about it in terms of a distinction. Same with Calvin Ridley. Hurt and away from the team, betting on the team.
Don't care.
Yeah, so I didn't think you would. I do. Because to me, it approaches the thing you were just hinting at or just talking about, where if I'm playing shortstop that day and I've got, for the sake of argument, 50 grand on this game, all of a sudden that room service 2 hopper and I boot because I have us losing, that's what I would care about, right? I care about that far more than I do. I'm away from the team rehabbing my knee injury.
Do we know that anyone's ever bet on their team to lose?
I have no idea.
I mean, to me, that's the ultimate. You can't come back from that. That is banishment personified. If you bet on your team to lose, you're throwing a game if you're playing in that game.
Mhm.
That is the basketball player, if you remember.
Yes.
Who bet on his unders.
Gone.
The brother of Darius. Tag, you're it. Who was the NBA player?
That'll be Jonte Porter, the brother
Porter.
of Michael Porter
Thank you.
Jr.
Jonte Porter, for those of you that don't know the story, NBA player, would bet on his own personal prop unders, I guess allegedly, I have to say. And then he would get sick or he would leave the game or he would start the game.
Yeah, take himself out or whatever.
Exactly. And he would hit his unders. And after an investigation, they're going, this is so weird. Someone bet 10 grand on this and hit. Someone bet 10 grand and he played 4 minutes or whatever. And then they realized this guy's betting on himself. and against himself,
Yeah.
and then doing a bad job on purpose, that guy should never get to play again, ever.
Agreed. So that to me is that's sort of the top offense or the bottom of the ladder. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I agree that if you're active and playing in the game, then it is still worse than if you're injured. If you're asking me that, assuming you're betting on your team to win, though, again, there's a big difference to me. Having said that, I just think it's such an easy precedent that there can't be any wiggle room for what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You've got to put in Sharpie. There's no margin for discussion. There's no dialogue here. Did you bet on the sport that you play in? Then it's 1 year. Did you bet on the team that you play on? Then you're done forever. And that makes it so easy that you're not going to do it. If you knew, Danny, that if you went 1 mile per hour over the limit driving home today and you got pulled over, you never get to drive again, a lot fewer people would speed.
Be a different behavior.
Now, I'm not advocating that we should be doing that.
Right.
I'm not a fan of that. That would be stupid. But my point is, the way that they've done the rules are by design so that they can have their cake, me betting on DJ Hurst over strikeouts tonight at Nats Park, and eat it too, where their players find a way to not bet on the game. And I think you can do that. For again, I point to Florio, who's always like, here is an example of a player saying he thought a referee made a bad call on purpose. He must have bet on the game. Guys have been saying that forever. I just think we overblow that whole, the Nuggets lost tonight by 17 points. They obviously bet against themselves. It's just a stupid thing people say. It doesn't mean that people can't bet on sports.
Right.
I refuse to play that game.
So something that I would do, and I know you wouldn't, I would have one extra tier or one extra distinction for guy away from the team that's just betting on the games, but he's on the injured list. He's not part of the team, really. I wouldn't have him punished as stiffly as somebody that's active, playing, and betting on the teams.
But then you are quite literally allowing a guy to bet on his own team.
No, here's how I do it. So Marcano wouldn't get a lifetime ban from me. You get a 2-year ban. Like, that's different than lifetime.
All right. I mean,
lifetime,
his career's over at that point.
Lifetime to me is we escalate very quickly from misdemeanor, like basic felony of a year to forever. I would have another tier where it's like, okay, you're not actively tanking, you're not actively ruining integrity. You're away on your couch with your knee in a brace, putting a parlay in. Not as bad to me as the thing we're talking about, which is actively participating in a game and questioning the integrity of it.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-year thing, you're pretty much cooked anyway. You go away from a professional sport for 2 years. See Deshaun Watson?
Sure.
Good luck coming back. I wouldn't follow that philosophy. I would just say, did you bet on the team that you were employed by? If the answer is yes, we've got a precedent here.
We do now.
The greatest hitter of all time, maybe, isn't in baseball. The greatest hitter of all time.
Yep.
With all due respect to Tucupita Marcano, you ain't Pete Rose, man. And if the rules are good enough to keep him away from the Hall of Fame, they're good enough to keep you away from the Padres and hitting 227. What do you guys think about this? 800-636-1067, whether it's the discussion we've kind of stumbled into here as to how the punishment should be handed out, or my bigger question, which is, do you think if the sports act quickly, like baseball did today, and harshly, banning players, suspending guys for a full year, does this go away in short order, or is this just the tip of the iceberg? And we're only getting started here, and eventually a Black Sox type scandal or something could happen. I don't really think that will happen in the future. Maybe I'm naive. I think suspensions of a year, the money at stake for these guys now, banning them, I think that is enough incentive to not have that happen. Those guys in the past were playing for peanuts. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Giant barbecue battle tickets at 4. Nicki Minaj at Capital One Arena tickets at 6. Still to come on the program today. Major League Baseball rocking the sports world today by banning one of its players for life for betting on the team that he played on last year. Tucupita Marcano of the Pittsburgh Pirates, now with the Padres. Total amount of betting on baseball, $150K. Total amount on Major League Baseball, $87,000. Average per bet was about $375. Number of bets on Major League Baseball, 231. Bets on the Pirates, which sounds like we're mostly in parlays, 25 bets. It is possible that he bet them to win 25 times.
Sure.
And I do think that you're less of a villain if that's the case. Again, there is an element of scandal when it feels like you're throwing a game and you're betting against the team. But I haven't seen either way what he was betting on. I've always thought, as it pertains to Pete Rose, raw deal is strong, but when you never bet against your team and you're betting on them to win and then trying to manage them to that win, well, if the rule is the rule, I understand the punishment. I think the vilifying of someone as if he was throwing games, which his name is like synonymous with that. It seems like it's like Black Sox scandal, Pete Rose.
Oh, yeah, they're even.
And
right.
that doesn't quite work the same for me. But a couple of questions for you on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. First and foremost, do you see this issue, which we've seen in the NFL, a bunch of suspensions? Remember Shaka Toney here in Washington?
Yes.
One of probably a dozen or so guys that's been suspended for betting on the NFL. Major League Baseball today. Is this a fleeting issue where with banishments, suspensions, a real crackdown that these sports are doing early on here to try to set a tone, this dwindles and goes away? Or is this a building problem that could get larger and larger over time? Because I'd go A over B. I don't see this, Danny, like in 15, 18 years, we're going to find out that a team threw an NLCS or something like that. And that is what a lot of people use as the boogeyman under the bed.
Yeah.
And I just don't see that.
So I don't think that's in our near future within the next couple of decades where somebody's purposely losing games all the time or it's an epidemic or something like that. I do see guys getting suspended and kicked out of games though, or being banned for life. I do absolutely see that. Not to be flippant about it, but we've had some pretty stiff penalties for a lot of crimes in our society. Those, crimes continue. Theft on up. I mean, you can do the math as to the things I'm talking about. Look at some of the stats from around the country. Deterrents sound really good in theory. And this is not necessarily a rational process that guys are talking about here when it comes to, wanting to place a bet. And they're at this level of super competitiveness and they're elite in this thing that everybody wants to do. And they feel like they're invincible. So I don't think this is going away.
I do think it's also case by case in the sense that there could be a betting scandal that's horrific and egregious. Not every betting scandal is that. Shaka Toney, assuming he bet on like a Falcons-Jags game during a Thursday night out with his buddies at Buffalo Wild Wings or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
That is not the same as someone throwing a game. And the example I would give you on today's news, this guy, Michael Kelly with the A's, who's actually a decent major league reliever. He's like actually he's the only guy that got in trouble today. He's like good at the big league level. He bet a total of $99 on baseball games. He cost himself his $800,000 salary this year.
Pretty stupid.
So first of all, you're dumb, or you did a dumb thing at least, I guess I should say is a better way to put it. I don't know him. He might be the smartest guy in the room.
Could be a rocket scientist.
But he did a dumb thing.
Yeah.
But I think when you see Michael Kelly bet $100 on a few baseball bets over a year or whatever, and he lost $800,000, I'm not going to make that mistake. That you could pretty quickly learn the lesson through him. And he'll be back in a year. He's one of the guys that's got suspended a year because he didn't bet on the team Oakland he played for. Although who would bet on Oakland? Am I right? But he bet on the sport he plays in. Let's go to Ellis in D.C. You're on Grant and Danny. What's up, Ellis?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. How are you?
Hey, buddy.
I think we got to change the way we think about these rules, right? Like betting is no longer that taboo. And if you think about it, inherently the players are already betting on the games, right? If the player plays well when his team loses, he's going to get a higher contract. And if he plays poorly and his team loses, he's going to lose money. So inherently they're already gambling on themselves. They should be allowed to bet. When we think about boxing, right, we always hear stories of of this boxer took their purse and betted on themselves and doubled their earnings. So what's the difference in the other pro sports, right? Like, what do you guys think about that?
Well, do you think they should be allowed to bet against themselves?
Of course not. No.
So you're
Like,
saying as long as they're betting on themselves and on their team, you don't have a problem with it.
Right, because they're already doing it.
Yeah, I think
in a manner of speaking, yeah.
I mean, it's not the same to say, we use the phrase all the time, like you sign a 1-year deal, you're betting on yourself. Kirk Cousins has been doing it his whole career. We always say he's betting on himself. It's not the same as actually betting on a game that you're playing in. I just think that it's really hard to legislate. Are you betting for your team or against your team? And you're opening up a much bigger potential problem area than just not allowing it and saying you can't do this, period, full stop, bet on other sports, not this one. The number one issue that could derail any of these leagues that are billion-dollar entities, the NFL's took a day from the church, runs the country in a lot of ways, right? The National Football League. Major League Baseball's a 10 or $15 billion industry at this point. The number one derailer could be people deciding that the outcomes are not real, that this is not authentic, that this is predetermined. They have to prevent against that at all costs. And I think a way to do that is to say you're not allowed to bet in games you're involved in.
Well, it's why for so many years this was not a non-starter, welcoming gambling money, because of the perceived impropriety. I mean, you go back to the beginning of what Las Vegas was, with mob ties and the influence then on organized betting. That was the way to build some of these towers and to wash money. Now, those days are gone. Like those guys, the mobsters influencing the 1919 Black Sox, et cetera. It's a different time now. These guys are far better paid than they ever were. But you mentioned boxing. I think it's one of the huge reasons boxing is dead. The illegitimacy. Nobody knew what they were seeing was real or not. Everyone was like, well, as soon as this guy loses, that means that we're setting up a rematch. So are these judges on the up and up? I think no one knows.
Well,
so I think it hurt tremendously.
UFC, boxing, I mean, any sport where there's judging, very, very ominous to me. And especially in boxing and UFC, it just seems ridiculous. Like, did you watch the same fight that I just did? How on earth could you score it that way?
To set up the rematch.
Yeah. And what can you say other than that's the way I saw it. It's arbitrary. That's the way I perceived it. I liked his defense. He took him down once, get out of here. I mean, so yeah, I agree that is an issue for boxing. But here's where I'll agree with the caller. The lifetime ban for someone who only bet on their team to win, and the lifetime ban for someone who potentially bet against their team being an equal punishment, one is way worse than the other. And I understand why we have it this way. As I keep saying, I'm a broken record on this. But I think if someone never bet against himself, bet against his team, that needs to be acknowledged in public so that we can perceive what they did correctly. Max in Southern Maryland, how are you?
Hey, good. This is a great topic, especially for your show, guys. Thanks for taking my call. All right, so here's the thing. Sports are always affected by betting, whether it's legal or not. I mean, the idea, when you brought up the straw man argument, just because you like betting in sports to be legal doesn't mean that it isn't tainting games. And it did before it was legal, and it will after it's legal. What's really fascinating about legal betting these days is the hypocrisy that it's handled within the league and not at the state level like insider trading. See, they want to have control inside these leagues and also promote the vice on the same channel. It's actually the leagues that are corrupted, in my opinion. These small guys getting caught betting on themselves is kind of sad. I mean, these guys are young guys coming in. They don't really even know what they're doing. I mean, maybe they're not the brightest tool. Maybe they are the sharpest tool. I don't know. But it would definitely be a bigger deal if these were but it's even more of a big deal that they're promoting it on the channels that they're playing these sports and they're advertising within the stadium.
Well, it's a boom from a business standpoint to the leagues. I mean, that's not going away. I think he's onto something to say, though, that maybe legislation's got to even come from above. I'd be okay with that. But the leagues, I mean, the onus is on them. And it's why you're seeing today they came out and banned a player and suspended players. This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to take this as seriously as they can. A legitimate star wide receiver in Calvin Ridley missed a full year.
Yes.
Because he put in a 3-leg parlay while he was injured. For football games not involving his team. He was out for an entire year.
Hitting it pretty hard.
If you want to hop in, you can. 800-636-1067. Let's also get to our double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're blitzing at 4 in 20 minutes. That's when we're giving away the tickets to the barbecue battle on Grant and Danny. Every day at 3:45, we give you a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
I'm going to do this super quick because I want to get out of the way for Darius. We've been putting this off. This is almost Brendan goes to Duke type territory where it's never going to seem to happen.
Darius texted us on Sunday, very angry about grocery stores. He said, I want to talk about grocery stores. And we said, all right, these are uncharted waters. Darius is very upset, very passionate. Let's do this. So we'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah, here's my double play. I need this to be good. I just need it to be good. Star Wars: The Acolyte premieres today. That is on my agenda for this evening. It's a 2-episode premiere. I will be watching it tonight. I'm hoping it captures some of the grandeur and excellence of Andor, Mandalorian,
I wanted to capture Andor.
Yeah. Well, you can't capture Andor, obviously. It's the beginning of the
What
rebellion.
are you hoping it captures?
That same television
The grandeur
excellence.
and the excellence of Andor.
That Andor was.
It was same as me.
Yeah.
We're actually looking at
So
this.
for you, are you excited about this era that it takes place in?
The era is mainly what I'm excited about.
Which era is it, though, for you?
The main one. The main era.
The main era?
Yeah, the one I'm excited about. What era are you excited about?
The era that it takes place in, which is what? Go ahead and tell me.
I'm asking. You're trying to do a thing where you get me to say it so you can agree?
Yeah, go ahead.
What era are you excited
Say
about?
1, 2, 3, the era. Which is it?
Okay, on the count of 3.
High
let's say it.
Republic. You didn't say anything. So the point is,
The High Republic era?
Yeah,
That's exactly
it's
the
the
one I'm
High
excited
Republic
about.
era. How many years before Battle of Yavin, before Clone Wars is it?
Several.
What do you think, though? Round number.
Several.
Yep, that's right. Actually,
Thank you.
several
I agree.
years before. I need it to be good. I hope it's good. But that's Disney's big summer push. So we're entering the summer television season. This is almost more important, honestly, than movie season
This
now,
is
which is
very
crazy.
important, yeah.
You've got Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power in August, and the next major one is House of the Dragon, which is not this weekend, but next weekend on HBO.
Osha and May. You know about them?
She's one of the stars.
Osha and May.
The twins separated
They're
at
twin
birth.
sisters separated by a tragedy. When they were young. Osha's the former Padawan learner of Soul who left the Jedi Order.
Now
due
you
to
sleep on Soul.
Internal turmoil. She has regarding a connection to the Force.
Yeah.
May, of course, is presumed dead until she reemerges as a dangerous.
She's the
warrior.
assassin. Now,
When developing her portrayal of the two characters who respectively represent users of the light side and dark side of the Force.
They're the yin and yang.
I just blacked out. I mean, that was all off the top of my head.
You sleep who Soul is, by the way. You sleep on that. You know who the actor is? The lead guy from Squid Game.
Yeah, it's Lee Jung Jae.
Yeah. He learned English for this role. Like, can you imagine that? Can you imagine you're this worldwide phenomenon, star of Squid Game? They're like, we want to cast you in a Star Wars thing. Could you learn English real quick? And he's like, sure, no problem. And now he speaks English.
You sleep on Yord Fandar? And who's playing Yord Fandar?
I actually don't know who plays Yord Fandar. Do you know?
You don't?
No. Who is it?
Can you at least get excited for this show?
Who is
it's
it?
Charlie Barnett, dude.
It's not Charlie Barnett.
Charlie Barnett's
All
playing
right, you're
Yord
stealing
Fandar.
Darius's time.
One more thing I do want to say, and because Darius's thing's very important.
Mhm.
You're sleeping on Indara, and who plays her?
Carrie Ann Moss. Don't start with me.
Carrie Ann Moss plays her.
Yeah, I know.
You got to watch this, Danny. I'm telling you, you're going to love it.
I hope I do. That's the point of the double play. Is I need this to be good.
Star Wars: The Acolyte. I primarily need this to be good. It would be nice if it was good for Danny as well.
Why are you trying to? It's so disrespectful.
What? Can we get together and watch it? I won't troll you the whole time.
Like, you're my buddy and everything.
Yeah.
But no.
How much money? If I give you $50.
No.
Okay. It's time for our double play. And by our, I mean me and Darius. Darius, tag, you're it. Go ahead.
So the other day, went to the grocery store. I won't name any grocery stores, but I have approximately 4 grocery stores within throwing rock distance of me. And 2 of them recently just got self-checkouts, which is great. Sure. Self-checkouts are awesome.
Okay. Until you have produce.
They're good for convenience.
Can I Obama style this?
Sure,
thing?
go. For
Let me be clear. 2 of the grocery stores now you just got self-checkout?
within the not just as in like the last month, but within the last, I would say, year, both of these grocery stores just got self-checkouts.
That's pretty surprising.
Yeah. The other 2 already had them for quite some time. This was one of those grocery trips where I had to get a lot of things. Typically, when I get a lot of things, I don't like to go to a self-checkout. I would like to go to a clerk or someone who's working behind the cashier. Pull all my things on the conveyor belt, let them ring things up and bag those things. That's not something that happens anymore with these stores that now have self-checkouts, at least locally for me. That's why I'm bringing this to the Grant and Danny show and our fan base's attention. I'm trying to find out, do grocery stores still bag things for you anymore? Because in my last, I would say probably like my last 8 trips to the grocery stores. And this is, again, various different grocery stores. It's not just one particular one. I've not had anyone bag stuff for me in my last several trips to the grocery store.
So you're saying when you go to a clerk, old school, you put stuff on the conveyor belt,
and they're doing the
That's if I even get a chance to go to a clerk.
Right, but in the event that you go to a clerk, they scan the item, it gets pushed down the way, you have to go bag it.
Correct. Yes. The last time that I did see a clerk at one of these grocery stores, I had to bag my stuff. Now, PG County just adopted the rule that's just sweeping the nation, apparently, where they're no longer doing plastic bags, and every paper bag you get charged like 10 cents.
You guys
4 or 5
just
cents.
started paying for
They
those?
just started that this year in January.
I feel like we've been doing that a couple of years.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not a fan of that. The 5 cents per bag thing ricks me.
It's terrible. But so now we bring the we bring a bunch of the what are they called?
Reusable bags.
Yeah, we bring a bunch of those. They look at you like, oh, cool, you got your own reusable bags. You can bag your own stuff then.
That might be it. If you bring your own reusable bag, they expect you to bag your own groceries.
So it depends on where you go. There's a Mom's grocery not far from me that everything costs $1 million. Basically,
I was gonna say, are you a Mom's grocery?
Those are pricey.
I don't normally go, but
I
it's
own
like
the whole Gruyere over
well,
here.
if I'm getting 1 or 2 things and it's like close by, I'll pop in there and they'll bag stuff for you. Trader Joe's, I feel like does some bagging.
I mean, Trader Joe's, you're talking about very well run, very high end, and just in terms of like, my wife worked at Trader Joe's for years and years and years, store artist, but they would go up and bag and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone that works there loves to work there, high fives each other every hour of every day. They stop at the top of every hour to give each other hugs, talk about how great the company is. Like they just love being there and they do a good job. It's like a Chick-fil-A operation or something.
I can tell Darius this is someone who used to work at a grocery store for quite some time and was a cashier there. If you're using the reusable bags, you have to put them first. Like if you just take them, I'm assuming that you are not putting them first on the belt, and that is where the confusion will set in, and that's when the cashier will then think that you want to bag your own groceries, because that's what it used to be like when I worked at
So
Wegmans.
you're saying if he's just holding the bag.
Yes, that is the assumption made by the cashier if you have not put the bags first. If you put them first in line, then they'll be setting the bags aside.
So you want him to put the bags up there to be scanned essentially, like so they can push them down to the end?
Absolutely. That is what you're supposed to do.
Wow.
Do you do that?
Something. I'm trying to recall the last time that I saw a clerk while I had reusable bags. I'm pretty sure I made it obvious that I had the bags.
Yeah.
But maybe I didn't put it on the conveyor belt.
Here's what you got to do.
I think that's weird.
I think you got to ask next time you're there. You got to go, do you guys bag or do I bag?
That just feels so weird.
It feels so
I
weird.
don't think that's weird.
Is that
that's
not
weird.
Well, but you're uncomfortable saying things like that. Whereas like me and Danny kind of like have some.
Yeah.
That's weird though.
That's a
I don't
weird
think
thing.
that's weird at
Because
all.
what if it's like no? Bag
Okay.
your own stuff.
And you would say, thank you for answering my question. And then you go back.
And you don't feel the
In
shame
the
that should
meantime,
wash over you.
you're asking us, what the hell do we know? There's a guy that knows the answer. He's standing right there. Hey, man, do you guys still bag or do you want me to bag? And he's like, nah, bro, bag. And you're like, awesome. Thank you for the honor of bagging my own groceries.
I don't know. I just feel like I've gone to grocery stores for so many years where that was never a thing. You just knew that the clerk was going to bag it for you, or there was going to be someone else at the end of the conveyor belt bagging it for you, and that is no longer. And then these self checkouts, they abuse the heck out of those. I mean, if you go in there on a non like prime time during the day, that it's only going to be self checkout.
Oh, I know.
There's never going to be a clerk standing behind a register.
God forbid you get an apple or some alcohol.
I got this squash. What do I do?
Typing in buttons 9796423. You're like looking things up. Yeah, man, it's a grind getting groceries anymore. You got to just do the order to your house thing.
Instacart.
That's
Game changer.
your move.
That's what we do.
That's not bad. Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. Here on The Fan, we're giving away tickets to the barbecue battle in D.C. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kandori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com and be sure to mention that we referred you so that you can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067 right now. Congratulations. You've won a 4-pack of tickets to the 32nd annual Giant Barbecue Battle, June 22nd and 23rd. Historic Pennsylvania Ave. Family fun for everyone. Over 100 free food and drink samples. Giant Corks to Caps tasting tent. Monster Energy Extreme Sports. And live music on Pepsi Taste. More summer stage. Visit thefandc.com/events. You and I have both gone to this.
It's awesome.
You can't do a whole lot better in the summer.
It's one of the great days on the DC calendar. It rules. It is so much fun. The vibes are so good. And again, it's just people offering you delicious food to eat. Enjoy that.
Let's kick off our Beltway Blitz. Spin you around the NFL. Danny, you and I have got some headlines for the folks. How about Christian McCaffrey? Dateline San Francisco. ESPN's Adam Schefter breaking the news today that McCaffrey and the 49ers agreed to a multi-year extension, $19 million per season. Everyone acted like he was making about 16 per. He's actually, year by year, if you look at it, made about 11 million per on his current deal. Those big numbers in the NFL are often misleading, but he was underpaid in his mind because he's basically a wide receiver 1 and an RB1, and he scores a touchdown or two in every game. The 28-year-old, a day after Justin Jefferson, got the largest contract non-quarterback history of the league, cashed in for the Niners.
He is a weapon. 2023 scrimmage yards with 21 touchdowns. That's not too shabby. A couple years before, a few injuries have slowed him down. You look at some of those Carolina years where he didn't play very often. When he plays, hyper productive. I mean, beyond productive.
He's one of these guys, I think, to your point, if he's healthy, he might end up making the Hall of Fame. I mean, he is that kind of impact player. There's just not a lot of guys like him in the league in his era. He is right now, this moment, the most talented back, the most complete back in football. If you sustain that over several years in your era, you're in the Hall of Fame conversation. Now, the injuries he's already sustained will ding him some, and we'll see about the longevity at running back. But I do think the fact that a lot of his exploits are as a pass catcher could help him with some of the wear and tear because you're getting the ball out in space. You're not taking on the same number of collisions. Although I'll say in San Francisco specifically, they don't mind running him between the tackles.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's got to do a little bit of everything. I'm just thinking, over the course of his career, he's over 10,000 total career yards. So that's a pretty huge milestone. You look at some of the all-time leading rushers, basically you get to that 10,000 mark. Rushing, that's a pretty good indicator you're going to end up in the Hall of Fame, just in terms of longevity, productivity, and the like. Some of the greats of all time are kind of in that window. But so he's on his way to that, but he's already there in terms of total yards. So he's got a great shot at it. The 81 total touchdowns as well.
Dateline New York Jets head coach Robert Saleh said that he expects edge rusher Hassan Reddick to attend their mini camp later this month. Reddick has not joined the Jets in any of their offseason workouts since he was traded to New York from the Eagles in late March. He obviously wants more money, it would appear. But when asked what's going on, Saleh, clearly frustrated, said he didn't know why he wasn't around. Reddick's been very, very good. Joins a Jets defense with a pass rush rated by PFF in the league's top 6 last season. This is always interesting to me when you kick off your new stay with a new team in unnecessarily awkward fashion. I understand that you want to be paid, but there's probably a way you can go to the club and say, what can I do to get the money? Let's work something out. And maybe all he cares about is when he's got to show up, he'll be there. But for Saleh today to voice his displeasure tells you they're annoyed behind the scenes.
Without a doubt. There's a difference between, hey, he's not here right now, he wants more money. Okay. Versus, you haven't talked to him. Uh-oh. as soon as I hear that,
we don't know where he is.
I'm going, alarm, alert, bad.
Agent hasn't called us and told us that he's holding out for more money. We just keep waiting for him to show up, and it's not happening. The Dallas Cowboys running back situation is in flux. They brought back Ezekiel Elliott this offseason in a hilarious turn of events. He might be their starter, which is so wonderful and comical. But Mike McCarthy today said he expects them to use at least 2, maybe 3 running backs in a rotation this year. Ezekiel Elliott, Rico Dowdle, Royce Freeman among the guys on their depth chart at the position right now. I even saw that they were using a couple of their backs in the slot at practices this week as they're trying to figure out how they're going to move forward.
Now, listen, none of those guys are dynamic, and nobody really scares you. And I think you could still have a decent running game. You're not going to be as dynamic as they were a couple years ago, and really, really good when the offensive line was great, the scheme was great, and Elliott was in his prime, and they were thumping downhill, and he was scoring 15 to 20 touchdowns. But to me, you can have a good enough running game with that group. It's kind of how I would do it. I'm not necessarily saying I'd go get Ezekiel Elliott at the end of his career, but I would say let's not really worry about that position. Let's build an offensive line and have a good passing game and see what happens.
Let's worry about the Nats rotation and a debut tonight right now on the Blitz. Charlie Slows, one of the voices of Nats baseball, pregame with he and Dave Jagler in 2 hours at 6:15, game at 6:45. I believe Charlie just got out of Davey's presser. So why don't we start with Trevor Williams' injury on the injured list? What do we know, Charlie?
They're calling it a forearm flexor strain. They believe it's just in the muscle based on the MRI. He felt something that felt different in his bullpen session a few days ago, but wasn't sure whether he could make the start. He wanted to go through some other things, and then after they got the MRI, they said, "You know what? Let's do this right." And hopefully, right now they're saying they're going to shut him down for a couple of weeks. Which, if that's all it is, that's pretty good. But that remains to be seen. I don't know how different this is than what Josiah Gray, his diagnosis also was an elbow forearm flexor strain as well, but to maybe a different degree. I'd have to speak to medical people on that to really know what the difference is. But right now, they think they shut him down for a couple of weeks and reevaluate from there.
That's what I was going to ask you, Charlie, is how different, and you answered that. But what's the timetable on Gray? That would certainly be a boost if he's able to come back here, especially because Williams was throwing so great.
Right. Well, Gray just did another simulated game today. So they'll decide in the next, 24, 36 hours whether he needs another one of those or whether they actually will start his rehab clock and have him pitch in minor league games. That's where they are with that right now. He threw about 60 pitches today and pretty intense heat and humidity out here. And, they'll see how he feels tomorrow and then make that determination. But I don't think that you speed up his timetable based on the fact that, Williams is down now, because you don't want to risk having him re-injure himself.
A voice synonymous with Nationals baseball, Charlie Slows, our guy, Chuck O'Chains, on the Beltway Blitz here on Grant and Danny. Charlie, what about DJ Hurst making his debut tonight? I'm very excited. They're calling up the 23-year-old lefty. He's got really good stuff. He occasionally walks way too many batters, but man, when he throws strikes, his minor league numbers are unbelievable.
Yeah, and he missed his last start to really work on mechanics, and they think he's going to make some adjustments. I hear he was totally caught off guard when he got the news yesterday, told he was going to Washington. His response to Matt Lecoy on the phone was, to pitch? So, yes, indeed, he's going to pitch. He's relying on his fastball, about 62% fastballs to attack the strike zone. His strikeout rate is, well over 10 per 9 innings, close to 11, but his walk rate has been in the 7 range, which is too many. And those were the reports on him when he was in the Cubs organization. Because we remind everybody, he's one of the 2 players they got at the trade deadline deal for Jeimer Candelario last year. So here he is, Double-A last year, Triple-A this year, and now coming to the big league. So I know, Grant, I know how you love this. You're super excited about this.
Oh, I'm fired up. Yeah, whenever the kids get the call, we're going to find out. That's what the year's about to me. Can they do this? And what does it look like at the big league level?
Yeah. And how about 4 lefties in your rotation right now, counting Hurst?
Yeah, how about that?
That's funny to think about. Yeah, it's crazy. Look, they've now got some depth organizationally, Charlie, they didn't have before. Irvin was not beloved as a prospect, has been the real deal. Same with Parker, wasn't even a top 20 guy via MLB pipeline. He's been fantastic. You've seen it even on the hitting side with guys like Jacob Young. But at the pitching side right now, Hurst at AAA, the Double-A rotation, Andrew Lara, Andrew Alvarez at Org Pitcher of the Year last year. You see all the way down with Travis Akora they just drafted, Harleen Susana. They've still got some depth guys you've seen a lot of in Rutledge and Adone. In a very short time, in a couple of years, they've gone from having almost no organizational pitching depth to having a good group, which is exciting.
Yeah, and some people say, well, why was it Hurst, not Rutledge? Sometimes these things work out. Rutledge has struggled a bit, but sometimes these days work out on whose day is it to pitch? And hers was due to pitch today. So this was a perfect slot in for him on the right days, because some days you can't bring up the guy you want because he may have just pitched. So this works out really well for hers to come up and make this start now. And, you know, Adon's been there. Rutledge has been there. They're both in the big leagues. Now we get to see hers. We've seen Parker. This happened last year for the guy who's at the top of your rotation, Jake Irvin, because of injuries, got a chance to come up and pitch, and he's never gone back. Parker looks like maybe he's never going back to the minor leagues too. So you never know with these things. But certainly, again, this is a part of what the Nationals plan for what they have done the past couple of years in retooling this organization.
Charlie, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great call tonight.
All right, guys. You got it.
We'll be listening games at 6:45. I just wanted to point out, we talked about hers and a bunch of the other pitchers that are thriving in the minor leagues on the brand new episode of Bustin' Loose Baseball with the Vice President Player Development for the Nationals, Eddie Longos, who Danny actually coached in high school, which is hilarious.
That, by the way, never ceases to be crazy to me. He's just in charge.
He's just running the show. But if you like the Nats, when we're done tonight, check out the pod, Bustin' Loose Baseball, for a deep dive into the minor league system.
Did you discuss him averaging 11 a game in freshman basketball?
We did not.
Pretty good player. Him and Stuart Kenworthy were our go-to guys. Hit the Commander Center, please. God, I still hate that name, but I love Scott Abraham. Scott 7 News on the Twitterverse. Scott, OTA is back underway tomorrow. What are you looking for?
Just more consistency, working on that timing. Jaden Daniels with his receivers, looking at kind of the retooled defense and the secondary. I mean, again, these are just glorified walkthroughs, guys. There's no pads, helmets on, stay healthy, no soft tissue injuries. Get through OTAs, go to mandatory veteran minicamp next week, go on your summer break, then come back getting ready to go for training camp.
Scotty, a kicker has been signed. I don't know if this is the kicker. I don't know if Ramiz Ahmed from the USFL is the guy that'll be kicking for the Commanders when the season starts. 10 of 13, 4 of 7 behind 40, long of 46 this past season in the UFL. But this is the guy for at least tomorrow at OTAs, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I will not be surprised if they bring in another kicker, several other kickers, because this is going to be a competition. I don't think this is the guy per se. He might be in the mix, but remember, there's other probably kicking competitions going on with other NFL teams. So don't be surprised if, say, the loser of that competition with another NFL team becomes available. Who knows if the Commanders might strike and bring that kicker on board. So this is going to be a very fluid situation. Far from over, but obviously they're in the market for a new kicker.
Scott, putting you on the spot here for a second. Give me a guy that you're more excited about than maybe some other folks are. That like kind of a hidden gem or somebody on this roster. Maybe it's a new player, someone that you go, wait till you see this.
That is a good one. So probably from a new player perspective, I'm going to go with Frankie Louvu. I wouldn't say he's a necessarily hidden gem, but just watching him again. Glorified walkthroughs, but you can see the fast twitch, the motor, the wanting to be physical, getting up to the line of scrimmage. I think he's going to be a really strong piece, a foundational piece of this defense. He's going to be able to be a sponge and tap into the wisdom and knowledge of a Bobby Wagner. He had some glimpses in Carolina. I think Dan Quinn and Witt Jr. can untap his potential. So I'm really excited to see what Frankie Louvu does in Washington.
Scotty, last one here. The Washington Times reported over the weekend that there's another senator outside of just Daines in Montana who's actually a fly in the ointment here on a possible vote for the RFK land to be returned back to D.C. And it just seems like this is becoming a pain in the butt at this point. How sure are you that this is seamless and that they can figure this out quickly enough to actually make RFK happen?
Hey, guys, we live in Washington, D.C., and there's going to be a lot of political red tape. This is politics 101, and it's never easy in terms of getting stuff through here in D.C. Another roadblock. I still think Maryland is going to be a strong contender just because the team already owns that land in Landover. So I think this is far from over. And as you mentioned, another fly in the ointment. And remember, the Senate and the House, they go on summer break come August 5th. So if this gets tabled until then, who knows when this will get kind of reconvened in the fall or in the winter. So this could be a long process. And then obviously you have Maryland kind of sitting there waiting in the wings. I don't know if Virginia's a viable option, especially since the Capitals and the Wizards cannot push something through.
Yeah, I think they lost their privilege to be taken seriously for at least a
Yes,
little while. They're in timeout, Scott. As a parent, you know that one very well. Thank you, buddy.
See you, fellas.
There's Scott Abraham, Channel 7 Sports in town. Another of the Commanders veterans who was on the open market found a home yesterday. We'll tell you who signed where. I want to look at some of their best players from last year that moved on to new teams. Who could have the best season with their new club this year? We'll get into that on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. At 6 o'clock tonight in 90 minutes, we've got tickets to a Nicki Minaj concert at Capital One Arena. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Logan Thomas signed a deal with the San Francisco 49ers yesterday. I like the fit for him, although I don't know that I've ever not liked the fit for a pass catcher in a Kyle Shanahan offense.
I was going to say, that's good for everybody.
But they also don't really have a legitimate tight end, too, behind George Kittle, who's frequently banged up. So think about this. Not only in 12 personnel is he going to get some work, but on top of that, if something happens to Kittle, and I'd have to pull it up, but having him in fantasy every year, there's always a week here or there where he's got something going on. He missed a game, 2 games last year, 3 games the year before that, 4 games the year before that, 10 games the year before that, 4 games the year before that. You get the point. Logan Thomas in an offense with Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and now Ricky Pearsall out of Florida they just drafted in round 1 and McCaffrey and Juszczyk. It's not like anyone's going to be paying you a lot of attention. Brock Purdy loves throwing to the tight end. You know Kyle's offense from here in D.C.
Yep.
They like operating between the numbers and between the hash marks. I actually really, really think Logan Thomas, if he gets an opportunity with Kittle either sidelined or not that involved for a couple weeks for whatever reason, could actually make some headlines out there.
Yeah, it's all about opportunity, right? I mean, you'll be open. Kyle's going to he's going to get you open, but B, if you're a defense and you already listed some of the guys, but who are you more worried about? Let's play a little game. McCaffrey, Samuel, Ayuk, Pearsall, the rookie mentioned, Kittle. You start adding up the different weapons, then Logan Thomas. He'll get some one-on-one looks. He'll be able to go up against a couple safeties or a linebacker, be able to box out and use his body. You know, I think he's lost a step, certainly, in terms of what he was a couple of years ago when Washington identified him, found him, developed him into a quality tight end. But he can be useful for sure.
To that point, he has averaged sub 10 yards per catch 3 of the last 4 years. He's only got 1 season, and it was a 6-game sample with 18 grabs, where he averaged over 9.5 yards per catch. So, yeah, I think there's something to the guy that they brought in here that we saw run that seam route vertically, kind of with his facing the quarterback, like back to the secondary, go up the ladder and make catches over DBs. I don't know if he's still that guy. I think it's a lot of underneath stuff. I also think some of the yards per catch, at least for last year. I mean, how many times did we see him catch balls flat-footed? Where
every time
the enemy would call that like pop pass, where it's just a little 5-yard turnaround to kind of steal yards instead of a run or whatever. And I'm not saying that's not effective or that shouldn't be part of an offense. I kind of dig it, but it's also going to make it hard for you to be explosive and make plays after the catch when you're not a guy who gets up to speed quickly. He's a little more of a truck than he is a coupe. You know, he's not a guy that just 0 to 60 very quickly. It takes a little while to get that engine going. So I'll be curious to see how he performs in San Francisco. But I was thinking about where some of these Commanders players ended up that have left the team, some of the veterans that meant the most the last couple of years. So thinking about it now, looking back on free agency, you've got Logan Thomas in San Francisco, Curtis Samuel, we mentioned earlier today in Buffalo. I actually think he's got a chance to have a big year. We can come back to him. But with Stephon Diggs in Houston and Gabe Davis, I believe he's in Jacksonville. He's left the Bills. Curtis Samuel's going to get a lot of looks from Josh Allen. Then you've got Antonio Gibson with the New England Patriots. And the story out of camp with them is that they love him as a pass catcher and they plan on moving him all over their offense for Drake May. I'll kind of believe it when I see it.
Where have I heard that?
That story was written here a couple times too. And then it never really came to fruition. And then I'll throw 2 other defensive starters into the mix, Danny. Cam Curl, safety, who everybody wanted to pay here, got very little money with the Rams. There was just no market for him, very surprisingly. And then Kendall Fuller is with the Miami Dolphins, who's been the most consistent corner here over the last few years. So Thomas, San Fran, Samuel, Buffalo, Gibson, New England, Curl, LAR, and then Fuller with Miami. Where do you want to start?
Start with Kendall Fuller, because this is my answer. I think he ends up having the best season. I think he's going to play. I think he'll be opposite Jalen Ramsey. I think he'll get help shaded his way. They'll pretty much leave Ramsey on an island at times, I think. And
is he slated to start right now on their depth chart?
I think so. But again, this is I always do one of these third-party ones that I don't know how accurate and up-to-date they are. But I think at a minimum, he's going to play. Right? Like, I don't know if he's their starter, if he's their nickel guy, or if he's in certain packages, but he'll play This is a solid veteran. This is not a spectacular player. This is not a Pro Bowler, superstar, anything like that. But you could do a lot worse.
I love that secondary with Ramsey, Javon Holland, who had the big pick six against the Jets last year. Jordan Poyer came over from the Bills in the division. You plug in Fuller. It's a little veteran heavy for me. I'd like to see more of an insertion of some youth or some higher upside guys, but at least it's a lot of experience in the back end. He'll fit in well in that room. I want to go to Samuel. We'll stay in the AFC East for a second. Curtis Samuel last year was probably the most dynamic receiver on the team. Consistency for the first time. He played 16 games over 17 opportunities in 18 weeks, right? 4 touchdowns, 60 grabs, 600 yards. He's not as good as Terry McLaurin. But last year, you can make the case he was their best wide receiver from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Didn't put up the same numbers as Terry, but if you watched it, you saw it. Like, he made more plays, especially early and intermediate part of the season, than just about anybody else. He got his numbers up to close to 40 yards per game for the first time in his 3 years in DC. I think Curtis Samuel, with the vacancy at wide receiver created by Diggs and Gabe Davis leaving, could end up with Josh Allen being a nationally known kind of renowned weapon again, like he was in Carolina.
I just don't trust it.
Because of health or why?
Just because I don't think he's particularly good. I think he's a slot receiver now. And the last 2 years,
slot receiver can go catch 80 balls for 1,200 yards.
Yeah. If you're on Ross St. Brown, I mean, his last 2 years have been just over 60 catches, just over 600 yards. I think that's who you sign up for. Now, that can be helpful. I'm not saying that's not something I would want, but I don't see him stepping into this true number one alpha void now that Diggs is gone. I think the Bills kind of misplayed their hand here. He's a nice piece to have. I'd rather have him than not, but I don't know if I want to count on him being my number one.
But he's going from a bottom 5 offense in the league to a top 5 offense.
Totally true. It's a better situation.
When we go, well, last year he did this, or the last 2 years he did this. Oh, on the bad offense with the bad quarterback play. Now he goes to an MVP caliber QB who's a top 3 guy in the sport at the position and a top 5 EPA offense, I would imagine, over the last couple of seasons during that time. You do get better when you play with better teams. We've seen it for so long. The only team really in town, sadly, that benefits from this is the Capitals. Where like TJ Oshie comes from the Blues to the Caps, or Brett Connolly, or you name all these guys and they come here and it's like, oh, wow, they're pretty good. You see this with winning teams all the time, though. Guys join them and they play better. I think he could be one of those guys. What do you think about Antonio Gibson in New England with the Patriots?
This to me is a fascinating one, right? Where I was so frustrated. This goes back years, where there's different regimes here in Washington. But remember when they had Fred Davis and Chris Cooley, and they couldn't figure out a way to get them on the field at the same time and do something special with them. It was like they had to alternate. This is a unique talent, a guy that can catch passes out of the backfield, but Rivera and company were like, no, let's thump him between the tackles and make him just like every other running back to shorten his career. I never understood it. If he's used the way that he should be used, which is you got to do it every once in a while. You got to run between the tackles just to keep people honest, but space, running start, running routes, gimmick, slot, kind of a wing back sort of thing. That's not your normal line up a tailback, hand it off to the guy, one cut behind the right guard who's pulling. That's boring to me. They make a lot of that guy. I got Chris Rodriguez for that. And up there, they probably got Ramondre Stevenson and 2 other dudes. If he's used the way he should be used, he could have a nice season.
I could see it. I think there's this belief that as time went on here, they used him better and better because each year he had a few more targets or a few more catches. Like if you look at his catch totals here by season 1 through 4, 36, 42, 46, 48. It grew every single year and you're going, oh, they're figuring it out. Not really. I mean, from years 2 to year 4, the targets that he got were within 7, 52, 58, and 59 targets the last 3 seasons. They basically threw him the ball just as much. He basically had just as many catches at the same percentage in terms of, catch percentage, right around 80% all 3 years. The one difference was more yards last season. And I think that's just because they hit on a couple of.
He had that one screen he took to the house. Was that against Buffalo or was that a year before?
That was a couple years
2 years ago, yeah.
But last year was just more frequently some explosives. So you can give, for all of the fault I give the enemy, and I think it was really, really bad last year. But that was one thing that was a little bit better, was that instead of 46 for 350 for Gibson the season before, it was 48 for 390. another 40 yards on a couple of catches. So his average was up about a half yard.
Yeah, so you had that one broken play from Howell that was great early in the season where he, ran left and kind of flipped it to Gibson and went behind somebody 41 yards, I think, for a touchdown. There were some nice moments. But yeah, to me, like, this is all within a statistical average. You know what I mean? Like, if you take out, not that you don't give him credit for it, but if you take out the highs and lows, a couple that skew it, he's pretty much been the same receiver for a handful of years.
The same.
Yeah.
They threw him the same amount of passes, and they just never really figured it out. Or whether it was an interest that they didn't have, or, it was a design that they didn't care to implement, or it just didn't work because maybe we all assume he's great at it because he played wide receiver in college, and maybe it's just not going to happen. I think we're going to find out, and I'm actually pumped about that because one way or the other this season, the Patriots are going to use him correctly, or now a second team and a second staff is going to have the same issue. And I think that actually...
And then the gavel can slam.
It makes me feel a little better, about the Commanders situation. Speaking of the Commanders at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock, I want to get into that report in the Times this weekend about yet another sticking point in the team's effort to try to build in D.C. and the possibility of getting the RFK land given back to the city. We'll get to that in 20 minutes because that was a pretty big development. But next, one of my least favorite athletes did something completely on brand. I want to get into that on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thanks for listening to the show. 5 o'clock, we'll get into the possibility of the Commanders moving to D.C. There's a new wrinkle to discuss. 6 o'clock, we're giving away tickets to Nicki Minaj in the city right here on the Fan. Danny, one of my least favorite athletes in all of sports has become Tommy Pham. Are you familiar with him?
Oh, yeah. Very familiar with his work. Always seems to be an issue somehow.
Always in the middle of something. That is the ultimate tell, isn't it?
Yes.
Like there's always a debate. Did Tommy Pham in the wrong here or somebody else? And there's just, you have enough of those incidents where you and your roommate are fighting, and after 6 different places and 8 different roommates, you go, maybe it's not the roommate.
Maybe it's the other. Yeah.
So there was a play at the plate. White Sox are playing the Brewers. Pham is running toward home plate. Did you see how far inside the line he was?
Yeah.
So he was basically legitimately like 3 or 4 feet inside the chalk. The catcher is also that far inside the line, but the catcher has to give home plate. You have to give a bunch of space. And there's all kinds of new ridiculous rules as to how we can avoid plays at the plate. But Pham basically comes to meet the catcher for a collision way inside home plate. They slam into each other. There's a tag applied. The Brewers are very heated. They start yelling at Tommy Pham. Pretty normal baseball stuff. Collision at home plate. I got you out. Whatever they say, bleep you. You yell bleep back. You go your separate direction. Except not Tommy Pham, because he's the ultimate Mr. Bravado, Mr. Tough Guy, Mr. I train Muay Thai in the offseason, Mr. I could beat you up. And this is the energy that I can't stand from this guy. This is the player who slapped Jock Peterson in the face in the outfield one time because they were in a fantasy baseball league and had a disagreement. And he told him, I'm going to slap you when I see you. And Jock and everyone else on the text chain thought it was a joke. But Tommy Pham was being dead serious. And then he saw him and slapped him. And because it's our society in 2024, everyone thought it was the coolest thing ever. And he's awesome. And they high-fived about how great Tommy Pham is and what a loser Jock Peterson is. Because no one has any morals and decorum has been lost. But this was Tommy Pham after the ball game when he tried to take on the Milwaukee Brewers after the play at the plate.
1-run ball game, close play at the plate. And actually, it wasn't even close. It was a shallow fly ball to left field. You would expect the left fielder to throw the base runner out on that play. But the situation of the game, third base coach sends you got to go. I'm nailed out at home by a mile. I'm going to the dugout, and I hear the tough guy with all the hoorah. So I'll never start anything, but I'll be prepared to finish it. There's a reason why I do all kinds of fighting in the offseason, because I'm prepared to fuck somebody up. So you can take it as what it is.
Oh man.
That should embarrass everybody when you hear an adult talk.
Please, feel shame.
Now, there's someone listening going, oh, he's a real one. Like, don't mess with Tommy. You're also embarrassing, just so you know. Be a grown-up. Fighting is not cool. My dad could beat your dad up, Tommy Pham said. We're not 6, guy. This kind of tough guy bravado, bully energy, grade school demeanor nonsense is such a turnoff and so off-putting to me. And this is a track record world, Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go through the track record. 2019 season. Fans are heckling Tommy Pham, who got stabbed outside a nightclub in a dispute. I don't know what happened there. Okay, I'm not going to say I do. I don't know if someone started something he was finishing. I don't know if he was just a victim and he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I have no idea. I just know that happened. And I feel bad that it did. And I hope he's had surgery since. And luckily his career has gotten back on track. I hope he has no ramifications still from that. But fans were heckling him after that about the incident, reportedly, back in like 2019, 2020. And he was quoted after the game very similarly as saying, when someone comes up to me cursing at me like that, I could defend myself, and I'm a very good fighter. I don't do Muay Thai, Kung Fu, and box for no reason. This guy walks around just telling people he could beat them up, which stop being cool when you're 9. Like on the playground when you're a little kid, you're like, I could beat you up. And it's like, oh, he's the lion. I'm just the cub. This matters on the jungle bars. Not anymore, man. We're grown-ups. Society, real world. Not a real one. This is stupid. Okay.
Did anybody ask Tommy, what do you do in the offseason? Nobody brought it up. Tommy did.
Such tough guy nonsense. Again, like imagine thinking that beating people up was cool.
Well, even beyond that, like again, by the way, it's reasonable to have an objection. Like, yeah, I got tagged out at the plate, and the guy's like yelling in my face and rah-rahing and like that, showing people up. That wasn't my favorite thing. So I didn't love that. Versus, I train in jiu-jitsu in the offseason.
I'll beat his ass.
I'll whoop his ass if I see him. Okay.
Cool. You're awesome. Where do I get your autograph? March 2022. When speaking about his goals for the season, quote, I'm playing to get my numbers. There's nothing selfish about that. I don't care about anything else. I got to look out for me, the Cincinnati Reds player said. Come on out to the ballpark to see Tommy Pham.
Give me a second. Just looking up selfish.
April 19th. That same season, about a month later, suspended 3 games and fined $5,000 for slapping Jock Peterson in the outfield. This is the same guy. So I guess you could say it's not just talk from him, right? We're supposed to support that. He backs up the talk. He actually does assault people. Cool, I suppose.
I just did look it up, in fact. How about this? Lacking consideration for others, concerned chiefly with one's own personal profit or pleasure. That does sound pretty selfish, doesn't it? From the one before?
Pham shared in 2022 that he is a gambler, saying, this is all from his Wikipedia page, so if any of these quotes are wrong, don't sue me. Sue whoever wrote them. But this was the quote. Again, such tough guy talk. I'm a big dog in Vegas. I'm a high roller at many casinos. You can look at my credit line. Like, it's cringeworthy, just like,
please just be more embarrassed.
I drink more than you at a party, man, said the high school senior. How many beers you had, Danny? Loser. Hey, Grant, you doing your homework? Like, such bully nonsense.
Oh, my God.
This guy. Here's another one. This one's actually kind of funny because I hate the Mets too. He told Francisco Lindor, the leader of the Mets last year, out of all the teams I played on, this is the least hardworking group of position players I've ever played with. Just ruffling feathers in his new clubhouse. Tommy Pham, man. Ladies and gentlemen,
Tommy Pham.
Tommy Pham.
Employ at your own risk. Enjoy that.
He keeps getting gigs.
I know. Because you know what happens?
He can swing it a little bit.
Well, he actually is still pretty good. But it's the old school baseball guy who wins that argument every once in a while. You know what I mean? It's the guy that's like, we need a little bit of, we need some swagger on this roster. We need somebody to kick the other guys in the seat of the pants every now and again. We need a little bit of tude. We need some Pham. Bring me Tommy Pham.
He is on a terrible baseball team.
Yep.
Chicago White Sox.
We need some toughness. Somebody, in case a fight breaks out, what if we don't have a pitcher who can do jiu-jitsu? Now where are you at? Bring in Tommy Pham.
I would not say that. I wouldn't say it either.
I don't, whatever that is, it's my least favorite thing. I don't mean just in athletes, just in people in general.
Mm-hmm.
Like that tough guy. Here's what should happen when you get into an argument with someone. A brief, quick argument. An exchange of words, you go your separate ways. Someone shouldn't be then going, oh, yeah, I'll beat you up. How old are you? Grow up. Immediately grow up. Right now.
Mm-hmm.
But the shame of it is there's so many people that are like, oh, Tommy Pham, he slapped Jock Peterson.
He just made a fan.
He's cool. Like, I wouldn't mess with him. He'll fight you. He'll fight you. Here's when fighting is a good thing. If you're ranked in the UFC or if you're a boxer who's got to fight that day. Otherwise, stop fighting, losers. Grow up. It's not that complicated. It's really not.
No, it's not. It is not.
He has used that twice. I found that quote from 2019. I do jujitsu. Cool, Joe Rogan.
I hope somebody asks me what I do in the offseason today. God, I hope someone asks me what I do. Even if they don't, I'll bring it up.
There is a new senator who is going to try to prevent the Commanders from moving to D.C. We'll explain next on Grant and Danny. coming to Capital One Arena. You got to be listening to Grant and Danny to win those. Speaking of G&D, our show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, and probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Go to kmlawyers.com and be sure to mention that we referred you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Pleasant surprise on this, the day that Brian Keefe was introduced over at the Wizards facility as the head coach moving forward. He has given us a shout on Grant and Danny, and we're catching up now with the man who will steer the next chapter of this Wizards rebuild. Brian, thank you for the time. You're live on the Fan. We appreciate a few minutes. How are you?
Great. Thanks for having me on today.
Oh, it's a pleasure. First of all, congrats. When did this become real for you? When did it be kind of set in that, hey, this is a possibility? I'm going to be an NBA head coach.
I think I found out the middle of last week when Will Dawkins and Michael Wingo reached out and offered me the job. So I guess a little under a week now.
Brian, when you sat down with them at the end of the season after having had the interim title and that tag on you the remainder of the year, what was the case that you made, and what was your pitch to try to get this opportunity and really make it your own moving forward?
It goes back to when I took over. My sole focus was to help our players play better and to show some growth the last part of the year. So we were just solely focused on the process of doing that and trying to put our players in the best position to be successful and to build habits that we thought were going to be sustainable. It's funny. That's what was my focus, and it was my focus to the end of the year, and it still is my focus. So, and you get very lucky and you end up getting the job. And I got tremendous gratitude and humbled for getting this opportunity. But the focus was on improvement. And that's what I'm still thinking about today.
I'm sure as your agent, your team, whoever that is around you, kind of sit down and try to sell you and make the best case as they're looking at other options, you're diving into what went well. And some of the things statistically that we saw, that the defensive efficiency improved. You guys were the number one team defending the three-point shot after you took over on January 25th for the rest of the season. So I'm sure those are high on the list. What else was there that you said, hey, here's the proof in the pudding, we got this done, whether it was somebody's growth or statistical?
For me, it was the statistical stuff was important, some of the growth of our individual players, but where I could see the growth was in our everyday approach and our everyday habit building. Our guys really bought into that and really focused on being in the present and controlling what we can control. And what we could control every day was focusing on how we're going to get better individually and collectively. And I think that led to some of the stats improving and some of the guys playing better as the season went along. And the guys who, even when they, some maybe our guys who were in the go-go, who got opportunities with us late in the year, those guys played well. So I think all those things were really important, but it was the day-to-day habits that I was really the most pleased with.
Wizards coach Brian Keefe with us here on Grant and Danny. And coach, you mentioned that player development being just so essential and at the core of the mission at this point. What's the balance there for you as you head into this upcoming season with with a nice young core between making sure these guys are continuing to get better and winning games? You're obviously competitive and you want to win as many games as possible. You wouldn't get to the NBA without that. But to me, the essential mission is bigger than just maybe, squeezing out one more November win. It's about getting these guys to their highest ceiling to form a core of a team that can really compete at a high level. What's that balance for you?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a great question. That's what we're trying to build. I think you answered a lot yourself. Like, we're trying to build something that's sustainable and that can win in the playoffs and win, in deep rounds. And to do that, we're going to have to continue to build habits, but also explore the capabilities of each guy on our roster and putting them in positions to be accessible. So there's going to be some growth with that. And I think that's a really positive thing, because at the end of the day, we're trying to build something that lasts. So we're going to continue to focus on player development and putting our players in positions to expand and improve their game, but still work on our core principles that we're going to, work on every day at the same time.
What kind of conversations have you had with veterans, guys like Kyle Kuzma, who put up such tremendous numbers as one of the lead options over the last couple of seasons here in Washington, about buying into that mission? I always feel like that's such a challenge for a coach to, you win the veterans, and that helps kind of trickle down to the young players. What kind of combos have you had with Kyle and some of the other vets?
Yeah, Kyle was great. I coached Kyle before with the Lakers, and I thought he was tremendous last part of the year. He really bought into what we were talking about, and the team play, the focus on defense more, the daily improvement, because that's how he got here. That's how he's been successful in his career. So we understood that part already. So it wasn't like a hard adjustment for him. This was someone that he already was doing, who he is. Now he's been in a leadership role to help transmit that to others. And I thought he did a really nice job in the second part of the year with that.
The new head coach, although he was the interim coach at the end of last season, but officially now moving forward, Brian Keefe running this Wizards operation, joining us on Grant and Danny. Similar question for Jordan Poole. About a month after you took over, he went to the bench. And I remember initially, at least publicly, he bristled a bit, but he was a much better player from that point to the end of the year. So I guess two-parter. What do you make of the finish of the season of Jordan Poole and kind of the turnaround? But then also, he was not a guy you knew like you did with Kuzma from LA, I don't think, in terms of having a long relationship. So how did you kind of build that rapport enough to have him trust you when you made that change so that you could coach him up hard?
Yeah, the big thing with Jordan is we wanted to get the ball in his hands more to be the lead decision maker and initiator. So to do that, we thought we needed to change the rotation. The one thing that Jordan and I are always been on the same page is our love for the game. I have total and utmost confidence and utmost respect for Jordan about how diligent he is about working on his craft and how much he loves basketball and how much he works on it. He's a great example to all of our guys and all of the players in our team. So we just wanted to see more. And hey, those are tough decisions, but this guy was a total pro. And, I think we saw him with the ball in his hands more, how successful he can be. But he was a total pro throughout this whole process. And I was not surprised because it speaks to the character of who he is as a person already.
Coach, it seems like you guys really found something in Bilal Coulibaly. Just heartbreaking that injury cut his season short, but exciting young rookie last year. I'd love for you to talk about his experience, kind of, I'm sure wide-eyed a little bit going from where he came from to, being in the NBA and taking on grown-ups every night. What's next for him in terms of his growth, and where do you ultimately see him?
Yeah, I thought he was tremendous this year, maturity-wise beyond his years, and we put him out there to guard the best players, to make plays on both ends of the court, and I think we saw that growth throughout the whole year. Obviously, we were disappointed, but he's already taken that setback into an advantage and already started working on his game and working on his body. But not surprising because this is a guy who's a high character guy himself, who's all about the work and all about the game. So we're not going to put a ceiling on any of these guys because I don't think that'd be a disservice to a guy like Bilal. We're just going to continue to work with him and develop his game over the years and keep expanding because the biggest key for us is he's got a guy who loves the gym, who loves to work, and is going to put the time in. And we think those type of guys are the ones that are going to be the most successful in our organization.
Coach, coming over from Brooklyn, what was your opinion on Denny Avdia from afar? And then how much did that change working with him last year? He really seemed to flourish.
Yeah, I always had great respect from Denny from afar, versatile player, but then you get to know the person and work with someone on a daily basis and the amount of time they put in and care for their game and their craft. So again, getting to know him and watching him do that and the amount of time he puts into this and how much he cares about the game and the team. Couldn't have been more thrilled to get the opportunity to coach him then and then obviously continue now. I think this is a guy who's just scratching the surface. He's going to continue to get better, and it's because of the amount of work he puts in.
Coach, draft coming up, next big milestone here in the offseason. Two-part question. Part number one, just sort of generally, what are you sort of looking for in terms of, you mentioned some of the attributes and characteristics you seem to value in a player, but what kind of thing are you looking for here in this draft to kind of transform the team? And part two of that question is, who are you guys taking it to?
So first of all, I'm smart enough to not answer that question.
Very well. You're well trained.
I have great trust in our front office. They're the experts on this stuff. Obviously, they'll probably ask my opinion on stuff at the appropriate time, but these guys are the ones who put in the work in. They've been out watching guys all year. I know we're all excited to add someone at both draft positions that we have in the first round. that's someone who fits into our environment, who wants to be a worker, who wants to get better. And I know we'll find those type of guys, and that's going to be an exciting time for us and all Wizards fans.
If you could visit a place on vacation, France or Yukon, which one would you rather travel to?
The question is, which place I'd rather travel, France or Utah?
Yukon.
Like Stores, Connecticut.
Yeah, like right in Stores.
Like right around now.
I'm going to refrain from answering that question.
Well done. Well done.
I'm going to make somebody upset whatever way I answer.
He's doing
nice
well.
try, though, guys.
Yeah, he's doing very well. Actually, kidding aside, when Dan Quinn had just been hired by the Washington Commanders, he came on the Junkies morning radio show, and they did a word association with him. And that's our morning show. And they said, okay, we want to do word association. He's like, all right, no problem. And so they sneak in among like the 5 people they're asking him about. They sneak in Jaden Daniels, Drake May, and Caleb Williams. And it was pretty clear with his answers that of those, the guys, he liked Jaden Daniels the most. And then in a big story about the Commanders drafting Jaden Daniels after the draft, it was revealed that like the team was kind of worried that he slipped up a little bit. So we stopped short of going word association with you.
Well, smart. I know how to refrain myself.
Well done.
Well done, Coach.
Coach, best of luck to
Congrats,
you.
man.
Thank you, and go get some wins.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate your time.
All right, you got it. There's Brian Keefe, the head coach of the Wizards, on Grant and Danny.
Very much on message. And this is the philosophy of the regime right now. And it's refreshing, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Where it's like we could do a little short-term thing where we traded away another first rounder to Phoenix, Renner Grunfeld style, to squeeze out one more win and maybe be the 5 seed, or what they've been doing over the last handful of years before Winger and Dawkins came in here, which is make the play-in tournament with Bradley Beal and see what happens. They have a long view of this thing, and it's going to be painful. It's going to be frustrating at times, but they get it.
Landover, Maryland, current home of the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to be the future home of the Commanders? Are they going to move back to D.C.? So in the Washington Times over the weekend, Tom Lavero wrote a piece where he suggested that there is a senator in Maryland who could be yet another problem for the football team's efforts to get the D.C. land given back to the city where RFK is. We already know about the guy we had on the show, Steve Daines, who's the senator from Montana, who has his own axe to grind with the club and the name change and the logo and what have you. We talked to him. This Maryland senator's name is Chris Van Hollen. And according to Lavero, he has quietly made it clear that he wants the team to stay in his state. He's backing Maryland Governor Westmore's efforts to keep the team in Maryland. For the record, I've reached out to him and his people and tried to get him on the show. He's been unavailable to this point, so we'll keep working on it. But according to the sources that Lavero spoke to, Van Hollen is the much bigger problem in terms of trying to get a vote done, to get the land given back to D.C., which is the big step the Commanders need to try to build at RFK. The statement given by Van Hollen's office to the Times was, Maryland has served as the proud home of the Commanders for 20 years. As the team looks to the future, I hope they will choose to stay in Maryland and appreciate the efforts of Governor Moore and others working to make that happen. We talked to Scott Abraham earlier today from Channel 7. He suggested there's a real possibility, because they already own the land, that it makes a lot of sense that they just stay in Maryland. Here's what he said.
Hey, guys, we live in Washington, D.C., and there's going to be a lot of political red tape. This is politics 101, and it's never easy in terms of getting stuff through here in D.C. Another roadblock. I still think Maryland is going to be a strong contender just because the team already owns that land in Landover. So I think this is far from over. And as you mentioned, another fly in the ointment. And remember, the Senate and the House, they go on summer break come August 5th. So if this gets tabled until then, who knows when this will get kind of reconvened in the fall or in the winter. So this could be a long process. And then obviously you have Maryland kind of sitting there waiting in the wings. I don't know if Virginia is a viable option, especially since the Capitals and the Wizards cannot push something through.
So I'm not going to do my yelling thing about how hard it is to get a stadium or an arena in this area, because it's exasperating and it's infuriating. Having said that, we do jump through more hoops around here, it seems like.
Yeah.
We do deal with more nonsense and more politics than a lot of municipalities. Right now in Kansas City, they're dealing with some of their own stuff, and they've got not quite the same, but a similar situation, because Kansas and Missouri and the border they're in, basically the teams can hop over either side. You go to the Kansas side, here's what they're offering. If you go to the Missouri side and the fan base is all right there, and you might live in one and just travel to the other to go to the Food Lion, like that's Virginia, Maryland. Now, if you throw in the federal government in D.C.,
Yeah, that's the complicating
you get
factor.
what we deal with, which is the triumvirate of a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
And so here we are still, just fans being held hostage, sitting here on June 4th, and I'm just so annoyed. We were told that the issue was this senator from Montana, Daines, and that the team would have to somehow get on the same page with him and with the family of the gentleman who once designed their logo.
Yeah, his is more, just to interject real quick. Daines, it seems the demands, who knows if behind the scenes there's something different, but publicly his demands have been, I don't have a better way to say this, but kiss the ring a little bit. In other words, like appease a few people and I'll get you what you want. This is
for now.
For now.
Because originally Louise Lucas wanted toll relief,
You're right.
and then she got 3 times the toll relief she asked for, and that didn't, all of a sudden she wanted other things,
You're
right?
right.
So this is politics.
You're right.
And it's just never easy. But my point is, didn't you get the sense it was kind of like, oh, well, if they sort this thing out with Daines, then we're going to move forward and figure this out? Like, it's not going to be that big of a deal. And now you've got another senator who, at least according to the Times, if they're right, they are suggesting has the power with Daines to hold up a vote. I didn't ever think this was going to be easy. But after it passed the House the way it did, it certainly seemed like the snowball was collecting and accumulating more snow rolling downhill. It feels like we hit a rock or something. We are no longer moving downhill with momentum.
Yeah, and this was always my axiom when it came to everything Stadium DC, really since Bruce Allen swung and missed more than a decade plus ago, because the time to have done it was a long time ago. It's now too damn complicated. It just is. There'll be another one. There'll be another Van Hollen. There'll be another Daines. There'll be somebody else that's got a wait a minute. I can hold this thing up that everybody wants for my own whatever. As you said, it's the game. And it's the thing that we have to deal with here that they don't have to deal with in Minnesota or otherwise. State governments, local governments, they get in the way too. But you have that normal thing. Then you add the federal government that they still have to give. There's still this big process where we can't even get to the normal stupid squabbles that ruin stuff. You know?
And I are in opposition on this. You are adamantly against the stadium in Maryland.
Correct. Not in Maryland in general, just at that site. Landover.
Okay, but that is the only site that we have heard.
Currently, yes.
In Maryland. I mean, realistically, you're adamantly against Maryland, because if they build in Maryland, they're going to build on the land they own on a PG almost.
Yeah, that they're desperate to get rid of.
I guess in a hypothetical, if they were going to build somewhere we haven't heard about yet, you could be okay with that. But that then means essentially you're ride or die for DC.
Yeah.
Because the stadium's probably not going to Virginia.
Yeah.
What about Loudoun County? Just hypothetically.
Yeah, fine by me.
Okay. So you don't have a problem with that.
No.
It's just that Maryland site out by FedEx.
Yes.
I am team start building today, wherever you can. Now. Do it now. And I don't really care anymore, to be honest.
I get it.
I mean, I would prefer DC. And if you can get DC done within a few months, you can line everything up and we're talking about opening the same season or whatever, fine. But if we're talking about they can't figure this out by August, and then we can't get back to this for months, and it prolongs you another football season where you got to be at FedEx Field, that's the worst case scenario for me. That is what I can't abide. Another season at FedEx beyond what you're already doing is a deal breaker. But where we're on different pages, I think, is I want the best stadium wherever. You want basically DC or Loudoun County, I guess.
Yeah. I just want pretty succinct.
You want not FedEx.
Yeah, that's it. I want that.
You want or not even FedEx, because it wouldn't be FedEx. It would be not Landover, Maryland.
Yeah, not Nubbs Field. I want that. I want nothing to do with that. That to me is the site of a loss. It's the location that's unacceptable.
So I know that we've asked this a few different ways over years, but I think today this is very timely because you've got multiple senators who have come out to be flies in ointment. You've got a report over the weekend, just on the 2nd of the month, a couple days ago, in the Times, that Maryland could be able to basically slow the roll of DC. And this is timely. It's not like you just have years and in perpetuity. You're trying to figure this out sometime in the next few years. Like you're trying to get the ball rolling here. Could you get behind a brand new stadium out by FedEx Field? Yes or no? Could you get excited about that? Could you find yourself giddy and buying season tickets? Could you be amped up for and pumped for that? Big parking lot, a lot of tailgating, immaculate new stadium, roof on the top, best in show, state of the art. I'd be all in. I know you'd be completely out.
Correct.
But you, in fairness, don't go to games out there anyway.
Correct.
So we're not losing a customer.
No, you haven't. You're not -1. That minus happened more than a decade ago.
800-636-1067. Signs, at least in pencil, nothing hardcore here, pointing to Maryland might be strong, but Maryland just kind of there going, hey, guys.
Please take this site, please.
Virginia seems like a lot to deal with. If you really want to deal with them, have fun. DC, there's all kinds of hoops and obstacles. You're going to be doing an obstacle course like you're on ESPN 2 at 2 in the morning in 1996. We're ready for you. Here's your $450 million to build all your restaurants in your town center. Do you really care that much? Could you get excited about a stadium out by FedEx Field? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're 30 minutes away from giving away those Nicki Minaj tickets. Top of the hour at 6. We'll get you ready for Nats baseball. Got a debut for a kid pitcher tonight. DJ Hers. Not to be confused with CJ Abrams. But maybe we'll do the DJ Hers.
Ooh, that comes off pretty well.
By the way, we got confirmation. Last night walking over to the ballpark, I called the wife, put Reagan on the phone, and I said, "Who starts at shortstop for the bunny team?" Ryan, you heard it. What'd
she say?
She said C. J. Carrot.
Amazing.
It's a wacky bit.
That's a great bit.
It's not a bad zing.
That's a great bit.
For the bunny team. CJ's back in the lineup tonight behind DJ, by
Good
the
to
way.
see.
So we'll get to that in just a bit.
Quick kid side note. You're not going to care about this at all.
I do.
My youngest argued with me for 10 minutes last night. And I couldn't let it go about how old you are.
I am?
Yes.
No way.
Yes. He 100% claimed that you're 38 years old. And I was like, that's not true.
38?
He's like, yeah, Uncle Jeeps is 38. I'm like, he's not. Like, I know he just had his birthday. He just turned 36. He's not 38 years old.
38?
And he's like, yes, he is.
He's rushing me.
And I'm like, were you getting this? Like, he was trolling me so hard, probably. It was infuriating because he wouldn't listen to reason. I was like, listen, he's not. Like, I know we just talked about this. And he's like, no, I heard it. He's 38. I'm like, oh my God.
I'm going to send him a video.
You're being so frustrating.
Confirming that I'm 38, just to throw a real wrench into the situation. That's very funny.
Yeah.
Would you guys be okay with a stadium in Landover, Maryland? My pal Danny Rouillet would not.
I would not.
And it's because you hate FedEx Field.
Everything about it. It's a failed location. And there's a reason that Maryland is so desperate. They're selling that one. They're not asking about any other location. They're not giving you $400 million to go anywhere in Maryland. They're giving it to you to go there. They want it to work there because it sucks. They know it sucks. We should know it too.
The problem with that location, mostly, is that there's nothing there. The $400 million guarantees that there will be things there. That doesn't make you feel any different.
No, there were things there, and they all failed. It's gone. It's a ghost town.
But there's never been the town center around the parking lot that they're going to build this time. Now, you can blame them for that, and I'd love to. Let's start blaming. Let's yell at them. Who do we yell at? But this time, they are going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing could work. They will not be one of two teams with the Dolphins that didn't have a single restaurant or bar within a mile walking distance from the stadium this past
Sure,
season.
I don't care about working for the team. Like if a guy's net worth goes up by $500,000, that's not exciting to me. I'm talking about what's good for fans, what's good for the stadium experience, what's good for people like me that will never go there again.
I'm also team real estate in the sense of I don't know a better word. Like you tell me if you got one than town center. I overuse that. But I
don't know what else to call it either.
Shops, restaurants, bars, hotel, whatever. Like I want that with my stadiums now, which often means I'm a little more, I guess, rural than urban in my building. But that's what owners are trying to do.
That's what they want.
Go where the space is. So I really don't have any problem with Landover 2.0. It's the bottom of my depth chart, to be clear. I still want DC. I would still prefer probably Loudoun County and doing something similar out there in Virginia. But Virginia's off the table, it seems like.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they're in timeout.
For our purposes right now as a show.
I don't care what anybody from Virginia says for a while about, we'd like a stadium. You shut up for a long time. You lost. You had a press conference again.
Go to your room.
Seriously.
Let's go to Michael in DC on Grant and Danny. What's up, Michael?
Gentlemen, how we doing today? Interesting. Interesting. I was looking at like the list of the most recent stadium builds and down in order. And it's either two things that have happened in the last, 20, 30 years. Is obviously during the time where they built FedEx Field, they had this like massive, like year after year after year after year opening up a new stadium just to fill seats. Nothing crazy like Carolina Stadium. And then it's kind of like it shifts. No stadiums built for a while. And then it's like another cluster of teams build their stadiums, kind of like when the Cowboys built their stadium and whatnot, the Giants. But really, since the Eagles opened up they're the last team that opened up a stadium that hasn't had a Super Bowl. So to answer your question, and if we have to wait or not to even know if they're going to build this new stadium, we're going to wait. Because now all the new stadiums that are being built, all of them have hosted a Super Bowl. All of them have a town center metropolis type.
So,
built
but
to it, and
what's
they're
your
all-
answer to the question
Sure.
of could you get behind Maryland? Would you rather?
No.
No, you're not at
No.
all.
Impossible. It's impossible. It would never. It's not going to happen.
Well, I don't know how you can
0%
say it's
chance
not.
happening.
I mean, that's just not true. 0% is just not the case. It's absolutely a major player in this. They built it there last time.
Yeah, respectfully, I think it's the leader in the clubhouse right now. And I don't know if people want to hear that.
Now, if you say it's not going to happen, like I would bet against it happening, that is very different than 0% chance it's not going to happen. Where DC right now, it's a pain to get it done. And Maryland's standing there with their money ready to put shovels in the ground. Let's go to Cedric and Laurel. What's up, Cedric?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
So the way I look at it, it's like getting the spot in RFK. That's like us being able to go to DC Prime, but we have to do like a floor gymnastics event and get perfect 10s across. But if we don't, we can't go there at all. Then I look at the spot in Virginia, like a night out at Longhorns, but it's like an hour and a half wait because of all the traffic to get there. Or we could just stay where we are and DoorDash us some Five Guys and just be good for the night. And at this point, I'm feeling like just DoorDashing the Five Guys and staying at Landover. I would just stay at Landover at this point. I don't want to jump through any of the hoops, and I just don't want to go to Virginia at all. You know what I mean? For this
Path of
First of all,
least resistance.
incredible analogy by
Well,
you.
he knows his show.
He called the right place.
Yeah, he's using restaurants and effort and how much.
By the way,
work
let's
you wanna put
DoorDash
in-
Five Guys right now.
Why not?
That sounds awesome.
Brandon in Kensington, you're on the Fan. How are you?
What's happening, guys?
I bought it.
Hey, happy 38th, Grant.
Thank you.
Congrats.
He's 38.
I am 38. Happy to
Nice
be
one.
38. Two more to 40.
Yay. Absolutely.
Yay.
Anything that still has the stench of Dan Snyder, you can't be there. It's bad. It's like building on top of a cemetery. It's really bad. You got to go somewhere else. And Landover's, it's not a great area. If they haven't built by now a town center, it's not going to happen. I mean, who cares anyhow? You got to go somewhere else.
Well, they're not going to build the town center until the stadium's coming there because it's going to be part of the same project. I mean, they're not just going to build around with a big hole in the middle and just hope with their fingers crossed. All right, if it's not a stadium, then we'll just have a big open field.
Here we go.
Everyone can, fly a kite or kick play some kickball. You could bring your office and have a little softball game.
Want to walk your dogs?
Right.
Like all of them?
Dog park. Yeah, they're trying to land the thing, but they have the money ready to give, to say, here's your town center. This is to guarantee you that the shabingus of 1.0 is not going to happen again, where nobody has anywhere to eat or drink or celebrate or have any fun. But I will say sneaky popular about a 2.0 in Maryland would be tailgating, because the one thing you're going to lose massively if you go to the city, and this is not a reason not to do it. My buddy just bought this big, beautiful home, and it looks immaculate and amazing, and I'm fired up for him. And he was telling me, he's like, the one thing is, we got to drive to the end of the street to get our mail. I'm like, there's always a thing, man. Like, don't even worry.
There's always going to be a thing.
The next house will have
Mhm.
a thing too, right?
Yeah.
But to that point, I think moving to DC, you're going to lose tailgating, which is a lot of people's favorite thing about the current experience.
Right. It'll be more limited. It'll be more exclusive, right? It won't be if you go, you get to tailgate. But like you'll have some parking spaces, but you can't do a ring of 70,000.
Comparatively,
Yeah, not even
very
close.
few.
Yeah, not even close.
But you're right. I mean, it's not like nobody tailgated there before.
Right.
I tailgated before DC United games, but it's just
It's different. It is.
There is a current tailgating culture at their games that will largely die off if you go into the city. And hopefully the trade-off is they'll build some stuff up and you can go to a bar or whatever and pregame that way. G&D with you on the Fan. Darius, what is our category for Top 5 Tuesday to rank next?
So I saw this one pop up a couple of times here on Grant and Danny's Facebook page. Thank you everyone that contributed to it. Steve and Daniel both recommended, in celebration of the Commanders welcoming their new dog of the season, top 5 dog breeds.
Oh, I
How are we
love
feeling
it.
about top 5 dog breeds?
Danny's going to
I like that one.
Can you okay with that?
Yeah, that's great.
You good
That's
with
a
it?
great one.
All right.
Yeah.
Dog breeds.
Yeah.
Okay. Dog guy.
Lifelong dog guy.
Big time dog guy. Have you guys talked about getting a dog lately?
It's come up.
And? Any news?
Nope.
No news.
Nope.
Who wants a dog?
So it's like in passing, one of the kids might say something sometimes, but then they also like the same day they've told me they hated me, and then I'm the best dad ever an hour and a half later. So it's like it's hard to trust the whims of children. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a little bit fleeting.
What about the wife? Happy wife, happy life. Does she want a dog?
I don't know that she's gung-ho about it.
So she's kind of in the middle.
She's fine.
But she'd be okay getting a dog.
I think she'd be okay with it.
You come home with a dog tonight, cute little puppy. What's she saying?
Why didn't you consult me? You've done something wrong with your best effort. You tried hard. Here's a criticism. Is that a little too real?
Grant and Danny, top 5 dog breeds for our top 5 Tuesday next. If you want Nicki Minaj tickets, you can win them on this show in 12 minutes. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:15. That's when Nats pregame starts. They play tonight at 6:45 against the Mets, and they've got a debuting rookie lefty on the mound in their number 12 prospect, DJ Hurst. Full breakdown on him at the top of the hour. It is time on this Tuesday to give you a top 5 ranking. We do it every single week throughout the offseason. You guys pick the category via our Facebook page at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. It's Top 5 Tuesday. Earlier in this program, we discussed the Commanders making the big announcement on their social media account that they now have a team dog. Danny, you were very excited to meet Barney, the 11-week-old black Labrador retriever.
I'm excited. Oh, wait a minute. I don't care at all. Football. Please focus on football. Please tweet about football. Please tweet about what's happening with football. Please, instead of a team dog, get a team left tackle.
New owner, new GM, new head coach, new dog. We're doing it all big this
It's a big makeover.
So, a couple of you, I guess, based on that earlier in the show, well done, tip of the cap on Facebook, suggested we rank for Top 5 Tuesday today our top 5 dog breeds. So here we are. Right now, Danny Rouillet, let's go 5-1. I want your number 5 dog breed.
Looking for the Sheltie. It is the Sheltie. They are dogs. They are handsome. They have hair, and they look like dogs instead of the tiny toys that fit in purses. The great Ron Swanson once said, all dogs under 50 pounds are just cats, and cats are pointless. I like dogs. Give me the Sheltie, number 5.
Number 5, the Boston Terrier. These are very cute. They've got little pointy ears. They are cousins to the French Bulldog, like my dear Fiona.
Mm-hmm.
Although Fiona currently, she always has a different name. At one point I called her Girl, then that became Gur. Then I started calling her Gore. Then I called her Mackenzie Gore. Then she was just Mackenzie.
Mm-hmm.
She was Nino, but then she was Neens. Then she was Paul Neens for Paul Skeens.
Paul Skeens.
Now she's just Paul.
Was she ever Nino Ryder?
Nino Niederreiter.
Yeah.
He's obviously an NHL player. Sure. So Nino and Nino Niederreiter. But right now she's Paul. That's her bit right now. So we've gone from Neens to Paul Neens to just Paul.
I get it.
Figure that out. Boston Terrier. They are cousin to the French Bulldog. They're a healthier version of them. 13 to 15-year lifespan. I might go Boston Terrier next time around. Big Boston Terrier guy. Number 4, this is the biggest type of dog on my list. Mostly, I'm going like medium size or so, smaller. The Shar-Pei. Anybody familiar with the Shar-Pei? Danny, you have any file?
Yeah, you write your autograph with it?
I love these dogs. They're very wrinkly. They basically have just folds. I love like grabbing at a little Shar-Pei's like folds and just kind of like pulling their fur around a little bit. They're so cute in the face. They're just like ruffly. It's how like ruffled potato chip. I don't know why. I've never had one. I don't know that I've known anyone with one, but when I see one in the wild, I get so psyched. I'm a big Shar-Pei guy.
The Alaskan Malamute, number 4. It is a big dog because big dogs are dogs, and we should try to have dogs if we're going to have a dog. But it's handsome. It's cousin to the Husky. It's cousin to the Donovan Klingon, the Yukon Husky, which will be making an appearance later on my list. But the Alaskan Malamute, number 4.
I'm out on Huskies, for the record.
I know. You like little teeny tiny dogs like Paris Hilton.
No, that's not quite true.
Yeah, you want little tiny ones.
Nah, it's not always the case. Awkwardly, though, number 3 on my list is the pug.
Yep.
I am looking for the pug. I find pugs butt cute. I like yellow pugs. I like black pugs. I like all kinds of pugs. Pugs shed a little too much for me. That's going to be the issue. That's a no for me, dog, in terms of having one. But I love seeing pugs in the wild. When me and Nooms are out and about, if we see a pug, the bit is that he has to run up and say, "What's your pug's name?" And then someone has to tell him what the pug's name is. He's also got like 3 or 4 little pug guys that he sleeps with at night. Big pug guy.
The number 3 dog on my list is the Husky. Give me the Yukon Husky. Again, beautiful, handsome, gorgeous-looking dogs, loyal, smart, kind, well-rounded, can do a little bit of everything. They are awesome.
Number 2 on my list. This is a dog I want. My wife is adamantly opposed to it for some reason. I can't quite figure out. Perfect sized dog, beautiful dog, not a shedding dog. The golden doodle. Love a golden, particularly a mini golden, but I could go mini or, minor or major, doesn't matter. Minis are closer to 30. The big guys can be upwards of like 50 pounds. I'm a big golden doodle guy. I think they're beautiful dogs.
Great and Danny here on the Fan. Number 2 is Golden Retriever. Just a picturesque catalog of a dog. Gorgeous, sweet, loyal, excellent temperament, playing with your kids, walking out and about, just so happy to see you, loyal and kind. They are awesome, beautiful dogs. The Golden Retriever, number 2.
Now, Daniel, you do realize I've gotten in much trouble for this over the years on this show. I can't stand Golden Retriever.
As a big dog guy, that's pretty normal.
Not a Golden Retriever guy. They are sheddy and they spit everywhere. They got those big rope saliva like hanging from their mouth all the time. They're too big. They don't know their own size. You're trying to eat your snack and they come up to you with their slime and their hair. And I'm just not a Golden Retriever guy. I could do without those. They're very overrated for me. But I'm glad you like them. I am. Number 1 on my list, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the French Bulldog. Gotta love a Frenchie. Hello, Gardner Mitchell. I got real yellow out of my hair. French Bulldogs. They are the best, right? You get to smooch them. You get to pet them. They look like those little alien faces. Just big French Bulldog guy. Gardner Mitchell, you know who you are.
Oh, among the worst things we have on this planet, those animals. Just disgusting, bear-sounding snores. Number 1 is Labrador Retriever. This is easy. This is simple. The whole point of having a dog is to get a lab. If you don't have a lab, you did it wrong. Try again. Go get a lab next time. Perfect temperament. They are relaxed. They are comfortable. They'll eat off your, if you got a little something you don't want at the table, lab will slide right up next to you. They'll eat it for you. Go back to laying down.
Too.
Yeah, but then they're like, that's the French Bulldog eating. Disgusting. No, you should hate them so much, but you're so weird about it. You're hypocritical and inconsistent. The Labrador Retriever, the dogs I grew up with, those are the dogs I had. Beautiful, just excellent breed of dog. That's number 1.
My top 5 dog breeds. Number 1, the French Bulldog. Number 2, the Golden Doodle. Number 3, the Pug. 4th, the Shar-Pei. And 5th, the Boston Terrier.
5 Sheltie, 4 Malamute, 3 Husky, 2 Golden Retriever. Number 1, the Labrador.
Top 5 Tuesday on Grant and Danny. Next, we'll give away those Nicki Minaj tickets, and we'll get you ready for DJ Hers making his big league debut for the Nationals tonight against the Mets. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention we referred you so you can score yourself a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to see Nicki Minaj presents Pink Friday 2 World Tour. Monday, September 9th, Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Danny, what do you got on the docket this evening?
We have one last fairly chill evening before the final push of spring sports happens. My youngest has baseball game on Wednesday, probably Saturday as well. And my oldest has soccer practice on Wednesday. So tonight is the last chill night we have for a while. We've been going 1,000 miles an hour. We're going to relax at the homestead. And my oldest and I are going to sit down on that couch, feet up. And I will say, my feet is up. And we will be watching Star Wars Acolyte.
Attaboy.
Yeah, that's a big night tonight.
Is he a Star Wars mark?
He's into a degree, not like his dad. Like, so I can't get him to watch like everything and all the stuff, but he's into certain things. Like we watched the Bad Batch together, which is a pretty well done cartoon show that he really liked. So we've done some stuff together. I think he's in on this one.
What'd you think of the Bad Batch?
That was really well done.
I thought it was well done too.
Yeah. I mean, at first it's like Omega's such a drag.
Omega was a drag.
Which like you have to introduce this kind of wet blanket character to slow everybody down, but then part of the whole story is her story, her journey, right?
The journey.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Right.
You know what you should watch in addition to F1 Drive to Survive on Netflix? Have you watched the new Netflix doc Dancing for the Devil?
No file.
No file.
What is that?
Oh boy. 3 episodes.
Dancing for the Devil?
Dancing for the Devil, like 3.5 hours long. Darius, Ryan, any file on this? Either of you? You got to check this thing out. So there's a twist, Danny. Commanders running back Austin Eckler's wife, as of this week, they got married.
What?
Is one of the people whose family is chronicled in this documentary. But essentially, without giving away too much, there is this cult that dancers were recruited to.
Oh my God.
Where their manager that ran this TikTok dance crew was also like the priest, or that's not the right word, preacher, I guess.
Yeah, or the cult leader.
Exactly.
Right.
Who like led them at dinner. And essentially, the 3-hour documentary is just about this cult. And you don't know it until the end of the documentary. But the sister of the girl who joined the cult, whose best friend, her sister that she danced with constantly, they lived in LA together, and she joins this cult and she like never sees her again, basically. She just married Austin Eckler this week. And she's like, I just want to know that I'm in love and I'm getting married. And like, you just see Austin Eckler show up.
It's just Austin Eckler.
Just like, this is crazy. Dancing for the Devil. I said this, I tweeted it out this weekend. 2, 3, 4 times a year, somewhere in there, Netflix drops some mind-blowing documentary that is stranger than fiction that I just don't believe. And as dumb as it sounds as a grown-up, it has opened up my eyes to like things that I don't think actually happen do happen. Like in my mind, you can't be an adult in your young 20s and fall prey to like being brainwashed and getting roped into this cult. And it really happens.
Yes.
Like, these things actually happen.
There's so many events in history where it's happened. Yeah.
Some of the documentaries, these true crime docs that we've talked about that I love. And I'm like, there's no way that someone could fall for this or be scammed like this. It's real, man. There are just bad people out there. There's crazy crap happening every day. And it's just good to know that it's out there.
So I saw this thread the other day on this similar kind of subject where I'm going, in general, I don't want to say, how do I say this in a nice way? I find myself involuntarily looking down on people that fell for the scam. You know, it's like, that was pretty stupid. How did you do that? You know what I mean? And it's not right because it's gotten so sophisticated. So things like that, right? I'm with you. I'm going, yeah, that would never happen. Well, then it does to even, someone that you might be connected with. I saw this thread the other day. I'll make this quick, where a guy gets a phone call and the caller ID says like whatever town he's in, the sheriff's office, right? And he's like, oh, okay. Hello. And the sheriff's like, is this guy? He's like, yeah. Is your address this? Yeah. Is your, whatever, your wife's maiden name this? He's like, yeah. all the information that you could ever want or have.
Scary.
And he's like, yeah, well, this is Sheriff Tomlinson with the local blah, 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 blah. Did you move recently? And he's like, yes. He goes, well, you missed jury duty. They probably sent it to your old residence and you never got it, but you are delinquent at this point, which is something I now am tasked with, having you come fill out something. And it sounded so real because they knew everything about the guy already. And he's like, yep, just come to the sheriff's station. He's like, okay. So he's on his way to the sheriff's station. And then when he's like almost there, the guy calls him back and he's like, so sorry, you actually have to go to this third-party payment center because the sheriff's office doesn't handle any money. And as soon as like that part happened, the guy was like, wait a minute.
Antennas up.
Yeah. And it turns out it was all AI, all fake. None of it was real. They had all of his stuff somehow, which is terrifying in and of its own right. But he's like, these people are just raking in cash.
Unless you're coming to my door trying to give me pizzas, I'm tough to get.
Mm-hmm.
Although I still think those pizzas are coming.
Do you have any update?
I do have an update. Actually, you're not going to believe this.
What is it?
I do not have the pizzas yet, but I will get the pizzas. They're coming. Just it takes a while to make a Joe Corby's pizza. You know this.
I didn't before this whole process began.
I almost got on email the other day because, like you said, they had a bunch of information. They hit me up and they're like, it was my old address. They said, we've been trying to contact you at this address, which is my last house a couple of years ago. They said, we can forgive you for student loans. I don't even have them. I've paid them off. That was my tell. But in my mind, I'm going, was there a chance there's something else I didn't know about? Like $1,000 just sitting somewhere?
Some lingering fee.
Exactly. Yeah. And they're like, contact us here. And so I'm going, I don't know this name. I've got an email. I've got a phone number and some information. I just punch it into Google and it comes up on some Reddit thread of a scammer.
Scams, yeah.
But so that was my corroboration, I guess, and confirming it. But for a split second, I'm going, okay, this reads real. I guess it is possible, even though I think I've paid off my student loans. I know that's a thing right now, that like student loan debt is being forgiven in some capacities. I'm getting hit up by this person. So I was like, I would say 75 to 85% sure this was fake. I was like, let me just Google this real quick. I went that far and I'm like, okay, now I'm 100% sure.
Right.
But I hate to say older people. I mean, there are certainly people that can fall for this stuff. There's no doubt. I want to play a quick clip from Kirk Cousins, who apparently likes the movie Heavyweights as much as I do. Yeah.
Jake was telling us that you're a big movie quote guy.
Oh, wow. I love it. I love it, Mark.
Any go-to lines?
So, first of all, Jake is my generation, right? So, like, when we talk about the sweet spot movies, I'll quote, Heavyweights with Ben Stiller, and it's just crickets. And then I'll get a laugh from way over in the other side of the locker room from Jake Matthews because he knows the reference. Taylor Heineke's close. He's like 4 or 5 years behind me, but that's close enough where we can kind of hang with our shared sense of humor with movies. But yeah, I mean, all the sports movies kind of show up at practice. Definitely Heavyweights. That's a big one right now. So I'm thinking about having a watch party with the O-line where we watch Heavyweights to introduce these guys to Heavyweights. But we're going to Texas Roadhouse tomorrow. So that's our first thing. We're kind of checking out these chain restaurants, RIP Red Lobster. So we're going to go to Texas Roadhouse, but
RIP
maybe we'll
Red
get a Heavyweights watch party before the OTA's end.
Sign me up for a Heavyweights watch party. Have you seen it?
No.
Have you watched it with the kids?
No.
I don't know if you remember. I kind of asked you. You got to show the kids Heavyweights.
Yeah.
Just your dad.
That's just not a thing.
They got to see it. They're
They're not
going to
gonna
love
do
it. They're going to love Heavyweights.
They won't.
You throwing quotes around with Kirk?
If they're sitting through something, it doesn't have like a giant robot or a plane going fast, they're not doing it. Like, there's just no chance.
If it's streamed on YouTube, we'd have a better
Yeah,
chance.
seriously. If one guy was like, we put a bunch of people that are overweight at a camp. Make sure to hit that like button below. Like, they would watch that, but not the real thing.
That's great. Let's get you your Nats starting lineups and pitching matchups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure and home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Ready for a shortstop seat? Jake Abrams batting second, Lane Thomas in right field, batting third. DH Joey Meneses, batting fourth, third baseman Nick Senzel, batting fifth, second baseman Ildemaro Vargas, Jesse Winker in left field, batting sixth, Keibert Ruiz doing the catching, batting seventh, Joey Gallo in the eighth spot, playing first base, your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field, back in lineup, batting ninth.
And the big league debut on the mound tonight.
Here we go.
For lefty DJ Hurst, 23 years old, about 6'2", 205 pounds, 9 starts in AAA this year, 36 innings, 42 strikeouts, occasionally struggles to throw the ball over the plate. That's the bugaboo. He's improved quite a bit his last few starts in that area, though. His averages against in the minor leagues the last 3 seasons, 170, 196, 177, a career 178 average against. Nasty stuff. Best pitch is a changeup, low 90s fastball, has a slider. Go get him, DJ Hers. Thanks for listening to Grant and Danny. We're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow.